Welcome back to a new video. In this video we focus on all the deities and events from Greek mythology.
The primordial deities are the first generation of gods and goddesses. However, they are not seen as gods. They represent the fundamental forces of nature that shaped the universe as we know it. In this video, we talk about all the primordial deities. We start off with chaos. Chaos represents the vast, formless void that existed before the cosmos came into being. It is both a deity and a state of existence, often characterized as the origin of all things. It is also seen as a bottomless emptiness where everything keeps falling forever. But it doesn't fall down because no orientation is possible, instead it falls in all directions. Some sources describe chaos as feminine, but it is usually described with no gender. In ancient Greece, there was no organized worshipping of chaos. This is why there is not a lot of information about chaos. The sources we do have described chaos somewhat different. The earliest reference of chaos can be found in Hesiod's Theogony, which is a poem by a Greek philosopher that describes the origins of the genealogies of the ancient Greek gods. Based on Hesiod's Theogony, chaos was the first entity to come into existence. The word means emptiness and vast void in Greek. He also describes that other primordial entities from chaos emerged. They are Gaia, Eros, Tartarus, Nyx, and Erebus. Gaia is the personification and goddess of earth, the solid foundation of the world. Eros is the god of love and beauty, the force of attraction that enables creation. Tartarus is a god and a place in the deep abyss, a deep and dark place below the earth used as a dungeon and for torment of the wicked. Nyx is the personification and goddess of night, and Erebus the personification and god of darkness, who both symbolize the absence of light. Anaximander, another Greek philosopher, claimed the origin was unlimited or infinite. He believed it to be a never-ending substance from which everything originated and will return. Later chaos was thought to have the seeds of the four elements: earth, fire, air, and water. This idea aligns with the concept of the deity as the primordial source of all matter in the universe. In Roman mythology, heavily derived from Greek sources, chaos was viewed as the primordial state of the universe. It represented a formless, disordered void or abyss from which the cosmos and the gods emerged. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, a Roman poem that chronicles the history of the world from its creation to the declaring of Julius Caesar as a god, chaos is described more vividly as a state of disorder rather than a god or goddess. The modern scientific meaning of chaos disagrees with the ancient Greek concept. It is a reference to systems which have parameters guided by numerous hidden laws which can easily change and are therefore difficult to describe. Scientist Ilya Prigogine was instrumental in the development of the theory of chaos. He believed it could be included in the laws of nature. Scientists no longer deal with the concepts of order and chaos, but rather of superorder, where chaotic and random refer to everything that cannot be identified. Gaia, the earth goddess and mother of all life. Gaia, also spelled Gaia, is one of the earliest and most powerful figures in Greek mythology. She plays a central role in the creation myths. In ancient Greek and Roman art, Gaia was often depicted as a mother goddess, sometimes shown emerging from the earth or reclining in a nurturing pose, and other times as a logger of full-figured woman. Statues, pottery, and other art forms depicted her as fertile, with lush plants and creatures surrounding her, symbolizing her connection to the earth and its bountiful nature. In Hesiod's Theogony, a poem by a Greek philosopher that describes the origins of the genealogies of the ancient Greek gods, Gaia is one of the first beings to emerge after chaos, alongside Tartarus, Eros, and Nyx. Unlike other gods, she is not created by anyone. Gaia personifies the earth, both its physical form and nurturing essence. She represents stability, nature, and the interconnectedness of all living things. She is also known to be mother of all. After emerging, Gaia independently gave birth to Uranus, the sky, Aeria, the mountains, and Pontus, the sea. These elements represent the foundational aspects of the physical world. Gaia had more than 60 children with her sons and grandsons along with her consorts and other romantic partners. Many of the great monsters in Greek mythology are also connected to Gaia, often as her direct offspring. These include Echidna, the mother of many other monsters, the Hydra, and the Nemean lion. Gaia was worshipped in ancient Greece, particularly at sites associated with nature, such as caves, groves, and sacred springs. They also built temples in her honor. People brought offerings like cake, honey, and water. They made sacrifices by feeding the ground with their offerings. According to some sources, Gaia was the original host of the Oracle of Delphi. She eventually passed her power to either Apollo, Poseidon, or Themis. It depends on the source. Gaia's archetype, an Earth Mother or personification of nature, appears in numerous other mythologies. Terra Mater, in Roman mythology, Gaia is identified with Terra Mater, the Earth Mother, who had a similar role in nurturing life and maintaining balance. Pachamama, Andean's Pachamama, is a goddess revered in South American cultures, embodying fertility, agriculture, and the land. Prithvi, in Hindu mythology, Prithvi is the earth goddess and mother figure, paralleling Gaia's nurturing and protective qualities. Gaia in modern culture. Gaia hypothesis, Earth system science. The Gaia hypothesis, proposed by scientist James Lovelock, suggests that the Earth and its biological systems behave as a huge, self-regulating organism. According to the hypothesis, the Earth's atmosphere, oceans, and life forms work together to maintain conditions favorable to life. Lovelock argued that organisms interact with their environment in a way that promotes the stability of the Earth's conditions, including temperature, oxygen levels, and carbon dioxide concentrations. The Gaia hypothesis has been influential in the fields of environmental science and ecology, as it highlights the delicate balance between life and the environment and suggests that the Earth's ecosystems are more integrated and self-sustaining than previously thought. Uranus. Uranus is the personification of the sky and heavens. Uranus represents the heavens and is often associated with order, vastness, and the celestial dome. Uranus is born from Gaia, the earth goddess. He has no male consort, making him her son and husband. Uranus and Gaia's union begins the process of bringing order to the universe, though Uranus's actions lead to turmoil and the eventual rise of new powers. Their union also symbolizes fertility and the creation of life, as their 18 children include some of the most important beings in Greek mythology. Their offspring includes the 12 Titans. They are the pre-Olympian gods. The 3 Centimanes, human-like giants with 100 hands. And the 3 Cyclopes, also human-like giants with 1 eye. But Uranus is often portrayed as a tyrannical figure who fears his children. To prevent them from overthrowing him, Uranus imprisons the Cyclopes and Centimanes in Tartarus, the deep abyss beneath the earth. Gaia, distressed by the imprisonment of her children, plots Uranus's downfall. She enlists the help of her youngest son, Cronus, who ambushes Uranus and castrates him with a sickle made of adamantine. This act symbolizes the separation of heaven and earth. From the blood of Uranuses, arise. The Erinyes, the goddesses of vengeance. The giants, associated with primal, untamed nature. And Meliae, minor females, personifications of nature. His severed genitals are cast into the sea, and from the resulting foam emerges Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility. Although according to Homer, an ancient Greek poet, Aphrodite was the daughter of Zeus and Dione. In Hesiod's Theogony, a poem by a Greek philosopher that describes the origins of the genealogies of the ancient Greek gods, Uranus's oppressive rule and fall highlight the theme of generational conflict. Uranus in modern times. The planet Uranus, discovered in 1781 by William Herschel, is named after the deity, continuing the tradition of naming planets after mythological figures. Uranus is unique in the solar system due to its axial tilt, often described as rolling on its side, which could metaphorically reflect the chaos and shift associated with the god's fall. Nyx, the goddess and embodiment of the concept of night itself, representing mystery, darkness, and the unseen forces of the world. She represents cosmic balance. Night complements day, rest balances activity, and mystery coexist with knowledge. She is often described as the mother of many significant powerful deities, emphasizing her role as a foundational figure in the cosmos. She is one of the first entities to emerge from chaos, the void or abyss that existed before creation. Because of her ability to bring sleep or death unto humans, she can impact mankind in a good or bad way. Without a man, she gave birth to Thanatos and Hypnos. They represent a peaceful death and sleep, two inescapable aspects of life. Eris, the goddess of discord, who plays a central role in stirring conflict in myths like the Trojan War. Nemesis, goddess of vengeance, who ensures justice and balance in the world. The Moirai, the three fates who control the destiny of all beings. They are sisters who control the treads of life. And according to some sources, she also gave birth to Hecate, the goddess of magic, witchcraft, and crossroads, often linked to the night. Her children reflect the dual of nature and night, rest and renewal, but also mystery and danger. In Hesiod's Theogony, a poem by a Greek philosopher that describes the origins of the genealogies of the ancient Greek gods, she is described as a powerful and revered goddess. In Homer's Iliad, a poem mentions her indirectly, particularly through the fear she inspires in Zeus. Her power is so great that even Zeus is wary of angering her. In the poem, Zeus refrains from punishing Hypnos for helping Hera because he fears Nyx's wrath. In ancient art and literature, like vases and paintings, Nyx is often portrayed as a shadowy, ethereal figure. She is depicted as a beautiful and powerful woman, sometimes with a black veil of stars or wings, moving silently through the heavens. She is often accompanied by stars or her children Hypnos and Thanatos, or she may appear with a chariot drawn by dark horses, symbolizing the passage of night across the heavens. Modern astronomy honors Nyx with celestial names, and Astorid and moon of Pluto are named after her. Erebus. He is the personification of darkness and shadow, particularly the deep darkness associated with the underworld and the spaces between the mortal world and underworld. Erebus represents the mysterious and impenetrable gloom that exists as a counterbalance to light. His darkness can symbolize the unconscious, ignorance, or the spaces in life where clarity is absent. But he is also seen as the peace and stillness that come with rest, akin to the state of sleep or death. Erebus emerged from chaos, the void or abyss that existed before creation. That makes him one of the first entities to exist. When represented, he is rarely depicted in human form. He might be shown as a shadowy, indistinct figure or a veiled presence alongside Nyx or other underworld symbols. His sister or counterpart is Nyx, the goddess of night. They are often mentioned together as twin forces of darkness. Together they had Ether, the god of air and heavenly light; Hemera, the goddess of day and daylight; Hypnos, the god of sleep; and Thanatos, the god of death. According to the ancient Greeks, the union of Erebus and Nyx symbolizes the interaction between darkness and light and day and night. Erebus formed the dark nebula at the borders of the earth and filled the deepest holes on the surface with darkness. Then his sister Nyx pulled a dark veil over the earth and formed the night. And every morning their daughter Hemera drove the darkness away. Erebus is linked to the underworld. He is seen as one of its regions. He is the dark passage that souls of the dead must go to before reaching Hades' realm. This role gives Erebus a liminal quality, symbolizing transition and the journey from life to death. Philosophers like the Pythagoreans, who believe that human beings are animals, and Platonists, the followers of Plato, viewed Erebus as metaphors for natural and metaphysical forces. He was not the focus of widespread worship, like the rest of the primordial deities. However, he might be indirectly invoking in rituals involving death, transitions, or protection during the night. In modern times, Erebus has inspired the naming of geographical and astronomical features, such as Mount Erebus, an active volcano in Antarctica, and HMS Erebus, a British exploration ship. In astronomy, the name Erebus is used to evoke mystery and darkness. Ether. Ether represents the upper air, the pure, bright, and heavenly atmosphere that gods breathe, distinct from the lower, murky air that humans breathe. He embodies the purest form of light, untainted and divine, as opposed to terrestrial or artificial light. He is the essence of brightness and clarity in the heavens. Ether's domain served as the bridge between the heavens, Olympus, and the terrestrial world. The ancient Greeks believed in 5 elements: earth, water, air, fire, and ether. Ether was the 5th element, representing the pure, incorruptible substance that composed the celestial spheres and heavenly bodies. He is the offspring of Erebus, the god of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of night. His birth represents the emergence of light and clarity from darkness and shadow, showing that light can be born from shadow and that the two are interdependent. But he is closely associated with his sister Hemera, the goddess of day. She complements him in representing the daylight. They are the eternal cycle of night and day. Some myths suggest their relationship was not merely cooperative but essential to cosmic stability. Without Hemera bringing day, Ether's light would remain static and inaccessible to the mortal world. He doesn't have any gods or goddesses as children, but he fathers the stars, symbolizing his connection to the heavens and their illumination. In Orphic cosmology, ether plays a prominent role in creation. They believe that Erebus originates from a cosmic egg, representing the primordial light that illuminates the universe. Ether is often associated with the Orphic idea of the soul's ascent, as the soul rises through layers of the cosmos to reunite with the divine. According to Plato's philosophy, ether symbolizes intellect and truth. He can be seen as the substance through which the ultimate realities manifest themselves. When Erebus is pictured in classical art, he is never pictured as a human, but he is shown as the sky and the stars. When he is personified, he is often shown as a youthful and radiant figure. He is surrounded by light or celestial symbols, emphasizing his connection to the divine light and the heavens. In the time of the Renaissance and the medieval periods, ether was incorporated into scientific theories as the substance of the heavens. The term ether continued to be used in early scientific discussions about space and the medium through which light traveled. Hemera. Hemera is the personification of daylight. She symbolizes the light that illuminates the mortal world after night. She also symbolizes clarity, visibility, and awakening. Hemera's light is not just physical but symbolic of enlightenment and clarity of thought. She is the daughter of Erebus, the god of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of night. That makes her a symbol of the light that follows the darkness. Hemera and Nyx's interaction reflects the interdependence of opposites. Light cannot exist without darkness, and day cannot occur without night. This duality highlights the Greeks' deep understanding of natural cycles and their importance in maintaining cosmic order. Hemera is described as the sister and counterpart of ether, the god of the pure, upper air the gods breathe. Together they are a cosmic pair, representing light and the atmosphere of the divine realms. Hyginus, a Latin author, listed Gaia, Thalassa, and Auranes as their children. In Hesiod's Theogony, a poem by a Greek philosopher that describes the origins of the genealogies of the ancient Greek gods, Hemera was only mother of Thalassa. Hemera's role in creation is subtle but vital. As one of the early beings to emerge from chaos through Nyx and Erebus, she sets the stage for the ordered cycles of time, establishing a foundation for later deities. In Orphic cosmology, Hemera plays a more metaphysical role. She is seen as a force that brings illumination to the soul, guiding it toward understanding and truth. To some other myths, Hemera is seen as an embodiment of daytime itself. That makes her a background figure in broader myths involving the cycles of nature. Philosophers like Heraclitus might interpret Hemera as part of the eternal flow or cycle of existence, embodying the rhythm of change. Other philosophers saw her as representing the ability to see the world, unclouded by ignorance or fear. When Hemera is pictured in classical art, she is almost never pictured as a human. But when she is personified, she appears as a radiant, youthful woman. She is often veiled in light, holding a torch to symbolize the arrival of dawn, or in luminous garments to signify her ethereal nature. Tartarus. Tartarus represents and rules the deepest abyss of the underworld. It is a place where the defeated god and worst criminals were imprisoned. It is also the place where gods imprisoned the Titans after their defeat in the Titanomachy. He also represents the cosmic justice, fear, the unknown, and the balance of power. Mortal souls rarely went to the deep abyss of the underworld, except for the most wicked, such as Sisyphus, who was doomed to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity. Tantalus, punished to stand in a pool of water that receded when he tried to drink, with fruit hanging above him that moved away when he reached for it. Ixion, bound to a flaming wheel that spun eternally for trying to seduce Hera. And the Danaides, 50 sisters who killed their husbands on their wedding night, forced to endlessly fill a leaking jar with water. Homer, in the Iliad, gives a famous description of Tartarus' depth. As far below Hades as the earth is from the heavens, that is how deep Tartarus lies. This means that if Olympus is at the highest point of existence, Tartarus is its opposite, lying at the absolute lowest point. In Hesiod's Theogony, a poem by a Greek philosopher that describes the origins of the genealogies of the ancient Greek gods, he elaborates further. A bronze anvil would take 9 days to fall from the heavens to earth, and another 9 days to reach Tartarus from earth. This highlights Tartarus as an almost infinite abyss, reinforcing its role as a prison for divine beings. He also represents a cosmic balance, serving as the counterpart to Olympus. While Olympus is the realm of divine rule and harmony, Tartarus is the place of confinement for those who threaten the gods' order. In some myths, Tartarus mates with Gaia and gives birth to Typhon, the deadliest monster in Greek mythology, who later battles Zeus. After Zeus defeated Typhon, he was cast into Tartarus, where he was buried beneath Mount Etna. Tartarus was said to be surrounded by 3 layers of night, encircled by a giant bronze wall forged by Poseidon. The Titan guard camp, or sometimes a 100-handed hecaton chair, was placed at its entrance to prevent escape. Pontus. He represents the vast, untamed, and chaotic oceans. Pontus embodies the vast unknown of the ocean, the silent power beneath the waves. The name Pontus originates from the ancient Greek word pontos, meaning sea. This etymology underscores his intrinsic connection to the ocean and its boundless nature. As a personification of the sea, Pontus embodies both its life-sustaining and destructive capabilities, reflecting the duality of nature's forces. Pontus was directly born from Gaia. He doesn't have a father. Together with Gaia, he had powerful children who ruled over different aspects of the sea. Nereus, the old man of the sea, a wise, gentle god with the power of prophecy. Thaumas, a sea god associated with the wonders of the ocean, father of Iris, goddess of the rainbow. Phorcys, a primordial sea god associated with hidden dangers of the deep. Ceto, a monstrous sea goddess, mother of terrifying sea creatures. Eurybia, a minor sea goddess associated with the power of the ocean's currents and winds. Pontus himself is a silent force, but his children represent the different faces of the ocean, both peaceful and terrifying. Pontus' grandchildren include many famous sea creatures and deities, including the Nereids, 50 sea nymphs, including Amphitrite, Poseidon's wife, and Thetis, Achilles' mother, the Gorgons, Medusa and her sisters, born from Ceto and Phorcys. The three sisters who shared one eye and one tooth, also born from Ceto and Phorcys. When the Olympians took power, Poseidon was given dominion over the sea. While Pontus is the sea itself and a silent, ancient presence, Poseidon is the temperamental and powerful god who controls it. Pontus never disappears, but he fades into the background as a cosmic force, while Poseidon becomes a personified god who actively interacts with mortals and other deities. Unlike Poseidon, who had temples and cults, Pontus was not actively worshipped, as he was considered more of a natural force than a god with a personality. When Pontus is pictured, he is typically depicted a formidable and majestic figure. He is often shown with attributes that signify the dominion over the sea. Usually, they are tridents or flowing ropes that resemble the ocean.
The Olympian gods are the major deities in Greek mythology who reside on Mount Olympus. They were worshipped throughout ancient Greece and played key roles in myths, legends, and human affairs. In this video we focus on all the Olympian gods. There are 13 god and goddesses in total. We start the video with
Zeus. Possibly one of the most famous mythological beings. Zeus is known as the ruler of Mount Olympus and the king of the gods. He is the god of the sky, thunder, lightning, law, and order. His father is Cronus. He is the leader of the Titans and the god of time. His mother is Rhea. She is the goddess of motherhood and fertility. Cronus, fearing a prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him, swallowed each of them at birth. However, Rhea tricked Cronus by giving him a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes instead of baby Zeus and hid Zeus on Mount Ida in Crete. He has 5 siblings. They are Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. Hera is also the first wife of Zeus. Zeus was known for his numerous romantic escapades with gods and mortals, fathering many demigods and heroes. To seduce the mortals, he turned himself into an animal. To seduce Leda he turned into a swan, and for Europa he turned himself into a bull. He has many children with his first 6 wives. Some include Athena, Apollo, Persephone, Hercules, and Ares. When Zeus grew up, he returned to his father to rescue his siblings by forcing Cronus to vomit them out. Zeus released the Cenomanes and the Cyclopes from the earth, where they had been imprisoned by Cronus, and they allied with him as well. He then led the Titanomachy, a 10-year war where the Olympians defeated the Titans and imprisoned them in Tartarus. Zeus established order among gods and humans, acting as a divine judge. And he divided the universe. He made himself the ruler of the sky. He made Poseidon the ruler of the sea. And he made Hades the ruler of the underworld. He also played a key role in the Trojan War. Zeus tried to stay neutral, but he was involved in events like the Judgment of Paris, where he let Paris choose the most beautiful goddess, leading to the war. And he occasionally intervened in battles, protecting some warriors and punishing others. Zeus was known as father of gods and men, ensuring balance and order among deities and mortals. He was often seen as a just ruler, but he could be wrathful and vengeful when disrespected. The most famous punishments he carried out are Prometheus' punishment. When Prometheus stole fire for humanity, Zeus punished him by chaining him to a rock, where an eagle ate his liver daily. Pandora's box. Zeus sent Pandora, the first woman, with a box, full of evils to punish mankind. And Sisyphus' eternal punishment. Sisyphus, who tried to cheat death, was forced to roll a boulder uphill forever. When the humans became corrupt, he sent a massive flood to cleanse the world. Only Deucalion and Pyrrha survived and repopulate humanity. Zeus is often depicted as a powerful, bearded man wielding a thunderbolt, his signature weapon. Sometimes there is an oak tree or eagle around him. Zeus was worshipped widely in ancient Greece, with major temples such as the Temple of Zeus in Olympia, which is one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The ancient Olympic Games were held every 4 years in honor of Zeus at Olympia.
Next up is
Hera. She is the queen of the Olympian gods. She is the goddess of women, family, childbirth, and marriage. Hera represents the sanctity of marriage and protects married women. She is the child of Cronus and Rhea. They are the leader of the Titans and the goddess of motherhood. She has 5 siblings. They are Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Zeus. Zeus and Rhea are married. Zeus tricked Hera into marrying him by turning into a bird. He pretended to be weak and cold, so Hera held the bird close to her chest. Zeus transformed back and took her as his wife. Together they have 4 children. Ares, the god of war. Hebe, goddess of youth. Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth. Hephaestus, god of fire and blacksmiths, though some myths say he was born without Zeus. Hera is also known for her jealousy and vengeance, especially against Zeus's numerous lovers and children, often cursing or punishing his lovers and their children instead of Zeus himself. She sent 2 serpents to kill Hercules to kill him as a baby. Hercules managed to strangle them. His 12 labors started because Hera drove him mad, leading him to kill his family. When Leto was impregnated with the child of Zeus, Hera banned her from giving birth on solid ground. Leto managed to find a floating island. On Delos she gave birth to Artemis and Apollo. Echo, a nymph, distracted Hera with endless conversation to protect Zeus's affairs. When Hera found out, she cursed Echo so she could only repeat others' words, leading to the tragic Narcissus story. She also played a key role in the Trojan War. At a dinner, a golden apple was presented by Eris. She is the goddess of discord. Whichever goddess was the fairest should have the apple. Paris, a prince of Troy, was nominated to judge which goddess was most fair. Hera promised him power. Athena promised him wisdom. Aphrodite offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. She offered the hand of Helen of Sparta, the wife of King Menelaus. He chose Aphrodite, leading to Hera's hatred of Troy and her support for the Greeks in the Trojan War. She did everything in her power to see Troy destroyed in the war. She even drove her son Ares, god of war, off the battlefield when she saw he was fighting on behalf of the Trojan army. Hera was worshipped by women seeking fertility, a successful marriage, and safe childbirth. Her main centers of worship included the Heraion of Samos, one of the oldest temples in Greece. The Heraion of Argos. Argos was one of Hera's favorite cities. The Heraion of Olympia, one of the earliest Greek temples. When she is pictured, she usually wears a crown, symbol of her status as queen of the gods. Sometimes she is surrounded by animals, like a peacock, a cow, or a lion.
The third one is
Poseidon. Poseidon ruled over the seas and oceans, but his influence extended to earthquakes and horses. He was often called the Earthshaker due to his power to cause earthquakes. As the god of horses, he was revered by horse trainers and charioteers. Some myths even credit him with creating the first horse, Scythios, or the horse Arion. Poseidon was known for being impulsive, prideful, and easily angered. Unlike Zeus, who ruled the sky, Poseidon's realm was far more unpredictable and treacherous, reflecting his personality. Despite his temper, he was also seen as a protector of seafarers and a patron of horse racing. He was also known for his volatile and capricious nature. Sailors would often sacrifice bulls or horses to appease him before long voyages. His palace was said to be in the depths of the sea, made of coral and gems. Poseidon often traveled the seas on a chariot pulled by hippocamps, mythical sea horses. He is the child of Cronus and Rhea. They are the leader of the Titans and the goddess of motherhood. He has 5 siblings. They are the other original Olympians: Hera, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Zeus. Poseidon was known for his numerous love affairs, both with goddesses and mortal women. Some of his notable children include Theseus, a hero and king of Athens; Triton, a merman and Poseidon's messenger; Polyphemus, the Cyclops who encountered Odysseus; Pegasus, the winged horse born from Medusa's blood; and Chrysaor, a giant also born from Medusa's blood. A well-known myth is about Medusa. Poseidon seduced her in the temple of Athena, which enraged the goddess. Athena cursed her by turning her into a monster with snake hair. During the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, Poseidon joined his brothers in the battle, because he was freed by Zeus after being swallowed by Cronus. During the Trojan War, Poseidon teamed up with the Greek forces. The Trojans had insulted Poseidon, leading to his desire to see them defeated. He supported the Greeks by constructing their fleet. During the battles, Poseidon often sent winds to aid the Greek ships, allowing them to navigate the Aegean Sea effectively. Poseidon's signature weapon is his trident, a three-pronged spear crafted by the Cyclopes. As a major deity, Poseidon was widely worshipped in coastal cities and islands. When he is pictured, he is usually shown as a strong, bearded man holding a trident, sometimes accompanied by sea creatures like dolphins or horses.
The fourth one is
Demeter. She is the goddess of agriculture and harvest. She is also associated with fertility and grain. She is often portrayed as a protective and nurturing mother, but also as a goddess capable of great wrath when her loved ones are harmed. When angered, she could cause widespread crop failures and famine. Apart from agriculture, she also protected marriage and sacred law. She is the child of Cronus and Rhea. Cronus is the leader of the Titans and Rhea is the goddess of motherhood. She has 5 siblings. They are the other original Olympians: Hera, Hades, Hestia, Poseidon, and Zeus. Demeter had relationships with several god and humans. She had children with Poseidon, including Despoina and the immortal horse Arion. One of the most famous stories about Demeter is the story about her daughter. Together with Zeus, she had Persephone. She was abducted by Hades. He is the god of the underworld. He took her to be his queen. Distressed, Demeter searched the world for her daughter, neglecting the earth, causing crops to wither and die. Zeus intervened when he saw that humanity was suffering. Zeus ordered Hades to return Persephone. But Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds in the underworld, binding her to that realm for a part of the year. Zeus and Hades made a compromise. Persephone would spend part of the year with Hades, autumn and winter, and part with Demeter, spring and summer. This myth explains the changing of the seasons. When Persephone is in the underworld, Demeter mourns, and the earth becomes barren. That's when we have autumn and winter. When Persephone returns, Demeter rejoices, and the earth blossoms. That's when we have spring and summer. Demeter could be fierce and vengeful when provoked. When King Erysichthon cut down one of her sacred groves, Demeter cursed him with insatiable hunger, leading him to eat himself to death. She also cursed the city of Pylos with drought after its king offended her. Demeter was highly revered in ancient Greece, especially in agricultural communities. One of the most famous festivals held in her name was the Eleusinian Mysteries. It was held annually in Eleusis near Athens for over 2,000 years. During the festival, a set of ancient rituals were held in her honor. All the Greeks were invited as long as they spoke Greek and had not committed murder. The rituals were kept secret, and participants were sworn to silence. The ceremonies likely involved reenacting the abduction and return of Persephone, symbolizing death and rebirth. Other festivals included Thesmophoria, celebrating fertility and marriage. The sanctuary of Demeter in Kore and Eleusis was the central hub of her worship. Her temples were usually built in fertile regions, where crops and grains were abundant. When Demeter is pictured, she is usually depicted as a mature woman, wearing a crown of grain and holding a bundle of wheat or a cornucopia. Sometimes she holds a torch, searching for her daughter. And sometimes she is shown riding a chariot drawn by winged dragons.
The next one is
Athena. She is the goddess of wisdom, crafts, and war strategy. Athena is unique among war deities because she embodies the intellectual and strategic aspects of battle, in contrast to Ares, her brother, who represents chaotic and violent conflict. She is both a goddess of war and a goddess of peace, advocating for justice and rational solutions. She prefers diplomacy over conflict but is formidable when provoked. She is the daughter of Zeus. Zeus was warned that his first child, Metis, the goddess of wisdom, would overthrow him. To prevent this, he swallowed Metis while she was pregnant. Later, Zeus developed a terrible headache, and Hephaestus struck his head with an axe. From this action, Athena was born fully grown and armored from the forehead of Zeus. She has 26 siblings, including Aphrodite, Apollo, Hermes and Heracles. They are the most famous siblings. The city Athens is named in her honor. According to the myth, Athena and Poseidon competed by offering gifts to the young city, then ruled by King Cecrops. Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, creating a saltwater spring. First the citizens were extended, but this was short-lived. The water was like seawater. It could neither quench thirst nor nourish crops. Athena planted an olive tree. Her gift could provide food and wood and even shade from the sun. The citizens of Athens favored the olive tree, making Athena their patron goddess. Another myth is the weaving contest between her and Arachne. Arachne was a talented mortal weaver who boasted she was better than Athena. Athena was annoyed and offended by her arrogance. So she challenged Arachne to a weaving contest. Athena's tapestry depicted the power and triumph of the gods, while Arachne showed the flaws and failures of the gods. Although Arachne's work was flawless, Athena was furious at the disrespect and transformed her into a spider, condemning her to weave for eternity. This myth explains the origin of spiders and webs. Athena played a crucial role in the Trojan War. This was a conflict between the Greeks and the city of Troy. She was one of the goddesses that was involved in the dispute over the golden apple of discord. Paris, the prince of Troy, was presented 3 gifts. He chose the gift of Aphrodite. This angered Athena. She did everything to see Troy destroyed. So she sided with the Greeks. During the war, she guided heroes like Odysseus, Achilles, and Diomedes. And she helped with the plan for the Trojan horse. Athena was highly worshipped in Athens. The most famous temple dedicated to her is the Parthenon. The temple stood on the Acropolis, symbolizing the city's devotion to their patron goddess. People offered her olive oil and handmade crafts as offerings. The Panathenaic festival was held annually to honor her, featuring sports, music, and religious rituals. When she is pictured, she is often depicted as a tall, graceful woman wearing a helmet and a shield representing her martial prowess and strategic mind. She does have a calm and composed demeanor. This sets her apart from other warlike gods. Usually there is a symbol of the owl nearby, a symbol of wisdom and knowledge. The olive tree that is sometimes present represents peace and prosperity.
Next up is
Apollo. He is one of the most important and complex gods. He is associated with many aspects of life, including the sun, music, prophecy, healing, and archery. He is known for beauty, intelligence, and talent. He could be a benevolent god, as a healer and protector of music. But he could also be vengeful when insulted or angered. He was a master archer. Unlike Artemis, who hunted for sport, Apollo used his arrows to punish or bring justice. He would use his bow to strike his enemies and spread disease. His most famous role was as the god of prophecy, particularly through the Oracle of Delphi. The Pythia, the priestess of Delphi, channeled Apollo's divine knowledge and gave cryptic prophecies to seekers. Many Greek leaders, including Alexander the Great, sought his guidance before making decisions. He is the child of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Leto, the Titaness of motherhood. His twin sister is Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, wilderness, and moon. He is born on Delos, a sacred island. When Leto was impregnated with the child of Zeus, Hera banned her from giving birth on solid ground. Leto managed to find a floating island. On Delos she gave birth to Artemis and Apollo. He is the father of Asclepius. Apollo taught him medicine, making him the god of medicine and healing. They both could bring disease and healing. During the Trojan War, a conflict between the Greeks and the city of Troy, Apollo played an important role. he sides with the city Troy and the prince Paris. During the war he sent a plague on the Greek army, and he helped Paris with killing Achilles. He shot an arrow into the heel of Achilles, the only weak spot he had. He also protected young boys and warriors. According to a myth, a python, a great serpent, guarded Delphi and tormented Apollo's mother, Leto. Seeking revenge, Apollo killed the serpent. He then took over Delphi. To atone for killing Python, Apollo established the Pythian Games, a major sporting and artistic festival. Apollo is famous for his many failed love affairs. One of them is about Cassandra, a Trojan princess whom Apollo granted prophecy. When she rejected him, he cursed her so no one would believe her predictions. The next one is about Daphne, a nymph who rejected him and was transformed into a laurel tree to escape him. He also had a failed love affair with Hyacinthus, a Spartan prince loved by Apollo. He was killed by a discus, either by accident or due to the jealousy of Zephyr, the wind god. The last one is about Caronis, a mortal woman who cheated on Apollo while pregnant with his son Asclepius. Apollo killed her but saved their unborn child. Apollo was widely worshipped across Greece, and his temples were among the most famous. Temple of Apollo at Delphi, home to the Oracle of Delphi, the most powerful religious site in ancient Greece. Temple of Apollo at Delos, celebrated his birthplace. Pythian Games, held every 4 years at Delphi in his honor, featuring athletic and musical competitions. There is one important modern reference to Apollo. NASA used his name for space missions. Apollo 11 is the space mission where they landed on the moon. When Apollo is pictured, he is often pictured of young and handsome, with a calm and composed face. He is often depicted with golden hair, reflecting his solar connection.
The seventh one is
Artemis. She is the goddess of the hunt, woman, and the moon. Artemis is a fierce and independent goddess who loves nature and refuses to be tied down. She is a virgin goddess, like Athena and Hestia, and fiercely protects her chastity. Artemis is both a nurturer and a destroyer, caring for young girls and animals, but also ruthless toward those who offend her. Artemis prefers the wilderness and often roams through forests and mountains with her band of nymphs and hunters. While Selene was originally the moon goddess, Artemis later took on this role. As a moon goddess, she represents feminine strength, independence, and intuition. As the goddess of the hunt, she is the best archer among the gods, known for never missing a shot. She hunts not for sport, but for balance in nature. She carries a silver bow and arrows, crafted by Hephaestus, the god of the blacksmiths and the Cyclopes. Artemis is quick to anger when she is disrespected. She punishes those who harm nature, dishonor her, or invade her privacy. Many of her myths involve punishing those who wrong her. She is the child of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Leto, the Titaness of motherhood. Her twin brother is Apollo, the god of the sun, music, and prophecy. She is born on Delos, a sacred island. When Leto was impregnated with the child of Zeus, Hera banned her from giving birth on solid ground. Leto managed to find a floating island. On Delos she gave birth to Artemis and Apollo. Right after her own birth, she helps deliver her brother. This makes Artemis the guardian of young girls and oversees their transition into womanhood. Women in labor would often pray to her for a safe delivery. There are some great myths that she is part of. The first one is about Actaeon. He was a hunter that accidentally stumbled upon Artemis bathing naked in a sacred spring. Enraged, she transformed him into a stag, deer. His own hunting dogs tore him apart, not recognizing their master. The second one is about the boar hunt. When the king Inus forgot to honor Artemis, she sent a giant boar to ravage his lands. Many heroes, including Atalanta and Meleager, joined the hunt to kill it. Atalanta, a female warrior, was the first to wound it, proving that Artemis favored strong, independent women. Orion was a great hunter who became one of Artemis' closest companions. Apollo tricked Artemis into killing Orion, fearing she was falling in love with him. When she killed him, she was heartbroken. She placed Orion among the stars as a constellation. During the Trojan War, a conflict between the Greeks and the city of Troy, the Greek king Agamemnon killed one of her sacred deer. As a reaction, Artemis sent fierce winds to prevent his fleet from sailing to Troy. If the king wanted fair winds, Artemis demanded that he would sacrifice her daughter. In some versions, Artemis rescued Iphigenia at the last moment and made her a priestess. Artemis was widely worshipped across Greece. She has her own temple at Ephesus. This is one of the 7 wonders of the world. At the Baronia festival, young Athenian girls would dress as bears to honor her. And at the Artemisia festival is held across Greece. During the festival they make sacrifices and have races in her name. Just like her brother, she has a space mission named after her. The mission of NASA Artemis program is to send humans back to the moon. When Artemis is pictured, she is often depicted hunting with her nymph companions and accompanied by a deer or hunting dogs. She is sometimes depicted as riding a silver chariot pulled by white horses across the night sky. Sometimes she holds a torch, guiding night travelers.
The 8th one is
Ares. He is the god of war, bloodshed, and destruction. Unlike Athena, who represents strategic warfare, Ares is the brutal, chaotic, and violent side of war. He is often portrayed as hot-tempered, aggressive, and bloodthirsty, but also as a symbol of raw power and courage. He is often reckless, loving battle for the sake of bloodshed rather than victory. He is often portrayed as arrogant, impulsive, and dangerous, but also as a fearless warrior. Ares is physically the strongest warrior among the gods. He can move at incredible speeds. And he is extremely hard to injure in battle. During a battle he can incite rage and fury in soldiers. And in some myths he can bring fallen warriors back to life. He is the child of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Leto, the Titaness of motherhood. His siblings are the other Olympian gods. Most of his family hate and are scared of him. Zeus hated him, calling him the most hateful of all gods. Athena despised him because she saw him as reckless and unskilled. Hephaestus despised him for stealing his wife. Even though a lot of gods are scared of him, he does have a couple of love stories. The most famous one is with Aphrodite. He had a passionate affair with Aphrodite, even though she was married to Hephaestus, the god of the forge. When Hephaestus found out, he trapped them in an unbreakable golden net and exposed them to the other gods. The other gods mocked Ares, and he fled in shame. Despite this, Ares and Aphrodite continued their love affair and had several children, including Eros/Cupid, the god of love. Even though a lot of gods are scared of him, he does have a couple of love stories. The most famous one is with Aphrodite. He had a passionate affair with Aphrodite, even though she was married to Hephaestus, the god of the forge. When Hephaestus found out, he trapped them in an unbreakable golden net and exposed them to the other gods. The other gods mocked Ares, and he fled in shame. Despite this, Ares and Aphrodite continued their love affair and had several children, including Eros, the god of love. The other stories are about Eos, the goddess of dawn. They had a brief love affair. Atura, the queen of the Amazons, and mother of the warrior queens Penthesilea and Hippolyta. And Arope, a mortal princess who had a son with him. He also had a friend, Hermes, as they both had a wild and adventurous nature. During the Trojan War, a conflict between the Greeks and the city of Troy, Ares sides with the Trojans, mainly because his Aphrodite supported them. However, Athena outsmarted him in battle and helped the Greeks win. Ares was humiliated when Diomedes, a mortal warrior, stabbed him with a spear, forcing him to retreat. Unlike the other gods, the Greeks feared him more than they loved him. He represented war at its worst, chaos, destruction, and suffering. He was not a protector, but a bringer of death. And he was seen as immature, reckless, and prone to defeat. Some Greeks did worship him. Warriors respected his raw strength and courage. In Thrace, Ares was the main center of worship. And in Sparta, he was seen as a symbol of military power. There are some great myths about Ares. The first one is about the capture of Ares. Two giant brothers, Odysseus and Ephialtes, trapped Ares in a jar for 13 months. Ares screamed in rage the entire time, but no one came to help him. Except Hermes, who finally freed him. This humiliation further damaged Ares' reputation among the gods. The second one is about the first ever murder trial. Ares killed Halirotheus, the son of Poseidon, for trying to assault his daughter Alcippe. Poseidon demanded justice, and Ares was put on trial at the first ever court of law in Athens. He was not charged for the murder and set free, and the Areopagus, Hill of Ares, later became a real-life court in Athens. The last one is about the Caledonian boar. When the king Inus forgot to honor Ares, he sent a giant boar to terrorize the land. This led to the famous Caledonian boar hunt, where many great heroes fought the beast. A female warrior, Artemis Atlanta, was the first to wound it. Ares is usually depicted in art and pictured as a strong, muscular, and youthful man, often embodying the raw, aggressive, and untamed side of war. Usually he wears battle armor. He wears a helmet and carries a spear and sword. Usually he has a fierce or intense expression. Muscular build, symbolizing strength and combat readiness. Sometimes in dynamic poses, as if in the midst of battle. Often accompanied by dogs, vultures, or ravens. Animals associated with war and death.
Next we have
Aphrodite. Aphrodite is the goddess of love, beauty, desire, and passion. Symbolizing not just romantic love, but also attraction, seduction, and the power of beauty. She can be irresistibly charming and seductive, kind and generous to those she favors, jealous, vengeful, and cruel to those who offend her, and deeply connected to nature, the sea, and springtime. She is not just about romance. Aphrodite controls all aspects of attraction, from lust and passion to romantic devotion and even destruction. There are two stories about her birth. In one version, she was born from sea foam, after Cronus castrated Uranus and threw his genitals into the ocean. In another version, she is the daughter of Zeus and Dione. This version is less popular but appears in Homer's Iliad, a poem from a philosopher. If she is the daughter of Zeus, her siblings are the other Olympians. Even though she was married to Hephaestus, she had many lovers. Her most famous affair was with Ares, the god of war. They were caught by Hephaestus, who trapped them in a golden net. The gods mocked them, but she and Ares continued their love. They had 4 children. Eros, the god of love and desire. Phobos and Deimos, the gods of fear and terror. And Harmonia, the goddess of harmony. She has a tragic love story with Adonis. Adonis was a beautiful mortal whom Aphrodite deeply loved. He was killed by a wild boar, which was sent by Ares, because he was jealous. Heartbroken, Aphrodite turned his blood into the anemone flower. The last love story is about Anchises, a Trojan prince. Aphrodite fell for him. Together they had Aeneas, a great Trojan hero. She used her beauty to seduce both mortals and gods, and her affairs often caused conflict. She also played a key role in the Trojan War. At a dinner, a golden apple was presented by Eris. She is the goddess of discord. Whichever goddess was the fairest should have the apple. Paris, a prince of Troy, was nominated to judge which goddess was most fair. Hera promised him power. Athena promised him wisdom. Aphrodite offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. She offered the hand of Helen of Sparta, the wife of King Menelaus. He chose Aphrodite, leading to the start of the war. In Sparta, Aphrodite was seen as a warrior goddess. She was worshipped as Aphrodite Aurea, which means warlike Aphrodite. Spartan warriors offered prayers to her before battle. There are some great and famous myths of Aphrodite. Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, a sculptor, created a statue of the perfect woman. He fell in love with his own creation, and Aphrodite brought the statue to life as Galatea. And Galatea and Pygmalion got married. Aphrodite and Hippolytus. Aphrodite cursed Hippolytus, a prince who refused to worship love. She made his stepmother fall in love with him, leading to his tragic death. And the last one is about Aphrodite and Psyche. Aphrodite was jealous of the mortal Psyche, who was so beautiful that people worshipped her instead. She sent her son Eros to make Psyche fall in love with a monster. Instead, Eros fell in love with Psyche, and they had a dramatic love story before finally reuniting. Aphrodite was widely worshipped across Greece and Rome, with many temples in her honor. The sanctuary of Aphrodite in Cyprus. Paphos, Cyprus was her most sacred place. People came from all over Greece to worship her. Her priestesses performed sacred rituals of love and fertility. The Temple of Aphrodite at Corinth. This temple was one of the wealthiest in Greece. Sacred priestesses, often called sacred prostitutes, served the goddess. It was a major center for worship and pilgrimage. There are also festivals in her name. Aphrodisia, a festival in Athens and Corinth celebrating love and fertility. Adonia, a mourning festival for Adonis, held mainly by women. When Aphrodite is shown, she is almost always shown as eternally youthful and exquisitely beautiful, with perfect features that symbolize idealized feminine beauty in Greek culture. She is often partially or fully nude, especially in later classical and Hellenistic art, which emphasized her sensual nature. She sometimes wears diaphanous robes and wears a crown made of flowers.
The next one is
Hephaestus. He is the god of fire and a genius craftsman and divine blacksmith. Unlike the other deities, who are often depicted as flawless, Hephaestus is unique because of his physical imperfection. Hephaestus was not just a blacksmith, his abilities went far beyond forging weapons. Although Prometheus stole fire for humans, it was Hephaestus who originally controlled fire. Fire became the foundation of civilization, allowing metalworking, cooking, and technology. Hephaestus had control over magma. Volcanoes were believed to be his forges, and eruptions were his anger or work in progress. He gave humans the knowledge of metalworking, sculpture, and fire-based crafts. His influence is seen in modern engineering, blacksmithing, and design. In most myths he is the son of Zeus and Hera. In some other versions he doesn't have a dad. Hephaestus' birth story is one of rejection and hardship. Hephaestus was born crippled in one leg. Hera, ashamed of his imperfection, threw him off Mount Olympus. He fell into the sea and was raised by the sea goddesses Thetis and Eurynomy. He grew up in an underwater forge, where he became a master craftsman. In some myths, Hephaestus was not born lame. Later, he took Hera's side in an argument against Zeus. Zeus threw him off Olympus, and he fell for an entire day, landing on the island of Lemnos. The impact crippled his leg. He was married to Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. However, their marriage was unhappy because Aphrodite loved Ares, the god of war. Hephaestus suspected Aphrodite was unfaithful. He crafted an unbreakable golden net and placed it over their bed. When Ares and Aphrodite lay together, the net trapped them. Hephaestus called the other gods to witness their shame, but they just laughed. Humiliated, Hephaestus eventually freed them, but he and Aphrodite were never happy together. Though his marriage to Aphrodite was troubled, Hephaestus had other lovers. Aglaea, one of the three Graces, became his second wife. Etna, a minor goddess, was associated with volcanoes. He was also linked to various nymphs and mortals. His children included Erichthonius, a legendary king of Athens, who was born from the earth after Hephaestus attempted to pursue Athena. Hephaestus was the most skilled artisan of the gods. His workshop was located beneath volcanoes, where he forged incredible weapons and armor. Some of his creations include the palaces of Olympian. He designed golden mansions for each god on Mount Olympus. Zeus thunderbolts, given to Zeus as a powerful weapon. Achilles' armor. The near-invincible armor. Helios' chariot. The sun god's golden chariot that moves across the sky. The chains of Prometheus. Forged to bind Prometheus as punishment for giving fire to humans. And Pandora. The first woman, created by Hephaestus as a punishment for humanity. Zeus ordered Hephaestus to create Pandora, the first woman. She was beautiful but destined to bring doom. She opened the forbidden jar, releasing all evils upon the world, except hope, which remained inside. Hephaestus played a major role in the Trojan War, a conflict between the Greeks and the city of Troy, both as a creator and a fighter. When Achilles' friend Patroclus died, Achilles needed new, invincible armor. His mother Thetis begged Hephaestus to create one. He made a shield so powerful that it reflected the entire universe. With this armor, Achilles became nearly unstoppable. And he saved Hera from Zeus' wrath. When Hera tried to manipulate Zeus, he got angry and hung her from the sky. Hephaestus came to her rescue, even though she had once abandoned him. This shows that even though he was mistreated, he was still compassionate. Hephaestus is part of some other great myths. Hephaestus versus Athena. Hephaestus desired Athena, but she rejected all lovers. However, in one myth, Hephaestus tried to pursue her. He chased Athena but failed to capture her. In his frustration, his seed accidentally fell on the earth. From this seed of the forge, Erichthonius was born, a legendary king of Athens. Athena raised Erichthonius as her own, and he became a wise and powerful ruler. Hephaestus' revenge on Hera. After being thrown off Olympus by Hera, Hephaestus never forgot her rejection. So, he plotted revenge. He crafted a magnificent golden throne and sent it to Hera as a gift. When she sat on it, invisible chains suddenly trapped her. No one could free her, and she was stuck on the throne, unable to move. The gods begged Hephaestus to release her, but he refused out of spite. Finally, Dionysus, the god of wine, got Hephaestus drunk and brought him back to Olympus. Hephaestus agreed to release Hera, but only if he was given a place among the gods. Though not as widely worshipped as Zeus or Athena, Hephaestus did have important cult centers. His major temples are the Hephaestion, located in the Agora of Athens, showing his importance to craftsmen. One of the best preserved temples in Greece. And the temples in Lemnos. Lemnos was his sacred island, where he supposedly landed after being thrown from Olympus.
The 11th one is Hermes. He is the god of trade, thieves, travelers and the messenger of gods. He is known for his speed, intelligence, and wit. He was also seen as a guide and trickster. He has the ability to move between worlds, from Olympus to the mortal realm and even the underworld. Hermes was a rare god who could befriend both divine and mortal beings. He is the son of Zeus, the leader of the gods, and Maia, a titaness. Hermes was born in a cave on Mount Selene, Arcadia. He was incredibly gifted from birth. As a newborn, Hermes snuck out of his cradle and found a herd of Apollo's sacred cattle. He stole 50 cows, but to hide his tracks, he made them walk backward. This was his first trick. When Apollo found out, he was furious. Hermes had invented the lyre, a music instrument. So Hermes charmed him with music. Apollo forgave Hermes and traded the lyre for the stolen cattle, making Hermes the god of music's companion. Zeus laughed at Hermes' cleverness and made him the official messenger of the gods. He was the only god who could move freely between Olympus, Earth, and the underworld. He often carried Zeus' commands and was trusted with diplomatic tasks. Hermes had many different other roles, making him one of the most active and useful deities. He was the patron of travelers and merchants. Hermes protected merchants, traders, and businesspeople. Travelers often prayed to him for safe journeys. They placed stone markers called Hermes, pillars with Hermes' head, along roads for protection. God of thieves and trickery. Hermes was the patron of thieves, con artists, and tricksters. He used cleverness, not violence, to outwit opponents. Thieves prayed to Hermes for luck in their heists. Guide of souls. Hermes guided souls of the dead to the underworld, ensuring they reached Hades safely. He was one of the few gods Hades actually liked. His last role is being the god of language and wit. He invented the Greek alphabet and was the god of communication and rhetoric. He helped poets, writers, diplomats, and negotiators. Hermes is part of some famous myth stories. The first one is about Persephone. When Hades kidnapped Persephone, her mother Demeter was devastated. Zeus sent Hermes to the underworld to negotiate her release. Hermes persuaded Hades to let Persephone return for part of the year, creating the seasons. The second one is about Argus. Hera ordered Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard Io, a woman Zeus loved. Zeus sent Hermes to rescue Io. Hermes played soothing music and told long stories, making Argus fall asleep. Then, Hermes killed Argus, earning him the title, Argus Slayer. Hera placed Argus' eyes on the peacock's tail as a tribute. This myth shows Hermes' ability to use intelligence instead of brute force. The last one is about Pan. Hermes had many lovers, both goddesses and mortals. One of his most famous children was Pan, the half-goat god of the wild. Pan was born ugly and covered in fur, but Hermes proudly showed him to the gods. Pan became the god of shepherds, music, and nature. Unlike gods of war or kingship, Hermes was a god for everyday people. He was worshipped in temples and shrines. In Athens, Hermes was honored in markets and festivals for merchants and traders. Hermes, stone pillars, found all over Greece, placed at crossroads, homes, and markets for protection. And on Mount Selene, which was his birthplace, many Greeks worshipped him by making offerings. He also has a festival in his honor, Hermia, a festival where slaves and masters switched places for a day, celebrating trickery and wit. The planet Mercury is named after him, reflecting his speed and movement. Next up is Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, home, and family. She is the most important yet least talked about Olympian goddess. Hestia was considered the most peaceful and gentle of the Olympians, always preferring harmony over conflict. She represents the warmth of home, hospitality, and the sacred flame that binds families and communities together. She is kind, gentle, nurturing, peaceful, selfless, and humble. Her parents are Cronus, the leader of the Titans, and Rhea, the goddess of motherhood. Her siblings are the other Olympians. She never married and remained a perpetual virgin. But both Poseidon, god of the sea, and Apollo, god of the sun and prophecy, wanted to marry her. She swore an oath of eternal virginity to Zeus, dedicating herself to the hearth and home instead. Unlike Aphrodite, Artemis, or Hera, Hestia's form of femininity was not about passion, marriage, or childbirth, but about nurturing, protection, and inner strength. She was seen as the peaceful Olympian. Unlike her siblings Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, and Hades, who constantly fought for power, Hestia chose peace over conflict. She was originally one of the 12 Olympians, but when Dionysus was born, she willingly gave up her throne to him to avoid conflict. Despite this, she was still honored in every home and city, proving that true power doesn't always require a throne. Hestia doesn't have many myths, but here are some interesting stories about her. Hestia saves herself from assault. The drunken god Priapus once tried to assault Hestia while she was sleeping. Before he could do anything, a donkey brayed loudly, waking her up. She escaped unharmed, and because of this, donkeys became sacred animals to Hestia. Hestia and Prometheus fire. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods to give to humanity, it was considered stealing from Hestia's domain. Despite this, Hestia did not punish him, as she was compassionate toward humanity. She accepted that fire was now a gift for all. Hestia's role in the Trojan War. Unlike gods like Ares, who craved battle, Athena, who strategized for war, and Poseidon, who took sides in the Trojan War, Hestia stayed neutral. While other gods took sides in the war, Hestia focused on keeping the hearths burning and offering stability. Even in the middle of chaos and destruction, her presence ensured that home and civilization endured. Unlike other gods, Hestia doesn't have many dramatic myths or epic battles. Instead, she was deeply respected and honored in everyday life. In Greek households, the hearth, fireplace, was sacred to Hestia. families lit a fire in her honor. The hearth fire was never allowed to go out, as it symbolized the life and unity of the family. Whenever people moved to a new home or colony, they carried fire from their city's sacred hearth to start the new settlement. Every city had a public hearth where a sacred fire burned continuously. If it ever went out, it had to be relit from another sacred flame. She was so essential that before and after every meal, an offering of food was given to Hestia. In Greek culture, welcoming guests with warmth and kindness was sacred, and Hestia played a key role in this. Travelers, strangers, and beggars were always to be treated with respect, because Hestia's presence was in every home. The first and last offering in any home or temple was always given to Hestia. Unlike other Olympian gods who had grand temples and elaborate statues, Hestia's temple was every home. While Hestia's personal worship took place at home, she was also honored at the Prytaneon, a building in Greek cities where the city's eternal fire burned. This sacred fire symbolized the unity of the city and its people. Hestia's influence can still be seen today. The Olympic torch. The Olympic flame, carried from Greece to the host country, is inspired by Hestia's sacred fire. It symbolizes unity, continuity, and the eternal spirit of competition. The concept of home and hospitality. The idea that home is a sacred place comes from Hestia's influence. The warmth of the hearth is still a symbol of family and safety in many cultures. Hestia is a symbol of feminine strength. While other goddesses are known for war or beauty, Hestia's power comes from her inner peace and stability. She is a reminder that quiet strength is just as powerful as physical might. And the last one is Dionysus. He is the god of wine, theater, revelry, and ecstatic madness, embodying both joy and chaos. Dionysus was not just a party god. He represented transformation, chaos, and the breaking of boundaries. As the god of wine and ecstasy, Dionysus brought the gift of wine to humanity. Wine was seen as both a blessing and a curse. It could bring joy or madness. He taught mortals how to cultivate grapes but also warned them about excess. He was a patron of theater and storytelling. Dionysus was the god of drama and performance, inspiring poets, playwrights, and actors. He was also seen as the liberator. Dionysus was a god of freedom, breaking social and gender norms. His cult welcomed outcasts, women, slaves, and foreigners, unlike most other Greek religious practices. His rituals allowed people to shed their normal identities and embrace wild, ecstatic states. And as god of madness and chaos, he drove people insane when they denied him or tried to suppress his worship. His parents are Zeus, king of the gods, and Semele, a mortal princess. Dionysus has one of the strangest birth stories in Greek mythology. His mother, Semele, was a mortal princess who had an affair with Zeus. Hera, jealous of Semele, tricked her into asking Zeus to reveal his true godly form. When Zeus did, his divine power incinerated Semele, but Zeus saved the unborn Dionysus by sewing him into his own thigh. Months later, Dionysus was reborn from Zeus' thigh, making him the only Olympian born from a god and a mortal. This is why Dionysus is sometimes called the twice-born god. Unlike most Olympians, Dionysus was raised away from Mount Olympus. After his birth, Hermes took him to be raised by nymphs in the mountains to protect him from Hera. As he grew older, he wandered the world, spreading the secrets of wine, theater, and religious ecstasy. Because he was born of a mortal mother, many viewed him as not fully divine, and he was often rejected by kings and cities. Pentheus, king of Thebes, banned Dionysian rituals and mocked Dionysus as a fraud. Dionysus tricked Pentheus into dressing as a woman to spy on the Maenads, his frenzied female followers. Pentheus was discovered, and the Maenads, in their divine madness, tore him limb from limb. His own mother, Agave, killed him with her bare hands, thinking he was a lion. The daughters of King Minyas refused to worship Dionysus, preferring work over festivals. Dionysus cursed them with madness, making them hallucinate and tear apart their own children, thinking they were animals. There are some more famous myths about Dionysus. The Maenads. The Maenads were Dionysus' wild female followers. They roamed the mountains, drinking, dancing, and entering a divine frenzy. In this state, they became supernaturally strong and could tear apart animals, and sometimes men, with their bare hands. The Satyrs. Satyrs were half-man, half-goat beings who followed Dionysus. They were symbols of indulgence, sexuality, and humor. Pan, the god of the wild, was often depicted as a satyr-like companion of Dionysus. Dionysus and Ariadne, a love story. Ariadne, a Cretan princess, was abandoned by Theseus on the island of Naxos. Dionysus found her, fell in love, and made her his immortal wife. He gave her a golden crown, which became the constellation Corona Borealis. The pirates who mocked Dionysus. A group of pirates kidnapped Dionysus, thinking he was a rich noble. They mocked him and refused to believe he was a god. Dionysus transformed their ship into a mass of vines, turned into a lion, and sent a wave of madness upon them. The pirates jumped into the sea and were transformed into dolphins. Dionysus had one of the most widespread and unique cults in ancient Greece. They worshipped Dionysus in the theatre of Dionysus, Athens, where actors would wear masks and take on different identities. This is the birthplace of Greek drama. At the Dionysia, a festival of wine and theatre plays were performed in his honor. Mystery cults. Followers of Dionysus participated in secret rituals involving dance, music, and ecstatic experiences. His worship spread across Greece, Rome, and even parts of Asia, influencing later Bacchic cults.
Minor deities, divine figures with more specific domains, often assisting or acting under Olympians. This video is about all the 10 minor deities we discussed in this series. We start the video with number 1. Eros. Not the winged boy of Valentine's cards but the ancient, chthonic Eros. He is a primordial god of irresistible desire and creative chaos. Before love was sweet, it was overwhelming. Before it was romantic, it was cosmic. Eros symbolizes a primordial desire. In the earliest Greek cosmologies, Eros is not a cherub with a bow. He is the force of attraction that drew form from chaos, that made beings unite, separate, and create. A cosmic compulsion. Eros is not love as a choice, he is love as inevitability. A divine push toward union, generation, and transformation. And he symbolizes life and death intertwined. Eros is just as present in the darkness of the underworld as in the blooming of spring. Creation and destruction are part of the same cycle and Eros drives it all. Origins and family. In the Orphic and Hesiodic traditions, Eros is one of the first gods to emerge from chaos along with Gaia, Earth, Tartarus, the Abyss, and Nyx, Night. He is not born, he simply is. In other traditions, he is the child of Nyx, alone desire birthed in the depths of night. Or of Aphrodite and Ares, giving him a more Olympian, anthropomorphic form. But in this series, we focus on the older version. Eros is a primordial, chthonic force, the invisible thread that ties souls, lovers, gods, and even atoms together. Eros in the underworld. Though rarely seen as a ruler of the dead, Eros plays a role in many underworld tales. He binds Hades and Persephone in their strange, eternal marriage. He lingers in Orphic hymns, where the soul's journey through death is also a longing, a hunger for reunion, for return. In funeral rites, the Greek dead were honored with tokens of beauty and affection, signs that even in death, Eros endures. Eros isn't just the beginning of life. He is the unspoken force that urges souls forward even into darkness. Myths and stories involving Eros. Myth number 1, the first pulse of the cosmos. In the beginning, there was chaos, empty, yawning nothingness. But then came Eros. Not with arrows, but as a golden shimmer in the dark. Eros did not speak, but his presence caused the first beings to yearn. Gaia longed for Uranus. Nyx bore children of night and shadow. From stillness came motion, from silence song. All of it stirred by Eros. He is not love as we know it, but the original ache. Myth number 2, Psyche's descent. In a later tale, we meet Eros as the secretive lover of Psyche, a mortal woman. When Psyche is cast down to the underworld to complete impossible tasks for Aphrodite, it is not her strength that guides her but her longing for Eros. Even in Hades, her desire sustains her. She passes through the shadows not with hate, but with love. and Eros silent and unseen watches from afar. It is through this journey that Psyche is made immortal, proving that love even in its darkest trials is transformative. Myth number 3, the binding of the gods. One Orphic fragment tells of Eros, older than Zeus, binding the first gods together with invisible chains. They do not speak of it, but none can resist him. He joins night with darkness. He calls Gaia to shape. He urges Kronos to act. Even the gods of order and reason are helpless before him. Not because he is cruel, but because he is inevitable. Worship and depiction. As a primordial, chthonic being, Eros was worshipped in mystery cults and poetic hymns more than in temples. The Orphics sang of him as the first god, hatched from the world egg, with golden wings and flashing eyes. He was sometimes depicted as a serpent, a symbol of both renewal and death. Or as a beautiful youth, but more terrifying than charming, a face that reminds mortals of everything they cannot control. Eros was invoked in rites of fertility, death, and rebirth. Because to the ancients, desire was not light-hearted, it was sacred, terrifying, and deep. Number 2 is Nike. Not the modern brand, but the ancient winged goddess of victory. She moves between realms, battlefield and underworld, heaven and earth. Nike isn't just about triumph. She's about struggle, finality, and the thin, breathless line between survival and oblivion. Nike symbolizes victory through struggle. Nike appears not before the battle, but after. She represents the moment of decision, when fate tilts, when the dust clears and only one side stands. A divine favor and moral fate. In Greek thought, success wasn't just effort, it was granted. Nike is that blessing, that sudden gust of fortune at the finish line. And she symbolizes boundary crossing. Though often linked to the Olympians, Nike has roots in older, more primal forces. She soars from Olympus to the underworld, carrying the final verdict. Origins and family. Nike is the daughter of Pallas, the titan of Warcraft, and Styx, the goddess of the underworld river of Odes. This makes Nike part chthonic by blood. She is born of discipline and strife, oath and consequence. Her siblings are Kratos, the god of strength, Bia, the goddess force, and Zealous, the god of rivalry. Together, they represent the forces that enable victory, but Nike is the moment of completion. When Zeus began his war against the Titans, Styx and her children were the first to side with him. Nike stood by Zeus not as a servant, but as the seal of his right to rule. Nike in the underworld. Though she is seen on victory monuments and trophies, Nike also dwells in darker places. In funeral games, Nike presides over contests to honor the dead, turning grief into glory. In Orphic traditions, she is invoked in soul journey rituals, symbolizing the soul's victory over the body. And in epitaphs, Nike appears as a winged figure carrying the soul upward, not unlike Hermes, but with a finality he lacks. Victory, after all, means the end of struggle, and sometimes, that means death. Myths and stories involving Nike. Myth number 1, the First War. During the Titanomachy, the great war between the old gods and the Olympians, Nike chose a side. While many gods waited to see who would win, Nike flew to Zeus's side before the battle even began. With her came Bia, Kratos, and Zealous. It is said that Zeus did not truly become king until Nike landed beside him. Her presence confirmed his victory, not as a hope, but as a destiny. Myth number 2, Achilles in the funeral games. After the death of Patroclus, Achilles holds funeral games in his honor, races, duels, contests of strength and skill. As the heroes compete, Nike watches. She isn't cheering, she's measuring. Not who tries the hardest, but who fate favors. And when the dust settles, Nike appears beside the winner, placing a wreath of leaves, or simply vanishing. Her presence felt like the hush after thunder. Myth number 3, Nike in the mortal soul. In later mystery cults, especially Orphic and Dionysian rites, Nike becomes more than a goddess of battle. She is seen as the spirit that guides the soul past its final struggle, the agon, the test, into freedom. For the initiated, death is not defeat. It is the ultimate victory, the escape from the cycle of rebirth. Nike, in this role, becomes psychopomp, winged and silent, bearing the soul toward Elysium, if it is worthy. Worship and depiction. Nike was both honored and felt. She had altars across Greece, often shared with Athena, goddess of strategy. Her statue once stood atop the Acropolis, wings outstretched, a reminder of divine favor earned, not given. In art, Nike is always in motion. Oh, winged, running, or flying. Oh, holding a wreath, palm, or a stylus recording a name. Oh, sometimes crowning a victor, sometimes silently observing. But there are no temples deep in the earth to her, because Nike doesn't wait. She arrives at the end of every story, and then she is gone. Number 3 is Iris. Most people know Iris as the personification of the rainbow, bright, colorful, and skybound. But in the older myths, she was something more, a divine messenger who could travel not just through the sky, but across all realms, Olympus, Earth, and the underworld. Iris is not only light, she is the bridge between light and shadow. Iris symbolizes the communication between realms. Iris serves as a link between gods and mortals, mortals and the dead, gods and gods. She is the unseen thread that delivers messages from one world to the next. Divine transition. As the rainbow touches both the sky and the earth, Iris represents movement, not only across space, but through states of being, from life to death, confusion to clarity. And she symbolizes purification and passage. In some traditions, Iris draws water from the river Styx to bind oaths, purify souls, or seal divine agreements. Though she is not wrathful or cruel, her presence always signals change, and sometimes, endings. Origins and family. Iris is the daughter of Thaumas, a sea deity, name meaning wonder, and Electra, an Oceanid nymph, name meaning shining. This gives Iris her unique nature, part sky, part sea. Her siblings include the Harpies, the storm spirits, making Iris their opposite, graceful, radiant, and fast as thought. And in later Roman myth, she is sometimes associated with Arcus, her rainbow form, which touches all realms like a divine tether. Iris in the underworld. Though she serves the Olympians, especially Hera, Iris is also one of the few gods permitted to enter the underworld without invitation. She carries messages to Hades and Persephone during times of crisis or divine decree. She draws water from the river Styx, a sacred river whose waters are used in the most serious divine oaths. In some traditions, Iris guides the dying, not like Hermes guiding the soul, but as the last color they see. The final beauty before the dark. Her rainbow, then, becomes a threshold, the soul passes under it, like a gate of light before entering the realm below. Myths and stories involving Iris. Myth number 1, the last oath of the gods. When the gods must swear a sacred, irreversible oath, they do so upon the waters of the Styx, the only vow that cannot be broken. But who gathers these waters? Not Zeus. Not Hermes. Iris. She flies down from Olympus, her rainbow trailing behind her, and descends into the shadows. There, she fills a golden ewer from the Black River and brings it back. When the gods drink, their words become law. And if they lie, they fall into a year of silence and 9 more of exile. Only Iris is trusted to carry such a burden. Myth number 2, the rainbow after the storm. After the war with the Titans, as Zeus restructured the cosmos, many feared the chaos had broken the boundaries between worlds. Death leaked into life. Fear clouded the air. Iris was sent to weave the realms back together. Her rainbow stitched sky to sea, mountain to underworld. It was said that wherever her arc touched the earth, peace followed, a sign that the gods had reclaimed order. This is why, even today, a rainbow after a storm is seen as a divine sign. Iris has passed by. Myth number 3, the silent summons. In some Orphic texts, Iris is invoked during soul purification rituals. not to guide the soul, but to invite the gods to witness. When a mortal prepares for death, a rainbow-colored thread is offered in ritual. It is said to call Iris down. If she comes, the soul may speak its final truth. If she does not, the truth remains buried in shadow. Worship and depiction. Iris was worshipped quietly, more acknowledged than adored. She had no major temples, but was often depicted in sacred spaces as a bridge between deities. In votive offerings, artists painted or carved her with wings like a bird, a herald's staff, Karakian, a water pitcher from the Styx, flowing robes that ripple with all the colors of the sky. She is often shown in motion, never resting. Because Iris is not a goddess of being, but of becoming. Number 4 is Nemesis. Most people know Nemesis as the goddess of revenge, cold, calculating, and relentless. But that's only part of the story. In the older myths, she is not simply a force of punishment, but of balance. Nemesis is justice, not the kind that favors the mighty, but the kind that humbles the proud. She is the reckoning that follows arrogance. The evening of the scales when mortals, and even gods, go too far. Nemesis symbolizes retribution, not revenge. She doesn't punish out of anger. She responds to hubris, the overreaching pride or arrogance that offends the natural order. When someone takes more than their share, Nemesis restores equilibrium. She also symbolizes divine justice. While Dike, another goddess, represents justice through law and morality, Nemesis is the force that acts when that justice is broken. She is the backlash of the cosmos. The last thing she symbolizes is fortune's shadow. Nemesis is often paired with Tyche, the goddess of luck. Where Tyche lifts someone up, Nemesis waits to bring them back down, not out of cruelty, but to keep fate from tilting too far. Origins and family. Nemesis is usually said to be the daughter of the goddess Nyx, the primordial goddess of shadows and mystery. In some versions, she is born without a father, sprung from Nyx alone, like a judgment that needs no permission. In other myths, she is the daughter of the god Erebus, the god of darkness, or even of Oceanus, the titan of the ocean, giving her a more fluid and universal reach. This uncertain origin reflects her nature, ancient, independent, and unanswerable. Nemesis and the gods. Unlike other minor deities, Nemesis doesn't serve the Olympians, she keeps them in check. When Narcissus rejected all love and adored only his own image, Nemesis was the one who made him fall for his reflection, a punishment not out of malice, but mere justice. She is invoked when power goes unchecked, when arrogance festers, or when mortals cry out for divine balance. Myths and stories involving Nemesis. Myth number 1, the fall of Narcissus. Narcissus was beautiful, admired by all, and dismissive of everyone. One day, a rejected lover prayed for justice. Nemesis heard. She led Narcissus to a still pool. There, he saw his own reflection and fell in love with it. Unable to reach or leave it, he wasted away. Not because Nemesis hated him, but because he had to see what he had become. Myth number 2, the scales of Troy. Before the Trojan War, many omens were given. But when Agamemnon took Briseis from Achilles, an act of pride, Nemesis was said to have turned her gaze toward the Greeks. From that moment, their fortunes began to tilt. Though not always named in the epics, Nemesis was there, behind the downfall, behind the hubris of heroes. Myth number 3, the winged chase. In some myths, Zeus pursued Nemesis, wishing to possess her. She fled, transforming into many animals, fish, bird, deer, always just out of reach. Finally, she became a goose, and Zeus a swan. From this union, she laid an egg. That egg was given to Leda, and from it, Helen of Troy was born. This story links Nemesis to Helen, whose beauty caused a war, perhaps a hidden warning: beauty and pride, unbalanced, breed disaster. Worship and depiction. Nemesis was worshipped widely across Greece, especially in times of unrest or after victory, when pride threatened to rise. She had temples, most famously at Rhamnus, where she was revered as a guardian of justice and protector of balance. She is often depicted holding a measuring rod or scales to weigh deeds, or a sword or whip to deliver consequence. And sometimes she has wings, because no one can outrun retribution. Usually, there is a wheel in the picture to depict the cycle of fortune. And sometimes, she wears a crown of stags, signifying the hunted and the hunter. Number 5 is Tai Chi. Most people know Tai Chi as the goddess of luck, that mysterious force that gives fortune to some and misfortune to others. But she's not just a symbol of chance. In older traditions, Tai Chi is a force of fate, fortune, and fragile balance, the spinning wheel on which kingdoms rise and fall. She doesn't simply bring good luck. She brings whatever luck comes next. Tai Chi symbolizes fortune, both good and bad. Tai Chi is not a goddess of blessing or curse. She is the randomness of life, the unexpected turn. One day she lifts you up, the next, she may let go. She also symbolizes fate's shifting hand. She is closely linked to the morai, the fates, but where they spin the thread, Tai Chi decides how it tangles, or untangles. She's the moment when a plan meets reality. And the last thing she symbolizes is civic fortune. In later times, cities began to see Tai Chi not only as a personal force, but as the spirit of an entire city's destiny, its rise, glory, or ruin. Origins and family. Tai Chi is usually said to be the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, the titans of the ocean and fresh water, making her one of the many Oceanids, the freshwater nymphs, but with a far greater domain. In some accounts, she is also a daughter of Zeus, the king of the gods, which would explain her ability to bestow or revoke fortune from kings and empires alike. Her companions vary by tradition, but she is often paired with Nemesis, the goddess of balance, who follows in her wake to restore balance, or the Agathos daimon, the good spirit of fortune in households and cities. Tai Chi in the world. Tai Chi is one of the most unpredictable deities in Greek myth, not cruel, not kind, simply unconcerned. She represents a universe that doesn't always reward the worthy or punish the wicked, only chance decides. The Greeks turned to Tai Chi when plans failed for no reason, or when unexpected success fell into their laps. She was a way to explain the unexplainable, the swing of events beyond logic or merit. Myths and stories involving Tai Chi. Myth number 1, the rise and fall of cities. As empires expanded across the Mediterranean, Tai Chi became the guardian of each city's fate. Cities even crafted their own versions of her: Tai Chi of Athens, Tai Chi of Antioch, Tai Chi of Rome. In art, she wore a city wall as her crown, holding a cornucopia in one hand, for abundance, and a rudder in the other, steering the city's future. But when cities grew too proud, Tai Chi would turn her wheel. Myth number 2, the rudder and the wheel. One tale tells of a sailor who prayed to Tai Chi during a storm. His ship, battered and sinking, was suddenly carried to shore by a strange current. He built a shrine to Tai Chi there. But years later, he returned as a wealthy merchant, boasting he had conquered the sea himself. That same night, a wave struck his ship in perfect weather. Tai Chi had turned her rudder, not out of vengeance, but to remind him, "You were never steering." Myth number 3, the banquet of the gods. In one obscure myth, Tai Chi is invited to a feast of the gods. She sits silently as each deity boasts of their powers: war, wisdom, love, the sea. When it's her turn, she says nothing. Instead, she drops a die onto the floor. It lands, and all the gods fall silent, remembering that no matter their strength or plan, fate still rolls the dice. Worship and depiction. Tai Chi was widely worshipped in the Hellenistic and Roman worlds, especially in cities and port towns, where fortune was life or death. She had a temple in Antioch, where her most famous statue stood, Tai Chi seated, crowned with city walls, 1 foot on the river god Orontes. And she also had a temple in Alexandria, Corinth, and later, Rome, where Fortuna, her Roman name, became a powerful civic goddess. When she is depicted, she usually wears a crown of battlements, symbolizing city sovereignty. Sometimes she holds a cornucopia, for abundance. Or sometimes, she wears a blindfold, showing that luck is impartial. Number 6 is Hebe. Most people know Hebe as the goddess of youth, the eternal freshness that time can't touch. But she's not just a symbol of looking young. Hebe represents renewal, vitality, and the ever-returning energy of life. She is the cupbearer of the gods, but more than that, she is what fills the cup. Hebe symbolizes youth and vitality. Hebe isn't just about physical beauty or springtime energy. She is the essence of rejuvenation, the force that restores strength, not only in body, but in spirit. When the gods grow weary, she fills their cup, and with it, their power returns. She also symbolizes service and grace. As cupbearer of Olympus, Hebe's role seems humble, but it places her at the heart of divine order. She serves not because she is lesser, but because she is trusted. She brings balance, elegance, and duty, a reminder that even gods need support. And the last thing she symbolizes is marriage and harmony. Later myths tell of her union with Heracles, a mortal made divine. Through this marriage, Hebe symbolizes harmony between strength and serenity, might and gentleness. She is the peaceful home after a life of war. Origins and family. Hebe is the daughter of Zeus and Hera, the king and queen of the gods. Unlike many gods born from chaos or conflict, Hebe is born of divine order and royal union. This gives her a unique place in Olympus, beloved of both her parents and trusted by all. She is often seen beside her mother, Hera, acting as her attendant, especially in matters of marriage and family. Hebe in the world. Though not as famous as Athena or Artemis, Hebe plays a quiet, powerful role. She is renewal made divine, the moment when strength returns, when hope is rekindled. In a world where everything ages, Hebe is the exception. She is what makes second chances possible, what lets even the gods begin again. Mortals rarely prayed to her directly, but artists, poets, and philosophers often mentioned her as a symbol of ideal youth. In Roman tradition, she was sometimes merged with Juventus, the spirit of young soldiers and civic renewal. Myths and stories involving Hebe. Myth number 1, the fall of Ganymede. When Zeus abducts Ganymede to serve as cupbearer, some say it was Hebe he replaced. Others say she stepped aside willingly, or temporarily. But this tale shows the fragility of even divine roles, and how Hebe, like youth itself, can be taken for granted. Myth number 2, the wedding of Heracles and Hebe. After Heracles dies and is brought to Olympus as a god, he is given Hebe as his bride. This union marks his true redemption, not just in strength, but in spirit. Together, they become symbols of eternal youth and earned peace. Some myths say their children, Alexiers and Anicetus, guarded Olympus, young gods of strength and safety. Myth number 3, the cup that never empties. One lesser-known tale tells of a mortal artist who dreams of the gods' feast. He sees Hebe walking among them, refilling every goblet, and notices her cup never runs dry. He asks why. She smiles and says, because the gods still believe in joy. When he wakes, he paints her image, and says it gave him back his will to live. Worship and depiction. While Hebe didn't have widespread cults, she was honored in a few key places. Phlius, her mother Hera's sacred city, had a local festival in her honor. In Athens, young men about to enter adulthood made offerings to Hebe, asking for strength, clarity, and courage. In art, Hebe is usually shown as a beautiful maiden, often with wings, a golden cup in her hand, and a soft, timeless expression. She may be pouring nectar for the gods, or walking beside Hera. Sometimes, she's shown with Heracles, a calm presence beside his heroic form. Number 7 is Pan. Most people know Pan as the god of the wild, half man, half goat, playing his pipes in lonely forests. But he's not just a rustic figure of old hills and flocks. Pan is a primal force, the echo in the mountains, the fear that strikes without reason, the freedom of life untouched by cities or rules. Pan symbolizes the wild and untamed. Pan is the spirit of nature at its rawest, not cultivated gardens, but deep woods, lonely pastures, sudden winds. He is the pulse of the wilderness, unpredictable, fertile, chaotic. He protects shepherds, guides animals, and watches over the hidden places of the world. He also symbolizes panic and ecstasy. The word panic comes from Pan. His sudden presence, his cries from the hills, could drive soldiers or travelers into uncontrollable fear. But he also brings rapture. His music inspires joy, dancing, and frenzied inspiration. Pan reminds us that awe and terror often live side by side. The last thing he symbolizes is fertility and desire. Pan is a god of fertility, not in the refined sense of courtship or marriage, but in the raw instinct of nature. He chases nymphs, sings love songs, and stirs desire in gods and mortals alike. He represents life's drive to grow, to mate, to bloom without shame. Origins and family. Pan's origins vary, but he is often said to be the son of Hermes, god of trade, and a nymph. Other sources state that he is the son of Dryope, Penelope, or Callisto. From Hermes, he inherits speed and trickery. From nature, he inherits instinct and wildness. He was born with goat legs, horns, and a beard, and yet the gods delighted in him. Even Apollo, god of music, honored Pan for his musical gifts. Pan has no throne on Olympus. He lives in Arcadia, the mountainous heartland of Greece, untouched by time. There, he walks among satyrs and nymphs, playing his syrinx, the panpipes, and watching over fields and flocks. Pan in the world. Pan is not a city god. He does not guide empires or bless temples. He lives where humans are guests, not rulers. In the countryside, Pan is sacred, found in shady groves, spring-fed caves, and lonely valleys. To encounter him is to feel both wonder and vulnerability. The Greeks respected Pan and feared him. A shepherd might offer him honey or milk for protection. A traveler might pray to avoid his sudden rage. Pan is freedom without form, joy without etiquette, power without control. He reminds us that civilization is a thin veil, and nature still watches from the hills. Myths and stories involving Pan. Myth number 1, the creation of the panpipes. Pan once fell in love with the nymph Syrinx, who fled his pursuit. At the river's edge, she begged for escape and was transformed into reeds. Pan, heartbroken, cut the reeds and fashioned them into his instrument. So the panpipes were born, a song made from longing. Myth number 2, Pan and the defeat of the giants. In the great war between gods and giants, Pan played a strange role. He let out a terrifying, inhuman shout, so fierce it sent the giants fleeing. This became known as panic, divine fear from a primal god. Myth number 3, Pan in the contest with Apollo. Pan once challenged Apollo, the god of music, to a contest. Pan played his wild pipes, Apollo his lyre. King Midas judged in Pan's favor, and Apollo, offended, gave Midas donkey ears. The story isn't just about pride, it's about the eternal clash between civilization and the wild. Worship and depiction. Pan was worshipped mostly in rural Greece, especially in Arcadia. His shrines were not grand temples, but caves and groves, wild places fitting for a wild god. In Athens, he gained fame after the Battle of Marathon, where soldiers claimed he had inspired fear in the enemy. He is usually depicted as half man, half goat, with shaggy legs, small horns, and a bearded face. Sometimes he dances, sometimes he lounges, often with a grin or a lustful glance. He holds a panpipe in one hand, the sound of wild nature made music. Number 8 is Eos. Most people know Eos as the goddess of the dawn, the soft light before sunrise, the rosy fingers that open the sky. But she's not just the color of morning. Eos is the first breath of the day, a herald of hope, restlessness, and renewal. She moves between night and day, shadow and light, and with every sunrise, she begins the world again. Eos symbolizes new beginnings. Eos is the fresh start, the reset, the blank slate. Every day, she rises from Oceanus and crosses the sky, making way for Helios, the sun. She reminds us that no matter how dark the night, the dawn always returns. She also symbolizes transition and liminality. Eos exists in between, not of night, not yet of day. She is a liminal force, guiding the world from sleep to waking, from dreams to deeds. Like many dawn deities across cultures, she symbolizes the threshold, the moment just before change. And the last thing she symbolizes is love and longing. Eos is also known for her passionate heart. In myth after myth, she falls in love with mortal men. Some say it's because of a curse, others say it's simply her nature. Eos doesn't hide her desires. She chases them with beauty, grief, and devotion. Origins and family. Eos is a Titaness, daughter of Hyperion, the Titan of light, and Thea, the goddess of sight. That makes her sister to Helios, the sun, and Selene, the moon, the three celestial lights of the sky. Though she comes from the generation before the Olympians, Eos continued to be revered long after the Titanomachy. She is not a ruler, but she is irreplaceable. Every morning begins with her. Eos in the world. The Greeks saw Eos as a gentle but unstoppable force. She rode a golden chariot, drawn by winged horses, her robes stained with the colors of the sky. With dewdrops on her feet and light in her hair, she opened the gates of heaven for her brother Helios. But her beauty carried a tragic weight. Aphrodite, jealous of one of her affairs, cursed her with insatiable desire, especially for mortal men. And because she was immortal, she would watch her lovers age and die. Eos is the hope of each new day, but also the sorrow that comes with time. She brings beginnings, but cannot stop endings. Myths and stories involving Eos. Myth number 1, Eos and Tithonus. Eos fell deeply in love with Tithonus, a prince of Troy. She begged Zeus to grant him immortality, but forgot to ask for eternal youth. Tithonus lived forever, but withered into frailty, eventually shrinking into a grasshopper. Eos loved him still, even as time stole everything else. The myth is a warning: immortality without youth is not a gift, it's a curse. Myth number 2, the abduction of Orion. In one version of Orion's story, Eos takes the handsome hunter to be her lover. Their happiness is brief. Orion is killed, either by Artemis or a scorpion sent by Gaia. The tale shows Eos's restless yearning, and how her joy is always shadowed by loss. Myth number 3, the herald of the sun. Every day, Eos rises before her brother Helios. She opens the gates of the east with her own hands, scattering stars and waking birds. Without her, the sun cannot rise. She doesn't command the sky, but she begins it. Worship and depiction. Eos wasn't widely worshipped with temples or formal cults, but she was honored in poetry, art, and ritual language. She appears often in Homeric hymns, where she is called rosy-fingered and saffron-robed. Her presence marked the start of battle, the journey home, the turning of fate. In art, Eos is shown as a winged woman, draped in flowing robes, often reaching or flying forward. She might carry a torch, a chariot's reins, or the dew of morning. Sometimes, she is seen lifting the veil of night or scattering flowers across the sky. Number 9 is Selene. Most people know Selene as the goddess of the moon, drifting silently across the night sky in her silver chariot. But she's not just the moon itself. Selene is the rhythm of time, the pull of tides, the glow in darkness. She is calm and watchful, the eternal eye in the night sky. Selene symbolizes the power of the moon. Selene is the very embodiment of the moon's presence. She governs its phases, waxing, full, and waning. To the ancient Greeks, she wasn't just associated with the moon, she was the moon. Each night she rides her path across the sky, bathing the world in cold, gentle light. She also symbolizes cycles in time. Selene represents the passage of time not in hours, but in rhythms, the cycle of months, the pull of seasons, the changing tides. Her light grows and fades like breath. In many calendars, the moon marked the months, and Selene was time's quiet heartbeat. The last thing she symbolizes is dreams and stillness. While her sister Eos brings dawn and action, Selene brings stillness, reflection, and dreams. She rides when the world sleeps, watching, glowing, guarding. She is the light in darkness, not to conquer it, but to soften it. Origins and family. Selene is a Titaness, daughter of Hyperion, the Titan of light, and Thea, goddess of vision. That makes her sister to Helios, the sun, and Eos, the dawn, together, the celestial trio that rules the sky. Though the Olympians overthrew the Titans, Selene continued to hold her knightly place. Unlike Artemis, who later took on lunar aspects, Selene remains the moon itself, ancient, elemental, and eternal. Selene in the world. Selene's chariot is silver or pearl white, drawn by two winged horses, or sometimes bulls, whose horns resemble crescent moons. She travels the sky in silence, her robes glowing, a crown of light on her head. She was honored not just for her beauty, but her mystery. Unlike the sun, which reveals everything, the moon reveals only what it chooses. Selene is gentle but distant, radiant but unreachable, a goddess of both presence and absence. In many ways, she is the ideal of ancient divinity. Remote, timeless, serene, and deeply woven into the fabric of the world. Myths and stories involving Selene. Myth number 1, Selene and Endymion. This is her most famous story. Selene fell in love with Endymion, a beautiful mortal shepherd. To keep him with her forever, she asked Zeus to grant him eternal sleep. Each night, she visits him, watching or kissing him as he lies in perfect slumber, never aging, never waking. Some versions say he sleeps in a cave on Mount Latmos. Others say the moonlight itself is her touch upon him. The myth captures both romance and sorrow, a love forever present, yet never fully shared. Myth number 2, Selene and Pan. The wild god Pan once fell in love with Selene. To win her, he gave her a gift, a shining white fleece. Whether out of affection or amusement, Selene rode on his goat-backed chariot through the night. This strange pairing of moonlight and wildness shows Selene's unexpected depth, graceful, yes, but not unreachable or cold. Myth number 3, Selene as timekeeper. Though rarely told in direct myths, Selene played a key role in daily Greek life. Her phases guided planting and harvest, sacred rituals, and festivals. Every full moon was a sacred marker, the height of her power. To follow Selene was to live in rhythm with nature. Worship and depiction. Selene was honored more through poetry and ritual than grand temples. In many hymns, she is called radiant, bright-armed, or torch-bearing. Her presence was felt on moonlit nights, when prayers and offerings were made in silence. In art, Selene is shown as a beautiful woman with pale skin and a moon-shaped crown. She may carry a torch, ride her chariot, or walk across the sky draped in flowing robes. Sometimes she is winged. Sometimes she is veiled, her face hidden, like the moon during eclipse. Selene's Roman counterpart is Luna, who was worshipped more formally in later periods, especially in relation to magic, fertility, and mystery rites. Number 10 is Helios. Most people know Helios as the sun god, the one who drives a flaming chariot across the sky each day. But Helios is more than just light. He is sight, memory, truth, the unblinking eye of heaven. He sees everything, hides nothing, and burns through illusion with every rising dawn. Helios symbolizes solar power and light. Helios is the very essence of sunlight, bright, burning, and constant. He does not represent the sun, he is the sun. Each morning, he rises from the edge of the world, drives his chariot across the sky, and descends into the far west, lighting the earth and sky. he also symbolizes sight and witness. Because he sees all from above, Helios was invoked as a divine witness. In oaths and curses, people called on Helios to see the truth and punish lies. He is the eye of justice, not blind, but all-seeing. The last thing he symbolizes is unyielding truth. Helios is not gentle. His light reveals what others would hide. He exposes secrets, reveals betrayal, and shines on the guilty as easily as the innocent. His power lies not in judgment, but in illumination. Origins and family. Helios is a Titan, son of Hyperion, the Titan of light, and Thea, goddess of sight. His sisters are Selene, goddess of the moon, and Eos, the goddess of the dawn. Together, the three siblings form the core of the sky's daily cycle. After the Titans were overthrown by the Olympians, Helios retained his cosmic role. Though Apollo later became more associated with the sun, Helios remained a separate and powerful force, especially in older myths. Helios in the world. Helios rides a golden chariot pulled by 4 blazing horses, often named Pyroas, Eos, Ethon, and Phlegon. He rises from the eastern sea at dawn, travels the full arch of the sky by midday, and sinks into Oceanus at sunset. At night, he journeys back in a golden cup or bark beneath the earth, ready to rise again. The ancients feared and respected him. His light gave life, but could also scorch. He could bless crops or wither them. He was the flame that never flickered, steady, unmerciful, divine. Myths and stories involving Helios. Myth number 1, Helios and the fall of Troy. In the Iliad, when oaths are sworn, Helios is invoked as a witness. He is the cosmic guarantee that truth cannot be hidden forever. When treachery breaks oaths, Helios sees and remembers. Myth number 2, Helios and the island of Thrinacia. In the Odyssey, Odysseus and his crew land on Thrinacia, Helios' sacred island, home to his immortal cattle. Despite warnings, the crew slaughters the animals. Helios demands vengeance, threatening to shine no more. Zeus strikes the ship with a storm, killing the crew. Only Odysseus survives. It's a myth about sacred law and the price of violating divine boundaries. Myth number 3, Phaeton's ride. Helios had a mortal son, Phaeton, who begged to drive the sun chariot for one day. Reluctantly, Helios agreed. But Phaeton lost control. The horses veered wildly, scorching the earth and freezing the sky. Zeus struck him down with a thunderbolt to save the world. Helios mourned deeply. The myth reminds us, divine power is not for mortal hands. Even light can destroy. Worship and depiction. Helios was worshipped across the Greek world, especially in Rhodes, where he was the patron god. The famous Colossus of Rhodes, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, was a statue of Helios, towering, radiant, crowned with sunbeams. In art, Helios is shown as a youthful, radiant man with a shining crown or aureole. He often stands in his chariot, or driving it across the heavens with fire streaming behind. Sometimes, his eyes blaze like the sun itself, golden, direct, and impossible to escape. In later periods, Helios was merged with Apollo, but his older identity remained distinct, the pure sun, not as music or prophecy, but as power, fire, and vision. Mythical enemies of the heroes. We start off with the Nemean lion, Ceryneian hind, and the Caledonian boar. Each one feared. Each one hunted. Each one unforgettable. The Nemean lion, the beast with an unbreakable hide, symbolizes brute force and impossibility, courage in the face of the unwinnable, what must be overcome, not outrun. In the rocky hills of Nemea, a lion roamed, huge, wild, and monstrous. Its fur could not be pierced. No arrow, no spear, no sword could wound it. This was the first labor of Heracles, to slay the Nemean lion, a beast no man could kill. So Heracles did what no man would. He set aside his weapons, trapped the lion in its cave, and wrestled it, bare hands against claw and fang, until finally, he crushed it. He skinned the beast with its own claw, and wore its pelt from that day forward, not as a trophy, but as armor. A second skin. A symbol of victory earned not by weapon, but by will. The Ceryneian hind, the sacred deer of Artemis, symbolizes restraint and respect for the divine, the line between sacred and mortal, speed, beauty, and the test of patience. The third labor of Heracles was not to slay, but to capture. The Ceryneian hind, a golden horned deer, faster than wind, protected by the goddess Artemis herself. To harm it was to offend the divine. To fail was to fall short of atonement. Heracles did not chase it for a day, or even a week. He hunted it for a year. Patient, silent, respectful. When he finally caught it, he did not bind it with chains, but held it gently, and pleaded to Artemis for forgiveness. She allowed him to take it, not because he conquered it, but because he proved worthy. The hind teaches us that not all victories roar. Some come quiet, with reverence. The Caledonian boar, the beast of wrath and pride, symbolizes the consequences of divine neglect, the fragility of honor, the chaos that follows insult. This beast was not part of the labors, but of another tale. The Caledonian hunt. King Inus forgot to honor Artemis in his rites, so the goddess sent a punishment. A monstrous boar, tusks like scythes, eyes like fire, ravaging the lands of Caledon. The greatest warriors of Greece came to hunt it, including Atalanta, swift-footed and fierce. She struck the first blow, but it was Meleager who killed it, and gave her the prize. Pride ignited. Arguments turned to blood. Meleager killed his own uncles, and tragedy followed. The boar was slain, but what it unleashed could not be undone. The Caledonian boar reminds us, even the beasts we conquer can leave wounds in the hearts of those who fight them. Why these beasts endure? Each creature was more than an enemy. They were lessons. The Nemean lion taught that even the impossible must be faced. The Ceryneian hind showed that not all trials require force. The Caledonian boar warned that the greatest threats may come from within. Together, they remind us, monsters don't just live in forests or caves. They dwell in arrogance, in obsession, in the silence before the hunt. The second one we talk about is Ladon, the eternal serpent, the coiled guardian of the golden apples. He is not a beast of fury, but of vigilance. Most people know him only as an obstacle in Heracles' final labors. But Ladon is more than a dragon. He is the sentinel of paradise, the unblinking eye that keeps paradise untouched. Ladon symbolizes guardianship and eternal vigilance. Ladon's body wraps around the tree of the golden apples, a symbol not of greed, but of sacred protection. He was placed there by the gods, not to hoard treasure, but to preserve the balance. He reminds us, some gifts are not meant for mortals, and some doors must remain closed. He also symbolizes temptation and the price of desire. The golden apples of the Hesperides granted immortality. But like all great gifts, they came with a guardian. Ladon is not just a beast. He is the test, the warning, the whisper. Do you know what you're asking for? The last thing he symbolizes is the serpent as cosmic symbol. Like many serpents in myth, Ladon circles, protects, constricts. He is a force of nature, of time, even, wrapped in endless loops, watching, never resting. Origins and family. Ladon was no ordinary serpent. He was a dragon, and like most ancient monsters, he had gods for parents. He was born of Phorcys and Ceto, primordial sea deities who birthed many horrors. Or in other tales, he was the child of Typhon and Echidna, the chaos storm and the mother of monsters. Either way, his siblings were no less terrible. The Hydra, Cerberus, the Chimera. But while others roamed and ravaged, Ladon stayed still. His charge: to guard the tree of Hera, the queen of the gods, deep in the far western garden of the Hesperides. There, in the twilight beyond mortal lands, the golden apples grew, and Ladon circled the tree endlessly. Myths and stories involving Ladon. The 11th labor of Heracles. When Heracles was sent to retrieve the golden apples, he did not find just a tree. He found a guardian. Some say he fought Ladon directly, slaying the dragon with his bow, shooting from a distance, knowing to strike from afar what could not be approached. But other stories tell a subtler tale, that Heracles did not kill Ladon, but instead convinced Atlas, the titan who held up the sky, to fetch the apples for him, while Heracles held the heavens. In this version, Ladon remains undefeated, still watching, still waiting. Hera and the stars. After Ladon was slain, or perhaps honored, Hera placed him among the stars. He became the constellation Draco, coiled around the northern sky. Even in death, he guards. Even in the heavens, he circles the golden tree. Worship and depiction. Ladon was not worshipped, but remembered. In vase art and mosaics, he is shown as a massive, coiling serpent, often with multiple heads, sometimes 100. Other times, a single gaze, terrible in its stillness. He is not shown striking, but watching, because that was his power. He never blinked. He never faltered. He never let the tree go unguarded. The last one we talk about is the Laestrygonians, the man-eating giants of Homer's Odyssey. They did not roar. They did not speak in riddles. They destroyed. More than a monster, they were a massacre. Laestrygonians symbolize Xenia betrayed, the violation of hospitality. In Greek culture, Xenia, the sacred bond between guest and host, was a divine law. The Laestrygonians shattered it. Odysseus arrived in their land seeking food, water, peace. Instead, he found cannibals, monsters who welcomed strangers, only to devour them. They are a symbol of trust turned to terror, the mask of civilization ripped away. Fear of the unknown, the hidden threat in foreign lands. The Laestrygonians lived in a city that seemed calm. Fields were tended. Smoke rose from chimneys. But beneath the surface was hunger, cruelty, a trap. They are the nightmare of the explorer, the hidden predator. A reminder that not all danger comes with warning. Overwhelming force when heroism fails. Unlike many monsters in myth, the Laestrygonians do not duel. They don't taunt. They don't wait. They attack. All at once. Without honor. Without hesitation. They are not a trial. They are a massacre. Origins in nature. The Laestrygonians are not just giants. They are civilized monsters. Homer describes them as living in Telepylos, a city with massive gates and steep cliffs. They appear human, but grow as tall as towers. They are sometimes said to be the descendants of Poseidon, like the Cyclopes. But while the Cyclops Polyphemus had his cave, these giants had a nation. They are a society of cannibal kings, ruled by King Antiphates, who greets strangers not with words, but with blood. The encounter with Odysseus. When Odysseus arrived, he sent scouts into the city. One reached the palace, only to witness the queen, giant and terrible. Then came the king. Antiphates seized one of Odysseus' men, and ate him alive. From that moment, the sky darkened with spears. The Laestrygonians hurled boulders from the cliffs, crushed ships like driftwood. Only Odysseus' own ship escaped. The rest sank beneath the waves. 11 ships lost, hundreds dead. No glory, no victory, only survival. It was the most devastating loss of his journey. Depictions and legacy. The Laestrygonians were not worshipped. They were feared. In ancient art, they appear as massive humanoids, often throwing rocks or looming over tiny Greek ships. In modern retellings, they echo through stories of monstrous civilizations, from Tolkien's trolls to giants in fairy tales. But the Laestrygonians were not bumbling brutes. They were organized, strategic, deadly, and they remind us that the greatest monsters sometimes look just like us, until they strike. The sea deities of the forces beneath the waves, unseen and ancient. Commanded by the Sea King Poseidon and his queen Amphitrite, these beings shaped the fears and dreams of seafaring Greece. In this video we focus on all the deities of the sea. We start off with Nereus, the old man of the sea. He is not a god of thunder, not a lord of war, not a ruler on a throne. He is older than the storm, deeper than the tide, and gentler than the breeze. He is the ancient memory of the ocean, before Poseidon, before Olympus, before the world had order. Who is Nereus? Nereus is one of the primordial sea deities, a son of Pontus, sea, and Gaia, earth. He belongs to the generation before the Titans, and long before the Olympians. He is a being of deep time, born when the world was young and formless. He lives not in a palace, but in the formless deep, far below the waves, in the salt-shadowed silence where light does not reach. He does not seek worship, offerings, or temples. Instead, he offers truth, if you can endure the test of transformation. The Greeks called him Helios Geron, the old man of the sea, and they both respected and feared his quiet power. Nereus is known for prophetic knowledge. Nereus knows the fates of gods and mortals alike. His truths are never wrong, but rarely easy to obtain. Shape-shifting, he constantly changes form to avoid capture, becoming animals, elements, fire, water, or smoke. Gentle nature, unlike many gods, Nereus does not deceive, rage, or punish. His power lies in endurance and knowledge, not violence. Sea personified, he is the sea not as chaos, but as constancy. The reliable tide. The quiet undertow. The depth that holds mysteries. Family and descendants. Nereus married Doris, a daughter of Oceanus and Tethys. Together, they had 50 daughters, known as the Nereids, each a minor goddess of the sea. Some of the most famous Nereids include Thetis, who would bear the hero Achilles, loved by both gods and mortals, and fated to bear a son greater than his father. Amphitrite, chosen by Poseidon to be his queen, though she fled to escape him, and had to be found by a dolphin. Galatea, beloved by the Cyclops Polyphemus in tragic myth. Psamathe, Dion, Cymodos, each representing a different face of the ocean, calm seas, foam, storms, reefs, and coastal breezes. Together, the Nereids were both beautiful and benevolent, protectors of sailors, mourners of shipwrecks, dancers in seafoam. Nereus, their father, was revered not for his rule, but for the legacy of grace he passed on. Symbolism of Nereus. Primordial ocean wisdom. Nereus symbolizes the unchanging depth of the sea, not its rage, but its endurance. He is knowledge untouched by time, a force older than even memory. In myths, he represents the idea that truth must be pursued, wrestled, and won. Transformation and testing. To gain prophecy from Nereus, one must hold fast through all his forms: fire, beast, water, wind. This makes him a symbol of transformation through perseverance. To know the future, you must endure the present, no matter how it changes shape. balance between chaos and calm. In contrast to Poseidon's wrath, Nereus is the sea's orderly heart. He is not the wave that crashes, but the tide that returns. Not the scream of a storm, but the deep hum of ancient currents. Appearance and iconography. Depicted as an elderly man with a long, seaweed-like beard. Skin of a pale or sea-green hue. Often shown with the tail of a fish, or emerging from coral and kelp. He may be accompanied by dolphins, sea lions, or nereids. His eyes are said to reflect the ocean, endless, calm, and unknowable. While Proteus and Triton would later take on similar roles, Nereus remains the prototype, the first embodiment of the living sea. Stories and myths of Nereus. Myth number 1, Heracles and the Golden Apples. When Heracles was tasked with retrieving the golden apples of the Hesperides, he had no idea where they were. Only Nereus knew. So Heracles waited by the sea, ambushed the old man as he slept, and held on as Nereus changed into water, fire, lion, snake, and more. Only when Heracles refused to let go did Nereus give the answer, not out of spite, but respect. Myth number 2, Thetis marriage and the end of divine lineage. Thetis, Nereus' daughter, was beloved by Zeus and Poseidon, but both withdrew when they learned a prophecy. Her child would be mightier than his father. So Thetis was married off to a mortal, Peleus. Nereus likely foresaw this too, and said nothing. From that union came Achilles, the last and greatest hero before the age of myth faded. Myth number 3, the forgotten god. In later myths, Nereus fades. His name becomes a whisper, eclipsed by Triton, Glaucus, and Poseidon. But sailors still speak of a calm voice in the deep. A presence felt during shipwrecks, not angry, but watching. Some say he still walks the seafloor, dreaming of a time before the gods, when the sea was the only god there was. Nereus is a god of stillness in a pantheon of chaos. He is not a figure of fear or fury, but of deep memory, quiet truths, and unshakable presence. He reminds us that wisdom is earned, not given. Change is constant, but some truths are eternal. And the sea, vast, ancient, unknowable, will always outlast the storm. The next one we focus on is Triton, the trumpeter of the deep. He is not a god of fate or judgment. He does not weigh souls or whisper prophecy. But his voice shapes the sea itself. He is the herald of Poseidon, the son of the sea, and the sound that signals power rising from the depths. Who is Triton? Triton is a sea god, the son of Poseidon, lord of the oceans, and Amphitrite, queen of the sea. Unlike his father, who rules with earthquakes and storms, Triton is a servant, a guardian, a guide. But do not mistake him for weak. He carries the voice of the ocean, and when he speaks, the world listens. He lives in a golden palace beneath the sea, often said to be near the depths of the Aegean or off the coast of Libya. There, he dwells among fish, corals, and currents, half man, half fish, and wholly divine. Triton is known for his conch shell trumpet. With it, he can calm or stir the seas. The sound terrifies monsters, scatters fleets, or summons storms. Shape-shifting, like Nereus and Proteus, he sometimes takes different forms to confuse or test mortals. Strength and speed, he rides sea creatures across the ocean and is swift enough to carry messages between gods. Guidance and protection, as a messenger of the deep, he often helps heroes, or tests their resolve. Though younger than many primordial sea beings, Triton still commands awe and respect. Appearance and iconography. Triton is the first known merman in Greek mythology. Later legends would use his name as a title for all male sea spirits. He is described as a muscular upper body of a man, a powerful fishtail from the waist down, hair of seaweed or foam, a beard soaked in brine, often shown blowing a conch shell, from which his divine call echoes. Sometimes riding a hippocamp, a seahorse creature, part horse, part fish. Surrounded by dolphins, sea monsters, or churning waves. Roman mosaics often show him surging from the sea, leading Poseidon's procession, part of the thundering, aquatic parade of gods and beasts. Triton's role in myth. 1. Argonautica, guiding Jason. In the myth of the Argonauts, Jason and his crew become lost in the deserts of Libya after being swept inland by strange waters. Desperate and surrounded by salt and sand, they pray to the gods. A mysterious figure appears, a being with a conch, fishtail, and immense strength. He takes their ship, lifts it to his shoulder, and carries it back to the sea. Only afterward do they realize who it was, Triton, son of Poseidon, who had taken mortal form to test their humility. 2. The Gigantomachy, battle with the giants. During the war between the Olympians and the giants, Triton fought alongside his father. He is said to have terrified the enemies by blowing his conch shell, causing such panic that entire armies fled the battlefield. This sound, wild, unearthly, and deep as the abyss, became a symbol of divine power over chaos. 3. Roman myths and Tritons. In later Roman tradition, Tritons became a race, many sea spirits like him, riding the waves in Neptune's retinue. They appear in art and literature as symbols of the ocean's might, carrying tridents, blowing horns, and pulling the chariots of sea gods. But Triton himself remains unique, a named being, a prince of the deep, not just another spirit of salt and spray. Triton symbolizes the voice of the sea. Triton's conch is more than a weapon, it's a voice. It reminds mortals that the sea can speak. It can scream. It can summon. And it can silence. His call is the boundary between calm and storm, between voyage and wreck. Power and servitude. Unlike his father Poseidon, Triton is not a king, but a servant who wields power wisely. He reminds us that strength can be found in guidance, not just in domination. He is a god who acts, not to rule, but to restore balance. Chthonic connection. Though not of the underworld, Triton shares traits with chthonic deities. He dwells in a hidden, unknowable place, the abyss. He can appear in visions or rise from nowhere. And his presence means change is coming, from above or below. Final thoughts. Triton is a god between worlds. Part man, part fish. Part prince, part servant. Part storm, part silence. He reminds us that the sea has depth beyond measure, and voices beyond hearing. He is not the ruler of the ocean, but its herald. The sound before the wave. The silence after the storm. The warning in the wind. The third one is Amphitrite, queen of the sea. Goddess of the salt, the swell, and the silent vastness below. She is often overshadowed by her consort, Poseidon. But before he ruled the waves, she was already there. Watching. Flowing. Enduring. Who is Amphitrite? Amphitrite is a primordial sea goddess, daughter of Nereus, the wise old man of the sea, and Doris, an Oceanid. She is one of the Nereids, 50 daughters born from the foam and coral of the ancient ocean. Unlike the Olympian gods, the Nereids were not rulers, they were elements. Currents. Whirlpools. Amphitrite, their eldest or most prominent, embodied the vast and fertile ocean. Where Poseidon represents the power of the sea, Amphitrite represents its life-giving force. She is also closely associated with the Tethys lineage, making her part of the Titan-era forces that shaped the world before the Olympians ever rose. The marriage of Poseidon and Amphitrite. Poseidon saw her dancing on the Isle of Naxos, among the dolphins, laughing with her sisters. He fell in love instantly and asked her to be his queen. But she refused, fleeing to the edge of the sea near Atlas, where no god could find her. She didn't want power. She didn't want Olympus. She wanted to remain wild, like the sea itself. It was Delphinus, a dolphin, who found her and convinced her gently, not with force, but with understanding. Poseidon honored this act by placing Delphinus as a constellation in the stars. And Amphitrite became queen, not out of submission, but by choosing to shape the sea from within. Amphitrite is known for regal authority. As queen of the sea, she commands the respect of all ocean life, from fish to leviathans. Giver of sea fertility, she governs the nourishing abundance of the sea, its fish, its plants, its currents. protector of the depths, she is a guardian of sacred places, hidden trenches, underwater sanctuaries, and sea caves untouched by time. Mistress of harmony, while Poseidon stirs the waters with rage, Amphitrite is the stillness after. She restores what is broken. She is a mother figure to Triton, to sea creatures, and to the balance that keeps the ocean alive. Iconography and symbols. Amphitrite appears in countless artworks, especially Roman mosaics, where she is revered as a divine beauty. A tall, noble woman with sea-green eyes and hair flowing like waves, often crowned with a diadem of pearls and draped in robes of foam and kelp, rides a chariot pulled by hippocamps, half horse, half fish, flanked by dolphins, tritons, nereids, and other marine spirits. Carries a net, trident, or seashell, symbols of dominion over water and its creatures. In some depictions, coral grows along her arms, and barnacles cling like jewelry, a reminder that she is not just near the ocean, she is part of it. Myths and legends of Amphitrite. 1. The creation of sea life. Some Orphic traditions and later poets describe Amphitrite as the matrix of marine creation, the one who breathes life into coral reefs, fish, and even sea nymphs. Just as Gaia birthed landbound creatures, Amphitrite birthed the ocean's pulse. 2. The wrath of the sea queen. Though often calm, Amphitrite has her storms. When Poseidon pursued Scylla, Amphitrite brewed a potion of seaweed and venom, casting it into the waters where the nymph bathed. Scylla was transformed into a monstrous, tentacled horror, a warning that the Queen of the Sea does not forgive betrayal lightly. 3. The Sanctuary of Amphitrite. In some coastal cities like Tenaron and Delos, sailors built shrines beneath cliffs or near sea caves in her honor. They left offerings of salt, pearls, or even captured fish. But they prayed in silence, for Amphitrite favored quiet reverence over loud praise. To disturb her sanctuaries was to risk currents that never let go. Amphitrite and chthonic power. Though not of the underworld, Amphitrite shares chthonic traits. She rules a hidden, dark, ancient realm. She is fertile yet untamable, like the soil or the womb. She demands respect, not worship, and punishes arrogance. She connects the surface to the depths, like all liminal deities. Amphitrite is the chthonic sea, cold, dark, maternal, unknowable. Legacy and later influence. In Roman culture, Amphitrite blended with Cilicia, goddess of salt and the open sea. During the Renaissance, she was reborn in sculpture and painting as a figure of divine femininity, elegant, remote, and powerful. In modern times, her name appears in ship names, poetic texts, and even marine biology. Yet, her true myth remains submerged, glimpsed only in fragments, like pearls buried deep in the ocean floor. Final thoughts. Amphitrite is not a goddess of war. She is not thunder. She is the deep. She is the tide that rises without permission. The breath of life in seawater. The calm that can kill or cradle. Her silence is not weakness. It is the strength of oceans, measured in centuries. The fourth one is Produce. Sea god of rivers and prophetic shapeshifting. He is a shapeshifter and a seer. A god who tells the truth, but only if you can hold on to him. Who is Produce? Produce is a primordial sea deity, one of the oldest in Greek mythology. He is often described as a servant or herdsman of Poseidon, guarding the sea's sacred seals or leading the flocks of fish across the deep. But Produce is far more than a caretaker. He is a spirit of ancient knowledge, of hidden truths, and ever-changing form. He is a god of elusiveness, the one who knows everything but will not speak unless compelled. To the Greeks, he was the embodiment of the sea itself, ever-shifting, unknowable, both serene and violent. What makes Produce unique? Shapeshifter supreme, Produce can transform into anything: a lion, a serpent, water, fire, wind, even elemental forces themselves. Seer of truth, he knows all things, past, present, and future. But he shares his visions only when captured and restrained. Reluctant oracle, he despises giving prophecy. He prefers solitude, sleeping in sea caves or among the foam, slipping away when approached. Elder power, Proteus predates the Olympians. He is a titanic figure, a leftover from the world before Zeus' order. The nature of Proteus. Proteus represents the fluidity of truth, how answers are not always fixed, how identity can be many things at once. His name likely comes from the same root as proto, meaning first or original. He may have once been a primordial sea god, later reduced to a minor figure in myth as Poseidon and others rose to prominence. But make no mistake, Proteus is no lesser spirit. He is old, wild, and full of mystery. Myths and encounters. 1. Menelaus and the Shapeshifter. In Homer's Odyssey, Proteus is encountered by Menelaus, the king of Sparta. After the Trojan War, Menelaus is stranded on a remote island. His ships are becalmed. He cannot sail home. He is told that only Proteus knows the way. But Proteus will not answer questions freely. So, Menelaus hides in seal skin, waits until Proteus is asleep, and then wrestles him into submission. Proteus changes forms wildly, a lion, a tree, a river, a fire, but Menelaus holds fast. At last, the old god yields. He reveals how Menelaus can reach home, and also shares the fates of other Greeks, including Odysseus. 2. The Eternal Shepherd. Some myths show Proteus not as a prisoner or oracle, but as a solitary guardian of Poseidon's sea creatures, especially seals and sea lions. He lives in peace, far from Olympus, surfacing only when disturbed. To these myths, he is not malevolent or helpful, just ancient and indifferent, like a storm on the horizon. Proteus as a chthonic force. Proteus is not a god of the underworld, but he is deeply chthonic in spirit. He is ancient, older than Olympus. He lives apart from the gods, in hidden, liminal spaces. He knows fates, secrets, and truths that mortals fear to ask. He resists control, much like death, much like fate. In many ways, Proteus is a chthonic sea oracle, more spirit than god, more truth than form. Symbols and iconography. Proteus is rarely depicted in grand temples or statues. He is too elusive for that. But when he is shown, he often appears as an old, bearded man, sometimes with seaweed in his hair, surrounded by seals, fish, and other marine animals, holding a staff or trident, sometimes curled like a shepherd's crook. Mid-transformation, part beast, part man, with shifting limbs or watery skin. Modern interpretations often show him as a green-skinned spirit, emerging from tidal-pools, half-formed. Proteus in philosophy and literature. In later centuries, Proteus became a symbol of change itself. The philosopher Heraclitus said, "You cannot step into the same river twice," an idea rooted in Proteus' essence. In Shakespeare's The Two Gentlemen of Verona, the character Proteus is a man of shifting loyalties, a reflection of the god's mutability. Carl Jung used protean to describe aspects of the unconscious, shifting, unknowable, yet deeply truthful. Final thoughts. Proteus does not want your prayers. He does not want worship or temples or gold. He wants to be left alone. But if you are desperate, if you are lost, and no other god will help you, you may find him sleeping on a lonely rock, surrounded by seals. And if you are brave enough to hold on, through storm, fire, serpent, and smoke, he may, at last, speak the truth. But be warned. Truth is rarely what we hope to hear. The next one are the Nereids. The sea nymphs. They are the daughters of prophecy and ocean, of wisdom and flow. They are not just companions of the waves, they are the sea. Who are the Nereids? The Nereids are the 50 daughters of Nereus, the shape-shifting, prophetic old man of the sea, and Doris, a daughter of Oceanus and Tethys. This makes the Nereids granddaughters of primordial titans, deeply woven into the fabric of the world's earliest forces. They are not Olympian, and not mortal, they are part of the world's elemental balance. They belong to the sea's middle realm, not the gods' bright heavens above, not the silent depths of Hades below, but the eternal motion between. They live in a shimmering undersea palace in the Aegean, adorned with coral, pearls, and flowing silver light. But they also move freely through rivers, bays, and oceans, as witnesses, protectors, and messengers. What do the Nereids symbolize? Balance. They represent the sea as a life-giving force and a destroyer, a protector and a threat. Generosity. Fishermen, sailors, and travelers depended on their favor. Nereids bring bounty in calm seas. Femininity and power. Though gentle in nature, they carry the awe and unpredictability of the sea. Transformation and liminality. Like the tides, they exist in flux, between land and sea, mortal and divine. Some myths speak of Nereids who fell in love with mortals, others who saved them from drowning, and still others who vanished like mist when offended. They are divine, but close enough to touch. The most notable Nereids. While 50 are named in ancient texts, several stand out across myth and memory. Thetis. A figure of immense power. She resisted Zeus and Poseidon until prophecy declared her son would surpass his father. To avoid being overthrown, the gods married her to a mortal, Peleus. Her son was Achilles, hero of the Iliad. Thetis tried to make him invulnerable by dipping him in the river Styx, but where her fingers held him, he remained mortal. She is a symbol of maternal grief, foresight, and frustrated divinity. Amphitrite. Queen of the Sea. Wife of Poseidon. She initially fled his advances and hid among the Nereids, until a dolphin found her and convinced her to accept his love. That dolphin was later honored in the stars as a constellation. Amphitrite is regal, composed, and rules the sea not with force, but with grace and presence. Galatea. Loved by the Cyclops Polyphemus, but in love with Assus, a mortal shepherd. When Polyphemus saw them together, he crushed Assus with a boulder. Galatea, in her grief, turned her lover's blood into a river, the river Assus, so that part of him would always live. Her myth is one of love, loss, and transformation. Psamathe. Linked to sand and coastal winds. She bore a son by Aeacus, king of Aegina, Phocis, whose name means seal. To escape Aeacus, Psamathe transformed into a seal herself, a classic nymph motif of metamorphosis and escape. The Nereids in myth and worship. They appear across many famous myths. Jason and the Argonauts. When Jason and his crew sailed between the clashing rocks, Symplegades, the Nereids, led by Thetis, rose from the sea to guide their ship, pushing it through the crashing danger. The Iliad. When Achilles learns of Patroclus's death, he weeps. Thetis hears him and rises from the sea with her sisters, the Nereids, to mourn with him. They are divine witnesses to human sorrow. Cult practices. While they had no grand temples, Nereids were honored at coastal shrines. Sailors might leave offerings of milk, honey, oil, or salt before voyages. Their names were invoked during childbirth, sea crossings, and even funerals, moments when fate, water, and life intertwine. Chthonic aspects of the Nereids. Though not underworld goddesses, the Nereids bear many chthonic qualities. They are ancient, pre-Olympian, and born of Titan bloodlines. They dwell beneath the visible world, in caves, in water, in the mystery between life and death. They appear at times of transition, birth, death, love, transformation, and catastrophe. Like other chthonic beings, they must be respected, not commanded. They are not wrathful like the Erinyes, but they are not tame. The ocean is not yours to own, it is theirs. Appearance and iconography. Often shown as young women with flowing hair, either nude or clothed in sea-colored garments. Frequently depicted riding dolphins, seahorses, or waves. Associated with pearls, shells, coral, dolphins, and tridents. Sometimes shown with dripping seaweed or crowned with foam. Artistic depictions often blur the line between mortal beauty and divine presence. Unlike sirens, the Nereids are not temptresses. They do not lure, they reveal. Legacy and influence. The Nereids are part of marine mythology across the Mediterranean. In Roman mythology, they appear as Nereides, and are invoked in poetry and seafaring tales. Their imagery survives in mermaid legends, and their names live on in stars, moons, like Neptune's moon Nereid, and oceanographic terms. In art, they inspired Renaissance paintings, romantic sculpture, and even operas like Galatea e Polifemo. They are still invoked today as symbols of the deep, feminine mystery of the sea. Final thoughts. The Nereids are not rulers, not warriors, not queens. They are nature, personified, the sea's gentler soul. They do not conquer, but they shape destinies all the same. You don't pray to them. You respect them. They are tide and breath, song and silence. They are the pause before a wave breaks, and the shimmer left after it crashes. And the last ones are Phorcys and Ceto, the parents of monsters, the keepers of mythic fear. They are not Olympians. They are not heroes. They are the ocean's ancient bloodline, the primal creators of everything humanity calls monstrous. Phorcys and Ceto are siblings, consorts, and co-creators. They are children of Gaia, Earth, and Pontus, sea, born before time was measured in Olympian reigns. They represent the ocean not as a pathway, but as a place of origins, deep, vast, and unknowable. Phorcys is sometimes imagined as a gray, scaled elder of the deep, part man, part crab or fish, a watchful god of oceanic threats. Ceto is more elusive, often depicted as a dragon-like sea creature, a great feminine force from which horror is born. She is not evil, but she is mother to all things that make men shudder. Together, they govern the dark wilds of the ocean, where evolution gives rise to the impossible. What do Phorcys and Ceto symbolize? Origin through fear. In Greek thought, monsters weren't random, they were lessons, warnings, guardians. Phorcys and Ceto gave birth to those lessons. The mystery of the sea. Before science, people explained deep sea horrors through divinity. The gods of those terrors were these two. Chthonic primacy. They come from a time when gods were raw forces, not human-like rulers. They represent sea as primal matter, not yet refined. Motherhood and mutation. Ceto is a goddess of monstrous maternity. Not nurturing, but creative in wild, ungovernable ways. The children of Phorcys and Ceto, monsters and myths. The Gorgons, Medusa and her sisters. 3 sisters, Steno, Euryale, and Medusa. All were born monstrous, except Medusa, who was once a mortal maiden. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Medusa was a beautiful priestess in Athena's temple. When Poseidon violated her there, Athena punished Medusa by transforming her into a creature with snakes for hair, her gaze turning all to stone. Later, Perseus was sent to kill her. With Athena's shield as a mirror and Hermes' sickle, he beheaded her. From her blood sprang Pegasus and Chrysaor, further proof that even monsters can be vessels of wonder. The Grey Sisters. Named in Io, Dano, and Pimfredo, these 3 crones shared one eye and one tooth between them. They stood at the border of knowledge, guarding the way to the Gorgons. Perseus stole their eye to force them to reveal Medusa's location, a tale of cunning over fate. They are not evil, but gatekeepers of truth too dangerous to know easily. Echidna, the mother of monsters. Half-beautiful woman, half-serpent, Echidna was born of Phorcys and Ceto in some traditions, or of Tartarus and Gaia in others. She mated with Typhon, the storm monster, and bore the great beasts of Greek myth. Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of Hades. The Hydra, slain by Heracles. Chimera, the lion-goat-serpent hybrid. Orthrus, a 2-headed dog. Echidna is the shadow of maternal power, not nurturing, but mythic progenitor of everything heroes must overcome. Ladon, the serpent of the Hesperides. In some versions, Phorcys is the father of Ladon, the 100-headed dragon who guarded the golden apples in the garden of the Hesperides. Heracles, in his 11th labor, was sent to retrieve the apples, but Ladon would not let him pass. With Athena's help, Heracles slew the beast, and the serpent's image was placed in the sky, as the constellation Draco. Scylla, terror of the strait. Some sources list Ceto as the mother of Scylla, the cliff-dwelling sea monster who devoured sailors in the Strait of Messina. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus must pass between Scylla and Charybdis, the whirlpool, a metaphor for navigating danger. Scylla had 6 heads, each with razor teeth. She snapped up sailors like flies. Once a beautiful nymph, she was transformed by jealousy or divine wrath, depending on the myth, into a horror of the rocks. She is not a villain. She is a place, a fate, a warning written into the water. Their place in the mythic cosmos. Phorcys and Ceto exist in the background, but their influence touches nearly every heroic story. Without their children, there are no trials. No Medusa to slay, no Hydra to conquer, no straits to pass. They are the source of opposition, the line between safety and the void. Not evil, but the necessary force that pushes myths forward. They remind us that the sea, and life, does not reward ease. It demands courage. And sometimes, it bites. Worship, lore, and legacy. Phorcys and Ceto had no temples. No hymns were sung to them. But their children were feared, avoided, named only in necessity. The Greeks respected boundaries, and these gods were boundaries. In later traditions, their names live on. The word mythology, the study of whales, comes from Ceto. Phorcys became the root of names for sea beasts in medieval bestiaries. They appear in the writings of Hesiod, Homer, and Apollodorus, always on the edges of known story. In art, they are rarely shown, but their children fill pottery, sculpture, and epic verse. Final thoughts. Phorcys and Ceto are the stillness at the bottom of the sea. They are the mythic echo that tells you not to look too closely into the dark. Their children became legends. But they are the reason legends exist. They are fear made flesh. They are the sea's dark memory. They are not gods you worship, they are gods you heed. Chthonic god and goddesses. They are associated with death, the afterlife, and the fertility of the earth. They were believed to reside in the underworld, a realm that was simultaneously a place of darkness for the dead and a source of life-generating fertility. In this video we talk about all the chthonic god and goddesses. The first one we talk about is Hades. He was the god of the underworld and wealth. Hades ruled the underworld after the gods defeated the Titans. He didn't create death but managed the souls of the dead. Despite modern associations with hell, Hades wasn't evil, just serious and strict. He ensured balance in life and death. Because minerals and precious stones come from beneath the earth, he was also linked to wealth. He was often depicted as stern, calm, and detached. Unlike Zeus and Poseidon, Hades rarely meddled in mortal affairs. He preferred the solitude of the underworld and didn't care for Olympus politics or godly drama. His parents are Cronus, the leader of the Titans, and Rhea, the goddess of motherhood. Cronus swallowed his children to prevent them from overthrowing him. Hades was one of the 5 kids trapped inside until Zeus freed them. His siblings are the Olympian gods. After overthrowing the Titans, the 3 brothers drew lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus became the ruler of the sky. Poseidon became the ruler of the sea. And Hades became the ruler of the underworld. Hades didn't get banished, he just got the short straw, though he ruled his domain with power. One of the most famous stories about Hades' love life involves Persephone, daughter of Demeter. Hades abducted her to be his queen. Demeter's grief caused the earth to become barren. Eventually, a deal was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year with Hades, autumn/winter, and part with Demeter, spring/summer, leading to the origin of the seasons. Unlike his brothers Zeus and Poseidon, Hades was relatively faithful to Persephone. While he did deceive her initially, their relationship was later portrayed as more balanced, sometimes even affectionate. Hades was fair, but once a soul entered the underworld, there was no leaving. He upheld the laws of the dead with absolute seriousness. The underworld wasn't just one gloomy place, it had realms, rivers, and gates. The major realms are Tartarus, deep abyss for divine punishment, Titans, traitors. Elysium, eternal paradise for heroes and the righteous. Asphodel Meadows, neutral place for ordinary souls. And Fields of Punishment, for the wicked but not as severe as Tartarus. And the key rivers are Styx, oaths sworn on it were binding even for gods. Lethe, river of forgetfulness. Acheron, river of pain. And Phlegethon, river of fire. There are some other figures in the underworld. Charon, a ferryman who took souls across the Styx, if they had a coin, obol, in their mouth. Thanatos, the personification of death, not the god of the dead, he worked for Hades. And the Furies, Erinyes, the enforcers of justice and vengeance within the underworld. There are some famous myths featuring Hades. Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus, a legendary musician, begged Hades to return his wife Eurydice. Hades agreed, but only if Orpheus walked ahead of her and didn't look back. Of course, Orpheus looked back, and she was lost forever. Sisyphus. He tried to cheat death by tricking Hades. His punishment was that he was condemned to push a boulder uphill forever. Theseus and Pirithous. These two heroes thought they could just walk into the underworld to kidnap Persephone. Hades tricked them into sitting on the chair of forgetfulness. They couldn't move. Theseus was later rescued by Heracles, but Pirithous remained stuck. Hades wasn't widely worshipped like Zeus or Apollo. His temples were rare, and his name was often avoided to not attract bad luck. Sacrifices were made at night and often involved black animals, especially rams. He had sacred places, especially near necromantic oracles, like Necromantian of Ephra, where people sought to communicate with the dead. When Hades was depicted, he was usually shown seated on a throne and wearing black robes or armor. He was rarely depicted among the Olympians. Hades was often depicted with Cerberus, the massive three-headed dog who guarded the gates to prevent the dead from leaving. The second one is Persephone. She is the queen of the underworld and goddess of spring. Persephone is a ruler in her own right. She judges souls, commands spirits, and enforces laws of the dead. Ancient texts show her as calm, commanding, and merciful, but never weak. She has a softer but deeper power than most Olympian goddesses. She has power over fate, life cycles, and the soul. Her original name may have been Persephata or Pherephata, likely pre-Greek in origin. Persephone can mean she who brings destruction, but as Kore, she means maiden or girl. This dual identity reflects how the ancients saw nature, nurturing and brutal, beautiful and deadly. Her mother is Demeter, the goddess of the harvest. Her father is Zeus, the leader of the Olympians. Her consort is Hades. The myth about their relations starts with an abduction. While picking flowers, Persephone is abducted by Hades, who opens the earth and takes her to the underworld. Demeter, Persephone's mother, is devastated. She refuses to let crops grow, plunging the world into famine. Zeus sends Hermes to retrieve Persephone. Hades agrees, but Persephone has eaten pomegranate seeds, binding her to the underworld. They make a compromise. Persephone spends the autumn and winter with Hades and spring and summer with Demeter. This myth explains the seasons. Even though she spent most of her time in the living world, almost all the myths occur in the underworld. Persephone and Adonis. Both Aphrodite and Persephone fell in love with the same mortal, a man called Adonis. Since they couldn't agree between them who deserves him more, Zeus divided his time between the upper world and the underworld. However, Adonis loved Aphrodite more and, when the time came, he refused to go back to Persephone's kingdom. Angered and hurt, Persephone sent a wild boar to kill Adonis, who died in Aphrodite's arms and was transformed into the anemone flower. Persephone and Mintha. The nymph Mintha was a mistress of Hades before he abducted Persephone. When Mintha boasted that she was more beautiful than Hades' new lover and that she would one day win Hades back, Persephone took care that such things should never happen and transformed her into the mint plant. Lus, another nymph who caught Hades' attention, was transformed into the white poplar tree, a tree associated with the underworld. Persephone, the influential queen. Persephone differed from Hera in an even more critical manner. Unlike her, she wasn't merely Hades' consort but also exerted considerable authority over the underworld. Persephone was central to the Eleusinian Mysteries, an ancient secret religious rite that promised initiates a better afterlife. She represented initiation, rebirth, and the journey through spiritual darkness into light. Her descent was a symbolic death, and her return was a spiritual awakening. Philosophers like Plato and Pindar tied her myth to soul purification and reincarnation. Persephone was both worshipped in her maiden and queen aspects. People often prayed to her for safe passage to the afterlife and protection of crops and families. Persephone was a favorite subject in ancient and modern art. Ancient pottery often shows her rising from the earth or seated beside Hades. And modern poetry and fiction treat her as a symbol of transformation, sexual awakening, or emotional resilience. The next one is Thanatos. He is the personification of death. Thanatos isn't the god of the dead, that's Hades, or judgment, that's Minos Aeacus Rhadamanthus. He is the embodiment of death itself, especially a gentle, natural death. He was calm, patient and silent, and he had an unshakable authority. Rare moments of interaction, like wrestling Heracles, show he's capable of resistance, but not cruel or vindictive. He was feared, but respected. Even the gods couldn't resist him, but they did need him. He brings rest, mercy, and closure. He is older than most gods, a quiet reminder that even the divine must one day bow to silence. He was seen as a quiet shadow always nearby. He's not a villain. He's the one who holds the line between worlds. And he guides souls to the underworld, but without emotion. If Hades is the king, Thanatos is like the Grim Reaper, an unstoppable force. He's inevitable and impartial. He doesn't chase you, he waits. His mother is Nyx, the goddess of night, and his father is Erebus, the god of darkness. His siblings include Hypnos, the god of sleep, Moros, the god of doom and fate, and Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance. Together, they form a kind of dark pantheon that governs the inescapable aspects of mortal life: sleep, fate, aging, vengeance, and of course, death. Thanatos is the twin of Hypnos, the personification of sleep. They live in the underworld or in a cave beyond the rising sun. In many poems, death and sleep are referred to as close companions. This is where we get phrases like eternal sleep as a metaphor for death. There are some famous myths about Thanatos. The first one is the myth of Sisyphus. King Sisyphus cheated death by tricking Thanatos into chains. With Thanatos bound, no one could die, chaos erupted. Eventually, Ares, god of war, freed Thanatos, and Sisyphus was punished in the afterlife. The second one is about Alcestis and Heracles. Alcestis offers her life to save her husband, Admetus. Thanatos arrives to claim her. Heracles wrestles Thanatos and wins, forcing Thanatos to release Alcestis and let her live again. Thanatos was not widely worshipped. There are a few temples dedicated to him, possibly because ancient Greeks were more likely to honor chthonic gods indirectly. People often invoked him in funeral rites, or in oracular and mystery cults dealing with death, fate, and the soul's journey. The Greeks didn't see death as inherently evil, it was a natural part of life's rhythm. Thanatos, in this context, represents peaceful release, not horror. He did appear in tombs and funerary art, especially with Hypnos, symbolizing rest after death. When Thanatos is pictured, he is shown as a young, handsome man with wings, sometimes holding an inverted torch or leading a soul with Hypnos beside him. Some show him struggling against Heracles, depicting death as something you can fight, but only temporarily. The fourth one is Hypnos. He is the god of sleep. His name literally means sleep in Greek. He's often portrayed as a gentle and soothing presence, sometimes winged, and usually associated with rest and dreams. He symbolizes a peaceful rest, As opposed to his brother Thanatos, death, Hypnos represents a gentle, healing, and temporary escape. Transition and vulnerability. Sleep is a state where we're at our most vulnerable, which is why the ancients treated Hypnos with a bit of awe. And the altered consciousness. Because sleep often leads to dreams, Hypnos is also a gateway to the subconscious and otherworldly messages. In ancient Greek cosmology, everything had a purpose, even sleep. Hypnos isn't just there to make people rest, he's a cosmic equalizer. He restores balance between day and night, action and rest. He works in cycles, closely tied to Nyx, night, and Hemera, day, reinforcing the idea of natural order. Hypnos is the son of Nyx, the goddess of night, and sometimes Erebus, the god of darkness, depending on the source. He has a twin, Thanatos, who is the god of death, sleep and death being closely linked in Greek myth. Hypnos has a relationship with Pasithea. They are rarely mentioned in depth, but together they symbolize peaceful, dreamlike serenity. Pasithea is one of the Charites, associated with relaxation, pleasure, and hallucinatory states. Their union represents restorative sleep and the dreamy, healing side of unconsciousness. Hypnos is the father of the Oniroi. The Oniroi are dream spirits who serve Hypnos. The most famous are Morpheus, he shapes human dreams. Phobter, he brings nightmares and scary imagery. And Phantasos, he makes abstract, surreal, or nature-based dreams. Together, they represent different dream types, which makes Hypnos not just about sleep but about what happens inside it. Hypnos is said to dwell in a dark cave in the underworld, near Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. No sunlight or sound reaches his home. Fitting for the god of sleep. Hypnos can put gods and mortals to sleep effortlessly, and he's often used as a plot device in various myths. One story is about Zeus. Hera wants to distract Zeus so the Greeks can win a battle. She asks Hypnos to put Zeus to sleep. Hypnos refuses at first. Last time he tried that, Zeus woke up furious and almost hurled him into the sea. Hera bribes him with a golden throne and a nymph bride, Pasithea. Hypnos agrees, but only with backup from Nyx, who even Zeus fears. They put Zeus to sleep, and the plan works. Hypnos didn't have a massive cult following. There were small shrines or statues dedicated to him in places like Sparta and Magnesia. He often appeared alongside Thanatos in funerary art. Sleep and death were seen as twins and comforts. In Orphic traditions, Hypnos was invoked during rites involving the soul's journey. In places like Epidaurus, a healing sanctuary of Asclepius, sleep, induced by Hypnos, was crucial. People would go into dream states called incubation to receive divine messages. Hypnos was symbolically present in these rituals, because healing dreams were thought to come through him. When Hypnos is depicted, he is sometimes shown as a young handsome man with wings, either on his back, shoulders, or even temples, and holding a poppy stem or a horn from which he pours sleep-inducing substances. He is usually reclining or gently putting someone to sleep with a soft touch. The next one is Charon. He is the ferryman of the death. He is better known as a daimon or spirit rather than a full-fledged god. He embodies a cosmic function, the passage between worlds, rather than a personality with desires or conflicts. Charon's main function is transporting souls across the rivers Styx or Acheron, to the underworld, the realm of the dead. The souls either end up in the fields of Asphodel, Elysium, or Tartarus depending on how the soul is judged. Souls must pay Charon a coin, usually an obelisk or drachma, placed in the mouth of the deceased at burial. Without payment, the soul would be left to wander the banks for eternity. He is not evil, but rather a neutral figure performing a necessary duty in the cycle of life and death. Charon is like a threshold guardian, making sure no one enters or leaves the realm improperly. Some sources say that his father is Erebus, the god of darkness. His mother is Nyx, the goddess of night. Charon appears in several myths involving living mortals who travel to the underworld. The first myth is about Orpheus. Orpheus descends into the underworld to retrieve his wife, Eurydice. His music is so beautiful that Charon, normally stern and silent, agrees to ferry him. An unprecedented act of mercy. The second myth is about Hercules. On his 12th labor, Heracles must capture Cerberus. He uses force to threaten Charon into ferrying him across. Charon violates the rules and is punished by the gods, possibly imprisoned or whipped for allowing a living man to pass. When Charon is pictured, he is often shown as a grim, bearded man or sometimes a skeletal figure, dressed in tattered robes, piloting a skiff or boat. Later Roman and Renaissance art sometimes portrayed him more like the Grim Reaper. The next one is Hecate. She is the goddess of magic, ghosts, crossroads, and the moon. She holds a unique place in Greek mythology, straddling the line between Olympian power and underworld mystery. Hecate is often seen holding torches, keys, or accompanied by dogs, and she is usually depicted with 3 faces or forms, symbolizing her dominion over the past, present, and future. She symbolizes liminality. Hecate is the guardian of thresholds, literal and metaphorical. She rules the spaces between life and death, waking and dreaming, the known and the unknown. Witchcraft and magic. She is deeply associated with sorcery, necromancy, and the unseen forces of the world. Practitioners of magic invoked her for power, protection, and prophecy. Protection and guidance. Despite her dark associations, Hecate was seen as a powerful guide. She held keys to hidden knowledge and lit the way in darkness, literally, with her twin torches. In ancient Greek cosmology, Hecate is a bit of an enigma. She predates the Olympians and was honored even by Zeus, who gave her dominion over heaven, earth, and sea. But her real power lies in the spaces most feared and least understood, the crossroads and the underworld. Hecate is the daughter of the Titans Perses and Asteria, giving her a celestial lineage. Her mother, Asteria, is a goddess of the stars and divination, which may explain Hecate's deep association with mystery and magic. Hecate's roles are many, but her presence is always a sign that boundaries are being crossed, from life into death, from ignorance into wisdom, from one phase into another. She is closely associated with ghosts and spirits, often guiding them or acting as an intermediary between the living and the dead. Offerings were left for her at crossroads during the Deepnon, the dark moon feast in her honor. Food, especially eggs, garlic, and fish, was given to appease her and ensure protection. Hecate is also linked to the goddess Persephone. When Hades abducted Persephone, Hecate was the one who heard her cries. Later, she became Persephone's companion in the underworld, guiding her through the seasonal cycle of death and rebirth. This relationship reinforces Hecate's role as a liminal figure, one who moves between worlds and brings others safely through. In later traditions, Hecate became deeply tied to witchcraft and magical rites. In the Greek magical papyri, she is invoked as the powerful triple-formed goddess, associated with howling dogs and torches. She is called upon to bind, to protect, to reveal, and to conceal. Her symbols include torches, to light the way through darkness; keys, to unlock secrets and transitions; dogs, especially black ones, seen as sacred to her and messengers of the spirit world; herbs like yew, belladonna, and garlic, used in spells and offerings. Hecate didn't have one central temple, but she was honored in private rituals and at household shrines, particularly near doorways and crossroads. The crossroads themselves were sacred to her, three-way paths where offerings were left and spirits were believed to gather. She appears in many myths as a silent but crucial force, a goddess whose presence empowers transformation, whose light guides through the unknown. Visually, Hecate is depicted as a woman with 3 bodies or 3 heads, sometimes human, sometimes animal, like dog, horse, or snake. She might carry a dagger, a torch, a key, or a rope, tools of magic in transition. Her presence is eerie, mysterious, and commanding. The 7th one is Erebus. He is the primordial god of darkness. His name literally means deep shadow or gloom in ancient Greek. He isn't a god with temples or thrones. Erebus is a cosmic force, and one of the first beings to exist in Greek myth. Erebus symbolizes primordial darkness. Erebus is the thick, inescapable gloom that surrounded the earliest state of the universe. He's not evil, just eternal, impersonal, and consuming. Transition. Erebus is both a being and a place, the first passageway of death, the darkness that souls enter after crossing the boundary of life. Creation through opposites. Together with Nyx, night, Erebus produces light, ether, and day, Hemera, showing that darkness isn't the end, it's the beginning of creation. Origins and family. From chaos, the primordial void, came Erebus and Nyx. With Nyx, Erebus fathered Ether, the divine light of the upper air. Hemera, the personification of day. Some traditions also say he helped father other abstract and chthonic forces like Hypnos, sleep; Thanatos, death; Moros, doom; Charon, ferryman of the dead; Nemesis, Eris, Apate, and more. Whether he sired them or they were Nyx's alone depends on the source, but Erebus is always linked to these mysterious, inescapable forces. Erebus is a place. In many myths and rituals, Erebus is also the name of a region of the underworld, not a final destination, but the dark gateway all souls pass through. Souls, guided by Hermes, would descend through Erebus on their way to the fields of Asphodel, Tartarus, punishment; or the Elysian fields, reward. Erebus is that blank void they pass through, empty, silent, and total. Myths and stories involving Erebus. Erebus is a background figure, but there are several myths and traditions where his presence or name is invoked. Myth number 1, the egg in the dark. Long ago, in a time before the world, Erebus and Nyx ruled the endless black. But something stirred in their shadows, something strange. In the middle of that darkness, a great silver egg formed. It glowed faintly, pulsing with potential. And one day, it cracked. From the egg came Phans, the shining god of life and creation. He brought with him time, order, and the first spark of the cosmos. So even though Erebus is darkness, he is not destruction. He is the cradle of creation, the quiet before the first heartbeat. Myth number 2, Odysseus walks the path of Erebus. When Odysseus needs to speak to the prophet Tiresias, he must travel to the land of the dead. He sails beyond the known world, to a place where the sun never rises. There, on the edge of the world, he digs a trench and pours out blood. The shadows gather. He is standing in Erebus, the dark veil of the underworld. Here, ghosts whisper and wail, drawn to the offering. One by one, they rise to speak. Odysseus is chilled not by what he hears, but by what surrounds him, that thick, ancient silence that even heroes fear. This isn't Hades' palace or Tartarus' pit, this is Erebus, the black threshold every soul must pass through. Myth number 3, the music that crossed Erebus. When Orpheus lost his beloved Eurydice, he descended into the underworld, guided by his grief and his lyre. As he played, his music drifted through Erebus, the cold shadows that guard the way to Hades. The dead paused. The darkness listened. Even Erebus, vast and unmoved, seemed to hold its breath as Orpheus passed. It was said that his melody was the only thing that ever made Erebus feel, not joy or sorrow, but a moment of still, aching beauty. Worship and depiction. Erebus had no cults, no altars, and no temples. He is a primordial, too vast and abstract to worship directly. You wouldn't pray to Erebus for help, you passed through him in death, or acknowledged him in ritual or poetry. He is rarely depicted in art, but when personified, Erebus is imagined as a shadowy male figure, often cloaked in black mist, or even formless. In literature, he's called the Black Veil or the Dark Womb. The eighth one is Melinoe. She is a mysterious goddess of ghosts, nightmares, and madness. Her presence is fleeting and unsettling, half seen in the dark, half felt in your bones. Melinoe is not a well-known deity, but her role is powerful and deeply haunting. She is the whisper in the dark, the shadow in your dream, the goddess of what lingers. Mythology symbolizes phantom and illusion. Mythology is the goddess who brings strange visions and ghostly apparitions. She walks among the living as a shade, causing fear, delirium, and hallucinations. Duality and uncertainty. In Orphic tradition, Mythology is described as half black and half white, symbolizing both life and death, dream and nightmare, peace and terror. Fear that crosses boundaries. She doesn't just haunt the dead, she visits the living, especially at night. Mythology is the feeling of being watched in the dark, the presence behind a dream, the chill that has no source. Origins and family. She is said to be the daughter of Persephone, and either Zeus or Hades, depending on the version. In Orphic myth, Zeus disguised himself as Hades to lay with Persephone. From that strange union came Mythology, a child of light and shadow, of sky and death. In other interpretations, Hades is her true father, making her fully chthonic. Her siblings may include Zagreus, another mysterious underworld god; Macaria, goddess of blessed death; Hecate, goddess of witchcraft and crossroads. Role and ritual and belief. Mythology is invoked with caution and reverence. She is not a goddess of worship in the traditional sense, there are no temples or festivals in her name. Instead, she appears in Orphic hymns, where she is called saffron-cloaked nymph of the earth, two-formed bringer of madness and fear. Her rituals were private, mystical, and deeply personal, aimed at protecting against hauntings, warding off nightmares, and purifying the soul from unseen forces. She is feared, but not evil. She brings madness but also teaches through fear. Myths and stories involving Mythology. Myth number 1. The Pale Maiden in the Night. It was said that Mythology wandered the world at night with a train of ghosts behind her. She didn't speak, she didn't have to. Her gaze alone could drive mortals into madness. Those who saw her couldn't agree on what they'd seen: a young girl, a corpse, a goddess, a hallucination. To keep her away, people left offerings or whispered hymns in the dark. Myth number 2. The Dream That Burns. In some Orphic rites, Mythology appears in dreams as a guide, or a tormentor. She can reveal hidden truths or twist memories into nightmares. Half her body gleams pale as the moon, the other black as ink. She speaks in riddles, shows visions of your death, or of the dead you've forgotten. Those who survive her touch never see the world the same again. Myth number 3. The Ghosts of the Riverbank. A village once suffered terrible visions, weeping shadows, voices in the trees, children waking up screaming. A wandering mystic said, "This is Mythology's path." The villagers poured milk and honey at the riverbank, offerings for the dead. That night, she came. Silent. Watching. By dawn, the visions ended, but the villagers always left offerings after that, just in case she returned. Symbolism and depiction. Mythology is rarely depicted in classical art, but when she is imagined, she is half light, half dark, split down the middle. Cloaked in saffron, a color used in magical rites and funerals. Surrounded by ghosts or shadows. Sometimes carrying a torch, like Hecate, but hers is dim, flickering, more aglow than a flame. She isn't the ruler of the dead. She is their voice, their memory, their echo. Worship and legacy. Mythology had no grand temples, no large cults. She was a mystery, hidden from common eyes, revered in secret rites. In modern times, Mythology has re-emerged in the practices of Hellenic polytheists, witchcraft and shadow work, dream interpreters and those who explore ancestral memory. She represents the power of dreams and nightmares, healing through fear and confrontation, the boundary between seen and unseen. You never know who might visit your dreams. The last one are the Eumenides. They are the goddesses of vengeance and sacred retribution. Their wrath is not random, it is precise, personal, and inevitable. They are not evil. They are the voice of the dead, the conscience of the living, and the terror of the guilty. Who are the Eumenides? The word Eumenides means the kindly ones, a name used out of fear and reverence. It's a euphemism, spoken to avoid drawing their wrath. Their true name is Erinyes, which likely comes from a root meaning to pursue or to punish. They are a trinity, 3 sisters, but more than mere individuals. They are a force of nature, acting as one. The 3 Furies are: Alecto, she who never rests, punishes moral crimes like anger, pride, and cruelty. Tisiphone, avenger of murder, punishes blood crimes, especially within families. Megira, the jealous one, punishes betrayals of trust, especially marital and oath-breaking. Together, they uphold ancient, unbreakable laws, laws that even Zeus cannot defy. The Eumenides symbolize primordial justice. The Furies are older than the Olympians. Their justice is not the orderly law of courts and kings, but the raw, sacred balance of blood for blood, oath for oath, harm for harm. They represent the moral code of the cosmos. Divine vengeance. Their wrath is reserved for those who escape human justice, especially murderers, perjurers, abusers, and traitors to kin. They hunt the guilty across the world, whispering in dreams, appearing in visions, driving their victims to madness and despair. Conscience and guilt. They don't just punish physically. The Furies are the inner torment of the guilty. They appear in nightmares. They make wine taste like blood, food like ash. The voice you hear when no one else is speaking, that may be the Erinyes. Origins and family. There are several ancient accounts of their origin. In Hesiod's Theogony, they are born from the blood of Uranus, spilled on the earth when he was castrated by Cronos. From that blood came not only the Furies, but the giants and Melee, ash tree nymphs, all wild, untamed forces of nature. In other traditions, they are daughters of Nyx, night, or even Hades and Persephone, connecting them directly to the underworld. But in all stories, they are older than Olympus, more ancient than the structured world we know. They come from a time of raw elemental forces, and they have never been tamed. Appearance and iconography. The Furies are not beautiful, but terrifying and awe-inspiring. They are winged women, with wild black hair and serpents coiled around their heads and arms. Their eyes bleed tears of blood. Their voices are like howling winds and screeching birds. They carry whips, torches, and daggers. Their robes are dark, often stained with the blood of those they pursue. They are also associated with black dogs, bats, and owls, the scent of sulfur and rotting earth, sacred snakes that live in their sanctuaries. To see them is to be filled with dread, even if you are innocent. Myths and stories of the Eumenides. Myth number 1, the pursuit of Orestes. Orestes is one of the most tragic figures in Greek mythology. After his mother, Clytemnestra, murdered his father Agamemnon, Orestes is commanded by Apollo to avenge him by killing his own mother. He obeys. But this act, matricide, the killing of one's mother, is an unforgivable crime to the Furies. They rise from the earth, clawing through the soil, and begin their chase. Orestes flees across Greece, but they are always there. In his dreams, in his breath, in every silence. Finally, he reaches Athens, where Athena herself calls the first ever trial by jury, the Areopagus, to decide Orestes' fate. The trial ends in a tie. Athena casts the final vote, acquittal. The Furies are furious, until Athena offers them a new role. Not destroyers, but protectors of justice and order within the city. From then on, they are worshipped as the Eumenides, no longer feared enemies, but divine guardians of moral law. Myth number 2, the false oath. A man swore falsely on the river Styx, the most sacred oath in Greek tradition. He made promises to gods and mortals alike, then broke them without regret. At first, he prospered. His lies worked. But slowly, his sleep turned restless. He heard whispers in empty rooms. His children feared him. His servants quit. He began to see shadows in his reflection, and his food rotted in his mouth. The Furies had come. He died alone, crying out names he never remembered speaking. Myth number 3, sacred rituals of the Erinyes. In Attica, especially near Athens and Colonus, there were underground sanctuaries to the Furies. No one entered lightly. Offerings were made in absolute silence, often at night, and left in black bowls, milk, honey, or the blood of a black ram. In some cases, priests of homicide courts invoked them during murder trials, calling on the Furies to witness the truth. They weren't worshipped with joy or celebration, but with fear, awe, and trembling respect. The Furies in Roman myth. In Roman mythology, the Furies were called the Dairi, the Dread Ones. They appear in Virgil's Aeneid, sent by the gods to punish mortals and even to drive queens mad. Their presence remains the same, unrelenting, horrifying, and absolute. Final thoughts. The Eumenides are not gods you pray to, they are gods you hope never to meet. But in their terrifying pursuit lies something essential. A cosmic reminder that no crime is ever truly forgotten. That some oaths cannot be broken without consequence. That justice, though slow, always finds its voice. The Muses of Greek mythology, the 9 daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, goddesses of inspiration, arts, and divine memory. This video is a mix about all the 9 muses. The first one we talk about is Calliope. Most people know Calliope as the muse of epic poetry, the one invoked by Homer in the opening lines of the Iliad and the Odyssey. But Calliope is more than a poetic inspiration. She is memory, voice, and the shaping force of narrative itself. She is the whisper behind heroes, the rhythm in every saga, and the divine breath that brings myth to life. Calliope symbolizes epic art and storytelling. Calliope is the eldest and most honored of the 9 muses. She governs epos, long-form heroic poetry that speaks of war, fate, gods, and kings. Her domain isn't just beauty, it's grandeur. When a tale begins with sing, muse, that's her. She brings structure to chaos and meaning to battle cries. She also symbolizes divine voice and eloquence. Calliope's name means beautiful voiced, but her gift isn't just musical, it's persuasive, clear, and commanding. She grants the power to speak with conviction, to shape thought into word and word into legacy. She is invoked not just by poets, but by orators, judges, and even rulers seeking wisdom through words. The last thing she symbolizes is memory and immortality through art. Like all muses, Calliope is a daughter of Mnemosyne, memory. But her memory is eternal. She preserves the deeds of mortals and gods alike, ensuring their stories are told for generations. To be touched by Calliope is to be remembered. Origins and family. Calliope is one of the 9 muses, daughters of Zeus, king of the gods, and Mnemosyne, goddess of memory. She is often depicted as the eldest, the wisest, and the leader of her sisters. The muses were born from 9 nights of union between Zeus and Mnemosyne, each muse representing a different art. But Calliope was the most exalted, often depicted standing beside kings or heroes, guiding them with dignity and calm. In some traditions, she is the mother of Orpheus, the legendary musician whose songs could charm gods and spirits alike. Whether by Apollo or a mortal father, Orpheus inherited her divine gift of voice and poetic soul. Calliope in the world. Calliope doesn't ride a chariot or wield thunder. Her power is subtler, but no less divine. She carries a writing tablet, sometimes a scroll, often a stylus. She may wear a laurel wreath, the sign of poetic triumph. And where she walks, silence follows, the hush before a story begins. She is often seen near rulers and heroes, not leading armies, but shaping the narratives that give them purpose. She doesn't just witness legend. She crafts it. Myths and stories involving Calliope. Myth number 1, the challenge of the daughters of Pyrrhus. 9 mortal sisters once claimed to be greater singers than the muses. Calliope was their opponent in the contest. Her voice rang out with such clarity and power that the challengers were turned into birds, chattering magpies, forever mocked for their vanity. The myth reminds us, inspiration is a gift, not a boast. Myth number 2, Calliope and Orpheus. Calliope, as mother of Orpheus, taught him the art of poetry and song. When he descended into the underworld to retrieve his wife Eurydice, it was her legacy that gave him the voice to move even Hades. His failure wasn't in the music, it was in doubt. The story shows us that even divine talent can falter in the face of fear. Myth number 3, Calliope and Homer. Though not a traditional myth, every invocation of the muse in epic poetry, from Homer to Virgil, is a tribute to Calliope. She is the unseen force in every great saga. Without her, there is no Iliad, no Odyssey, no Aeneid. She is the breath before the first word. Worship and depiction. The Muses were worshipped across Greece, especially at Mount Helicon and Mount Parnassus, where springs of poetic inspiration, like the Hippocrene, were said to flow from their steps. Calliope was honored in libraries, courts, and among poets. Her presence was invoked in ceremonies, performances, and even political speech anywhere words mattered. In art, Calliope is depicted as regal and serene. She may hold a writing tablet, a scroll, or a golden trumpet, symbols of her role as a herald of grandeur. Sometimes she stands among her sisters, but she is always the most commanding, the muse who guides heroes not with strength, but with story. The second one is Clio. Most people know Clio as the muse of history, the one who records events, chronicles kings, and preserves the past. But Clio is more than just a recorder. She is memory, legacy, and the quiet force that ensures nothing is truly forgotten. She is the ink behind civilization, the hand behind every archive, and the divine keeper of time's unfolding truth. Clio symbolizes historical record and truth. Clio's name means to make famous or to proclaim. She governs the telling of history, not just events, but the interpretation of those events. Through her, stories are preserved, and the deeds of mortals and gods are passed from one age to the next. She also symbolizes legacy and continuity. Clio doesn't just look backward. She gives us the thread between past and present, the context that shapes identity, values, and destiny. Without her, there are no lessons, no lineage, no sense of who we are or where we came from. The last thing she symbolizes is memory and preservation. As a daughter of Mnemosyne, memory, Clio holds the power to remember in a way that outlasts time. She immortalizes both glory and shame. Through her, empires endure, or fade, if forgotten. To be seen by Clio is to leave a mark, whether noble or infamous. Origins and family. Clio is one of the 9 muses, the daughters of Zeus, king of the gods, and Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. She is typically counted among the elder muses and often appears in works alongside her sister Calliope, representing the intersection of poetry and fact. Born after 9 nights of union between Zeus and Mnemosyne, each muse represents a unique discipline. Clio's domain is intellectual, but deeply emotional. Her role bridges the heart and the mind. She tells what happened, but also why it mattered. In later traditions, she is sometimes said to be the mother of Hyacinthus, a beautiful youth loved by Apollo, tying her story to tragedy, transformation, and remembrance. Clio in the world. Clio does not sing or dance, her art is precision. She walks with a scroll in hand, sometimes an open book, sometimes a chest of records. She may wear a laurel wreath or a crown of gold, the reward for those whose names echo in time. She is often shown standing tall, composed, observant. She does not embellish or flatter. Her realm is truth, even when truth is painful. She reminds mortals that their choices will echo beyond their lives, written, spoken, remembered. Myths and stories involving Clio. Myth number 1, Clio and Pyrrhus. In one tale, Clio was once punished by Aphrodite for mocking love. The goddess cursed her with an uncontrollable love for a mortal king, Pyrrhus, leading to humiliation and sorrow. The myth reminds us, even those who record events can be swept up in them. Clio may remember history, but she is not immune to its weight. Myth number 2, the founding of history. Though not a myth with battles or gods, Clio's greatest story is civilization itself. Wherever history is written, wherever chronicles are kept, from Homer's catalogs of ships to Herodotus' scrolls, Clio is there. Her influence turns memory into legacy and detail into truth. Myth number 3, Clio and the hero's name. In some traditions, Clio is called upon at the end of great tales, not to tell the story, but to ensure it is known. She bestows fame, Clio's, the everlasting reputation. It is said that without Clio, even the greatest hero would vanish like dust. To speak a name is to give it life, and Clio is the one who keeps that breath going. Worship and depiction. The Muses were worshipped throughout Greece, particularly at Mount Helicon and Mount Parnassus, sacred sites where poets, historians, and artists sought divine inspiration. Clio was especially honored in places of learning, libraries, academies, and temples of knowledge. She was invoked by historians, teachers, and anyone who sought to preserve truth. In art, Clio is depicted with scrolls, books, or tablets, often seated calmly, sometimes pointing to a globe or unrolling a parchment. Her expression is focused, contemplative, not romantic, but resolute. She is not loud, but she is never silent. Through her, the past has a voice. The next one is Erato. Most people know Erato as the muse of love poetry, the one who stirs hearts, moves pens, and whispers verses laced with passion. But Erato is more than romance. She is longing, beauty, vulnerability, and the courage to feel deeply and speak truly. She is the gentle spark behind sonnets, the rhythm of desire, and the muse who reminds us, love is not weakness. It is art. Erato symbolizes romantic poetry and desire. Erato's name means lovely or desired, and she embodies the sweet yet powerful force of romantic expression. She inspires poems of courtship, passion, heartbreak, and joy, not just physical love, but emotional truth. Where love meets language, Erato is present. She also symbolizes beauty through emotion. Her art is not just about appearances, it's about what moves us. Erato brings elegance to longing and grace to grief. She gives poets the ability to reveal their hearts without shame, turning vulnerability into strength. The last thing she symbolizes is harmony of heart and voice. Erato connects music and emotion. She often holds a lyre, a symbol of her melodic nature, and is associated with songs that soothe, stir, or seduce. Through her, feeling becomes melody, and melody becomes memory. Origins and family. Erato is one of the 9 muses, daughters of Zeus, king of the gods, and Mnemosyne, goddess of memory. She is traditionally associated with lyric poetry, especially works of love and intimacy. Born from 9 nights of divine union, each muse carries a different aspect of human creativity. Erato's place is among the most personal, the inward, emotional world expressed outward through rhythm and rhyme. In some traditions, Erato is also linked to marriage and harmony between lovers. She represents not just the thrill of love, but its emotional depth and enduring beauty. Erato in the world. Erato walks not in courts or battlefields, but in gardens, under moonlight, beside rivers. She wears a crown of myrtle and roses, sacred plants of love. She may hold a golden lyre or a small bow and arrows, a nod to her connection with Eros, god of love. Her presence is quiet but undeniable. She is felt in the stillness between words, the blush before a confession, the ache in a farewell. Where love lives, joyful or tragic, Erato listens. Myths and stories involving Erato. Myth number 1, the lyric muse. Though no major standalone myths focus solely on Erato, she is invoked by ancient poets in their works of love. In Apollonius of Rhodes' Argonautica, the narrator calls on Erato when the story turns to Jason and Medea's doomed romance. This invocation signals a shift from adventure to emotion, from action to intimacy. It shows her role in guiding not the sword, but the soul. Myth number 2, the Song of Love and Death. Some poets believed Erato guided those who wrote love elegies, poems of mourning and affection combined. In these verses, joy and sorrow are inseparable. Erato teaches that love does not end, it lingers in memory, in art, in the pain of absence. Myth number 3, Erato and the Other Muses. Among her sisters, Erato often stands beside Euterpe, muse of music, and Polyhymnia, muse of sacred song. Together, they represent the range of feeling, from the sensual to the spiritual. Erato's love is not confined to romance. It can be divine, platonic, or tragic. But always, it is real. Worship and depiction. The Muses were honored across the ancient Greek world, especially at Mount Helicon and Mount Parnassus. Poets, musicians, and lovers alike sought Erato's inspiration, hoping to find the words for feelings too big to hold alone. In art, Erato is often shown as young and graceful, with a warm, thoughtful expression. She may carry a lyre, a tambourine, or a small scroll of verses. Surrounded by roses, doves, or playful erodes, her imagery reflects both the innocence and intensity of love. The fourth one is Euterpe. Most people know Euterpe as the muse of music and lyric poetry, the one who brings melody to the soul and rhythm to the heart. But Euterpe is more than sound. She is harmony, emotion, and the power of beauty woven through tone. She is the unseen hand guiding fingers over strings, the voice behind every song that moves you. Euterpe symbolizes music and melody. Euterpe's name means she who brings delight, and her domain is the joy of sound, music that stirs, calms, excites, or heals. She governs not just any music, but lyric poetry, the ancient tradition where poetry and music were one. She is the muse of the flute, of stringed instruments, and of the voice itself. Joy and emotional expression. Euterpe doesn't simply create music, she translates feeling into sound. She reminds us that music is a language beyond words. She gives sorrow its lament, love its serenade, and celebration its chorus. Where the heart cannot speak, she sings. Inspiration through art. Music has always been a sacred channel for memory, prayer, and passion. Euterpe connects the earthly and the divine through tones and notes. She inspires not just musicians, but anyone seeking to express their inner world outwardly. In her presence, we remember, creativity isn't indulgence. It's communication. Origins and family. Euterpe is one of the 9 muses, daughters of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. Born from 9 nights of divine union, each muse reflects a different part of the human spirit. Euterpe represents the music of the heart, and the emotions that pour forth when sound and soul collide. In some ancient sources, she is said to have invented the double-piped flute, or at least blessed it with divine purpose. She is also associated with rivers, often appearing near flowing water, as if music itself were a current moving through the world. Euterpe in the world. Euterpe doesn't shout or command. She hums. She plays. She waits in quiet corners until someone picks up an instrument, begins to hum, or feels the stirrings of a song. She's usually depicted holding a flute or aulos, sometimes surrounded by other instruments like the lyre or panpipes. She wears a crown of flowers, often accompanied by flowing robes and a serene, open expression. Her power isn't in thunder or judgment. It's in what music does, how it calms chaos, how it unites strangers, how it moves crowds without a single word. Myths and stories involving Euterpe. Myth number 1, Euterpe in the birth of the flute. In some traditions, Euterpe is said to have invented or perfected the aulos, a double flute with haunting, emotional tones. She gave it to humanity as a gift, a way to give voice to feelings too strong for speech. Even gods were enchanted by the sound. This myth reminds us, some truths can only be sung. Myth number 2, the sirens and the muses' music. While not directly in the myth, Euterpe's influence is often contrasted with that of the sirens. Where the sirens use music to seduce and destroy, Euterpe uses it to uplift and soothe. She reminds us that sound is a tool, and intention is everything. Myth number 3, the muse of the banquet. Euterpe was often invoked during feasts and symposia in ancient Greece. Not just for entertainment, but for harmony. Music under her blessing created connection, balance, and joy. She helped make gathering not just social, but soulful. Worship and depiction. The Muses were worshipped across Greece, particularly at Mount Helicon and Mount Parnassus, where springs of inspiration flowed. Temples, groves, and sacred spaces were devoted to them, places where musicians and poets could seek their favor. Euterpe was especially revered by musicians, bards, and poets, anyone who touched the emotional world through sound. In art, she appears gentle and radiant, often holding her flute or standing amidst instruments. Her face reflects serenity, the kind that comes when music flows freely. Even today, every musician who feels the moment where art overtakes effort, that's Euterpe. The next one is Melpomene. Most people know Melpomene as the muse of tragedy, the one who inspires the deepest, most sorrowful expressions of the human soul. But Melpomene is more than sorrow. She is catharsis. She is emotional truth, the echo in a silent theater, and the voice that dares to weep when others look away. She doesn't glorify pain, she gives it meaning. Melpomene symbolizes tragedy and emotional truth. Melpomene's domain is dramatic tragedy, the kind that unfolds on a stage or in life, where fate and flaw collide. She reminds us that pain is not weakness, and loss is not meaningless. In her stories, heroes fall, but they fall nobly. Her gift is the story that breaks you open, and then leaves you whole again. Catharsis through art. The Greeks believed in catharsis, the emotional cleansing that comes from witnessing tragedy. Melpomene brings grief to the surface, not to drown us in sorrow, but to heal. She shows that expression is survival, and that tears can be a form of wisdom. Dignity in suffering. In Melpomene's world, even suffering has a voice. She does not silence despair, she dignifies it. She grants structure to chaos, beauty to anguish, and voice to the voiceless. Her tragedy is not about despair. It's about truth. Origins and family. Melpomene is one of the 9 muses, daughters of Zeus, king of the gods, and Mnemosyne, goddess of memory. She was not originally associated with tragedy, her name means to sing or the one who celebrates with dance and song. But over time, her role evolved into one of depth, gravity, and dramatic art. Some myths suggest she once shared qualities with her sister Euterpe, the muse of music. But where Euterpe followed joy, Melpomene followed solemnity. She became the patron of tragic poets, playwrights, and actors, anyone who gave voice to the darker side of life. Melpomene in the world. Melpomene is often depicted wearing a tragic mask, the open-mouthed face of grief and grandeur. She may hold a sword or club, symbols of violent fate, or wear a crown of cypress, the tree of mourning and remembrance. She stands tall, regal, never collapsing beneath sorrow, but carrying it with power. Her stage is the theater. Her script is human suffering. Her language is pain turned into poetry. Where she walks, silence listens. Where she speaks, hearts break, and then understand. Myths and stories involving Melpomene. Myth number 1, Melpomene and Dionysus. Theater was sacred to Dionysus, god of wine, madness, and art, but it was Melpomene who gave tragedy its shape. Together, their energies formed the ritual of theater, joy and despair, revelry and ruin. Their partnership reminds us that art comes from every emotion, and the deepest ones often cut the clearest. Myth number 2, tragedy and the fates. Melpomene was often associated with the fates, particularly in tragic plays. She didn't cause doom, but she gave it structure. She showed audiences that destiny, no matter how cruel, had a pattern, a shape to learn from, not fear. Myth number 3, the fall of greatness. While Melpomene doesn't appear in specific heroic myths, her spirit haunts every tragic tale. Achilles' wrath, Oedipus' downfall, Antigone's defiance, all are shaped by her influence. She teaches that greatness is not measured by victory, but by how one meets the end. Worship and depiction. Melpomene, like all the muses, was worshipped at Mount Helicon and Mount Parnassus, where springs of inspiration flowed from sacred ground. In ancient theaters, actors would pray to her before a performance, hoping to channel her power. In art, Melpomene is shown with the tragic mask, high boots worn by actors, a dramatic gown, and often a sword at her side. She is solemn, not sorrowful, majestic in her grief. She reminds us that pain, when shaped into story, becomes something more than just suffering. Even today, she lives in the plays that haunt us, the films that leave us breathless, and the moments in art where beauty is born from heartbreak. The next one is Polyhymnia. Most people know Polyhymnia as the muse of sacred hymns and religious poetry, a figure of quiet grace and solemn power. But Polyhymnia is more than just devotion in song. She is silence that speaks. She is divine focus, contemplative stillness, and the spirit of sacred art. Where the other muses sing, Polyhymnia listens. And in that silence, she hears the voice of the divine. Polyhymnia symbolizes sacred song and spiritual devotion. Polyhymnia's domain is not celebration, but reverence. She inspires hymns sung in temples, chants whispered in sanctuaries, and the solemn rituals that connect mortals to the divine. She is the breath before prayer, the pause before sacred speech. Her presence elevates words into offerings, meditation and inner discipline. Unlike her more exuberant sisters, Polyhymnia is serious, serene, and inward-looking. She is the muse of sacred restraint, of channeling energy not outward in performance, but inward in intention. Her power isn't loud. It's enduring. She reminds us, stillness can be strength. Divine communication and mystery. Polyhymnia's influence extends beyond music. She is often associated with geometry, agriculture, and even the memory of divine law, things structured, eternal, and meaningful. She speaks to those who seek connection with something higher. Her gift is revelation, not of noise, but of understanding. Origins and family. Polyhymnia is one of the 9 muses, born from the union of Zeus, king of the gods, and Mnemosyne, goddess of memory. Her name means many hymns, and her domain reflects not just quantity, but depth. She is often considered the most pious of the muses, frequently appearing in myths and art with a downcast gaze, finger to her lips, or deep in thought. She embodies spiritual inspiration, less about performance, more about presence. In some traditions, she is credited as the mother of Triptolemus, by Chimos or by divine conception, the agricultural hero associated with Demeter, linking her to the life-giving cycle of earth and ritual. Polyhymnia and the world. Polyhymnia is rarely seen with instruments or masks. Instead, she's often portrayed in long flowing robes, veiled or draped, sometimes with a pensive expression, hand to chin or lips, the classic thinker's pose. She is the image of contemplation and devotion. While her sisters dance or recite, Polyhymnia stands still. She is invoked in sacred ceremonies, during rites of passage, and in spaces where the human meets the divine. She may not speak often, but when she does, her words echo in the soul. She's also associated with oratory, history, and even geometry, the sacred patterns of the universe, reminding us that truth is found not just in chaos, but in order, too. Myths and stories involving Polyhymnia. Myth number 1, Polyhymnia and the sacred temples. Polyhymnia was especially honored in temples dedicated to Apollo and the gods of prophecy and ritual. Priests and priestesses called upon her for divine clarity and calm, seeking her quiet strength to carry out sacred duties. She was the muse of those who served, not for glory, but for truth. Myth number 2, Polyhymnia and Triptolemus. In some myths, Polyhymnia is the mother of Triptolemus, the hero who spreads the secrets of agriculture to humankind. If true, she is not just a muse of spirit, but also of survival. Her influence nurtures not just souls, but civilizations. Myth number 3, the muse of memory and mystery. While no major myth centers solely on her, Polyhymnia is felt in every sacred myth, in the reverent tones of Orphic hymns, in the stillness before a prophecy, and in the quiet strength of those who serve the gods without need for recognition. Her story is not one of drama, but of dignity. Worship and depiction. Polyhymnia was worshipped alongside her sisters at Mount Helicon and Mount Parnassus, near the sacred springs of artistic inspiration. She was especially revered by poets, priests, and philosophers, those whose work required stillness, discipline, and clarity. In art, she is the very image of solemn grace, often depicted with a veil, hand to mouth or chest, her posture composed, thoughtful. Sometimes she leans on a pillar, lost in contemplation. She is not flamboyant, but unmistakably powerful. She is the muse of devotion, of stillness, of meaning made sacred. The seventh one is Terpsichore. Most people know Terpsichore as the muse of dance, the one whose name literally means delight and dance. But Terpsichore is more than graceful movement. She is rhythm. She is flow. She is the heartbeat of the muses, the one who turns music into motion and passion into poetry through the body. When a song makes your soul want to move, that's her. She is joy in form, elegance in energy, and beauty that refuses to stand still. Terpsichore symbolizes dance and movement. Terpsichore is the divine source of dance, not just as performance, but as expression. She governs movement that tells stories, emotions that speak through motion. In her, body and soul move as one. She inspires ballets, folk dances, rituals, anything where the body becomes language. Musicality and joyful rhythm. Though other muses oversee song or instruments, Terpsichore is their echo in movement. She doesn't just inspire dancers, she embodies musical flow. She teaches that to move with music is to feel it fully. She is the joy of rhythm, the muse of those who don't just hear the beat, but become it. Celebration, passion, and play. Terpsichore brings lightness, spontaneity, and emotional release. Where polyhymnia is solemn, Terpsichore is exuberant. Where Calliope builds grandeur, Terpsichore brings delight. She reminds us, not all art must be serious. Some art sets you free. Origins and family. Terpsichore is one of the 9 muses, born of Zeus, king of the gods, and Mnemosyne, goddess of memory. As with all the muses, she emerged from divine union and the essence of creative thought. Her name, Terpsichore, comes from the Greek terpsis, delight, and choros, dance or chorus. She is often invoked in performances, theater, and festivals, anywhere movement and music blend into art. Some traditions say she's the mother of the sirens, whose haunting songs could enchant sailors, linking her not only to dance, but to musical seduction and danger. In others, she's said to be the mother of Linos, a musician killed by Heracles, showing the bittersweet nature of art, beautiful, but not always safe. Terpsichore in the world. Terpsichore is almost always shown in motion, or just before it. In art, she often holds a lyre, connecting her to music, or appears mid-step, robes flowing, head tilted in graceful anticipation. She may be seated, but never still for long. She moves through the world in rhythm, turning temples into theaters, songs into steps, and divine inspiration into performance. She is beloved not just by dancers, but by choreographers, actors, and anyone who knows that bodies speak. Myths and stories involving Terpsichore. Myth number 1, the Muse of Sirens. Some myths claim Terpsichore gave birth to the sirens, creatures whose beauty and music lured sailors to their doom. If true, it suggests that dance and song aren't just joy, they can also enchant, overwhelm, even destroy. Art, like water, must be navigated carefully. Myth number 2, dance as divine celebration. While not tied to a single myth, Terpsichore was often invoked in choral dances held during religious festivals. She brought structure to these sacred performances, ensuring they honored the gods not just with sound, but with movement that mirrored celestial harmony. Myth number 3, the inspiration of joy. In many stories, when the muses appear to mortals, it's Terpsichore who brings laughter, dancing, and relief. She's the muse who reminds heroes that life isn't only battles and sorrow, it's also rhythm, celebration, and dance around the fire. Worship and depiction. Like her sisters, Terpsichore was honored on Mount Helicon and Mount Parnassus, places sacred to the arts. She was especially celebrated in choral festivals and theatrical performances, often alongside Talia and Melpomene, the muses of comedy and tragedy. In art, she is depicted as light-footed, youthful, and graceful. She may hold a lyre, a tambourine, or simply appear with flowing robes mid-dance. Her posture is always expressive, never rigid, never still. She is the spirit of the stage, the festival, the rehearsal room, and the dance floor. The eighth one is Talia. Most people know Talia as the muse of comedy, the one who holds the laughing mask, whose name means flourishing or blooming. But Talia is more than just laughter. She is joy as an art form. She is the triumph of cleverness, the healing power of humor, and the spark that reminds us not to take life, or ourselves, too seriously. She is the divine voice that says, "Even the gods laugh." Talia symbolizes comedy and theatrical wit. Talia presides over comedic theater, from farce and satire to clever banter and slapstick. But her comedy isn't just for laughs. It's survival. She uses humor to deflate ego, expose foolishness, and deliver truth in disguise. A well-timed joke, in her hands, becomes divine commentary. Joy, lightness, and renewal. Laughter is life-affirming, and Talia embodies that. She reminds us that joy is not a distraction from the serious, it's a way through it. After tragedy, we laugh. After hardship, we smile again. That spark of return, of blooming after the storm, is Talia's gift. Celebration and social connection. As the muse of festive comedy, Talia inspires choruses, dialogues, and plays meant to be shared. She connects us to one another, through humor, through common folly, through the sheer ridiculousness of being human. Origins and family. Talia is one of the 9 muses, born from Zeus and Mnemosyne, the embodiment of memory. From memory comes expression, from expression, healing. And Talia is the muse who turns memory into mirth. She is often paired with Melpomene, the muse of tragedy, a reminder that comedy and tragedy are 2 sides of the same mask. Together, they define the ancient stage. Some traditions say Talia bore the carabants, ecstatic dancers and attendants of the gods, through her union with Apollo, further linking her to celebration and rhythm. Talia and the world. Talia doesn't need a throne or a temple. She lives where people laugh, in the streets, the theaters, the taverns, and festivals. She carries the comedic mask, crowned with ivy or wildflowers, symbols of festivity and life. In art, she's shown with a shepherd's staff or flute, connecting her to rustic comedy and the joy of the countryside. She is the muse closest to the people, reminding even kings and heroes that they, too, are human, and occasionally ridiculous. Myths and stories involving Talia. Myth number 1, the muse of comedy and satire. While there's no single myth where Talia stars, she is ever present in ancient theater. Comedic poets and playwrights like Aristophanes invoked her before their works, seeking her blessing for satire that could mock politicians, gods, and even the audience itself. With Talia, nothing is too sacred to be laughed at, and that's the point. Myth number 2, Talia and the Festival of Dionysus. Talia was honored during festivals for Dionysus, god of wine, theater, and ecstasy. In the city Dionysia of Athens, comic plays followed tragedies, a ritual balance. Talia wasn't just relief after sorrow, she was a divine necessity, proving that life continues, and that joy must have its place. Myth number 3, Talia and Apollo. In some stories, Talia shares a child or a dance with Apollo, the god of music and harmony. Their union symbolizes the connection between wit and wisdom, between humor and clarity. Because sometimes, the funniest truths are also the most profound. Worship and depiction. Talia was worshipped with her sisters at Mount Helicon and Mount Parnassus, where the sacred springs of creativity flowed. She was especially honored in theaters and festivals, where her spirit lived in every jest, laugh, and applause. In statues and paintings, Talia is bright-eyed and smiling. She holds the comic mask, wears a garland of ivy, and often stands in a relaxed, playful posture, approachable, lively, real. She's the muse of the moment when the audience erupts in laughter, not because the world is perfect, but because they've remembered it's still worth enjoying. The last one is Urania. Most people know Urania as the muse of astronomy, the one who charts the stars and contemplates the cosmos. But Urania is more than a stargazer. She is wonder, logic, and celestial beauty. She is the mapmaker of the heavens, the whisper behind every equation, and the divine spark that leads us to ask, what lies beyond? Urania symbolizes astronomy and cosmic order. Urania's domain is the night sky, but not in myth or metaphor alone. She rules the real stars, the planets, and their movements. She inspires astronomers, philosophers, and anyone who looks upward in search of truth. With her compass and globe, she turns chaos into charts, aligning the mysteries of the heavens with reason. She also symbolizes divine wisdom and rational beauty. Urania represents knowledge that is both precise and poetic. She teaches that the universe is not random, but rhythmic, mathematical, divine. She is the harmony of the spheres, the quiet mind behind complex thoughts, the elegance in every orbit and formula. The last thing she symbolizes is the bridge between heaven and earth. To invoke Urania is to seek clarity, not just of sky, but of soul. She invites mortals to see patterns in the stars, and by extension, in themselves. To her, study is sacred. Every calculation is an offering. Every question, a prayer. Origins and family. Urania, like her 8 sisters, is a daughter of Zeus and Mnemosyne, born of the union between divine will and memory itself. Her name means Heavenly One, and she is just that, the muse of the heavens. She is often considered one of the most philosophical muses, closely aligned with Apollo, god of reason and prophecy. While some myths associate her with prophecy through the stars, she is more concerned with observation than divination, inspiring knowledge through what is, not what might be. Urania and the world. Urania doesn't dwell in temples or theaters. She is found in observatories, in open fields, and in the quiet stillness of night. She carries a celestial globe, a staff or compass, and sometimes wears a cloak adorned with stars. Her gaze is always upward, focused, serene, infinite. She is not loud like Talia, nor dramatic like Melpomene. Her power lies in stillness. In data. In the deep peace of understanding how small, and how miraculous, we are. Myths and stories involving Urania. Myth number 1, Urania and the philosophers. While Urania does not have individual myths like some of her sisters, she was revered by ancient scholars. Philosophers like Pythagoras and Plato viewed her as the muse of universal laws, the force behind geometry, music, and astronomy. She doesn't tell stories, she reveals truths. And in her truths, we glimpse the divine. Myth number 2, Urania and the harmony of the spheres. In mystical traditions, Urania is connected to the idea that the planets and stars create a silent music, a harmony of movement and order. This music of the spheres was not audible, but intellectual. It inspired both mathematicians and mystics, and Urania stood at the center, conducting the symphony of the cosmos. Myth number 3, Urania and navigation. Sailors of the ancient world looked to Urania when navigating by starlight. She guided explorers, wanderers, and seekers, reminding them that the sky is not just beautiful, but functional. To follow the stars was to follow her. Worship and depiction. Urania was worshipped alongside her sisters at Mount Helicon and Mount Parnassus, where springs of inspiration flowed. She was honored not just by poets, but by scientists, astrologers, and philosophers, anyone who studied the sky. In art, Urania appears calm and focused. She wears a starry robe or a crown of celestial symbols. She holds a globe, a compass, or a stylus. Her eyes are wide with knowing, but also with wonder. She is the balance between logic and awe. The Titans are the powerful predecessors of the Olympian gods. The Titans were primordial forces of nature, embodying elements of the cosmos and the natural world. They ruled during the legendary Golden Age. In this video we focus on all the 12 Titans. We start off with
Cronus. He is the leader of the Titans and is often associated with time, fate, harvest, and cycles of destruction and rebirth. He is the son of Uranus and Gaia. Together with his sister Rhea, he had 6 children. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Hera, the goddess of marriage and queen of the gods. Hades, the god of the underworld. Poseidon, the god of the sea. Zeus, the god of the sky and lightning. Cronus came to power by overthrowing his father Uranus. He overthrew his father by his mother's urging, because Uranus had imprisoned his siblings, the Cyclopes and Centimanes. He used a sickle made of a mythical metal to castrate Uranus. Because of this action, the sky separated from the earth. From the blood of Uranus, the Erinyes, Furies, giants, and nymphs were born, and from the sea foam created by his severed genitals emerged Aphrodite. After Cronus took the power, he learned of a prophecy. That prophecy stated that one of his children would overthrow him. To prevent this, he swallowed each of his children at birth. Rhea saved the youngest, Zeus, by hiding him in a cave on Crete. She gave Cronus a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes to swallow instead. When Zeus reached adulthood, he tricked Cronus into vomiting his siblings, who emerged fully grown. Together, they waged a war known as the Titanomachy. This was a 10-year battle between the Olympian gods, led by Zeus, and the Titans, led by Cronus. With the help of the Cyclopes, who forged Zeus's thunderbolts, and the Centimanes, giant beings with 100 arms, Zeus defeated Cronus and the Titans. After his defeat, Cronus and most of the Titans were imprisoned in Tartarus, a deep abyss in the underworld guarded by the Centimanes. His story reflects the inevitability of generational change and the idea that no ruler, no matter how powerful, can escape fate. The Romans identified Cronus with Saturn, their god of agriculture and time, celebrating him during the festival of Saturnalia, a time of feasting, gift-giving, and social reversal. When Cronus is pictured, he is usually portrayed as an aged man and is holding a sickle or scythe, representing the cycles of destruction and rebirth, his role as the harvester, and his act of overthrowing Uranus.
the second Titan is
Rhea. She is the mother of all Olympians and the goddess of motherhood, fertility, and generation. She is the child of Uranus and Gaia. She and her 11 siblings are the Titans. She is best known as the mother of the Olympian gods, having given birth to Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia. She is married to Cronus, the ruler of the Titans. Cronus believed in a prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him. In his fear, he swallowed all their children. Except for Zeus, Rhea tricked him by giving him stones wrapped in a blanket. She was able to hide him in a cave. Her braveness saved him. When Zeus grew up, he came for revenge and overthrew Cronus. He forced him to vomit up his swallowed siblings. This led to the Titanomachy, the great war between the Olympians and the Titans, resulting in the victory of the Olympian gods. With the help of his siblings Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, as well as the freed Cyclopes and Centimanes, Zeus successfully defeated Cronus and the Titans. Rhea's role shifted. She was no longer just a victim of her husband's cruelty, but an elder deity with a more passive role. According to the Orphic myths, Zeus wanted to marry his mother. After Rhea refused to marry him, Zeus turned into a snake and raped her. She had Persephone with Zeus. She was also linked to the flow of time, nature, the earth, moon, and the mountains. The mountains resemble the mountains of Crete, where she hid Zeus. Some interpretations link her to the moon cycles as a nurturing and motherly force. When Rhea is shown, she is associated with lions. She is often depicted riding a chariot pulled by 2 lions. In ancient art, Rhea is typically shown as a matronly figure seated on a throne or riding a lion-drawn chariot.
the third Titan is
Oceanus. He is the god of the vast ocean and river that encircles the earth. Unlike Poseidon, who ruled the seas, Oceanus was the personification of all freshwater sources, the rivers, springs, and streams. Oceanus symbolized the calm, eternal nature of water. Unlike Poseidon, who was fierce and stormy, he is born from Uranus, the god of the sky, and Gaia, the goddess of earth. Together with his sister Tethys, another titan associated with fresh water and nourishment, he had children, the Oceanids, 3,000 water nymphs, each associated with a different body of water. The Potamoi, 3,000 river gods, personifications of various rivers. And the Cercops, 2 monkey-like thieves. Some myths suggest that Hera, the queen of the gods, was raised by Oceanus and Tethys after she was born. Because Oceanus marked the edge of the known world, he was closely associated with the underworld. The souls of the dead were sometimes said to cross Oceanus to reach Hades. The famous river Styx, the boundary of the underworld, was an Oceanid, daughter of Oceanus. The ferryman Charon rode souls across one of Oceanus' offshoots. Unlike most of the other titans, Oceanus did not fight against Zeus and the Olympians in the Titanomachy, the great war between the old and new gods. This neutrality may have spared him from Zeus' wrath, unlike titans such as Cronus and Atlas, who were punished after their defeat. Some myths suggest that Oceanus even helped Hera when she rebelled against Zeus by offering her refuge. When Oceanus is pictured, he is shown as an old man with a long beard, horns like a bull, and sometimes with a serpent-like fishtail instead of legs. Or he has a crown and crab claws. Sometimes he holds a horn or an overturned vase, symbolizing the endless flow of water. In modern times, Oceanus' name influenced later concepts of the ocean in language and cartography.
The 4th titan is
Tethys. She is a titaness, primarily associated with freshwater sources such as springs, rivers, and underground waters. She represents the nourishing and life-giving aspects of water. Tethys is also associated with the natural water cycle. She is the daughter of the god Uranus, who represents the sky, and the goddess Gaia, who represents the earth and is the wife and sister of Oceanus, the titan of the vast, encompassing river that was believed to encircle the world. Before Poseidon ruled over the seas, Tethys and Oceanus ruled it together. In Homer's Iliad, a poem, Hera mentions that she was raised by Tethys and Oceanus after being taken away from her parents, Cronus and Rhea. This may indicate that Tethys had a role in caring for young gods before Zeus' rule. Tethys is the mother of thousands of water deities. She and Oceanus are said to have given birth to 3,000 male river gods, called Potamoi, and 3,000 Oceanids, female nymphs associated with different bodies of water. Some famous children of Tethys include Styx, the goddess of the underworld river, associated with oaths and divine punishment. Metis, the goddess of wisdom and mother of Athena. Dion, sometimes considered the mother of Aphrodite, and Nile, the Egyptian river god, showing the myth's connection to foreign cultures. Though not a major character in myths, her children ensure her legacy is deeply woven into Greek mythology. During the Titanomachy, the great war between the Olympians and Titans, Tethys is not known to have participated in the battle. Instead, she is more of a maternal and nurturing figure. Some myths suggest she even helped to keep Oceanus neutral in the conflict, indirectly supporting Zeus' victory. When Tethys is pictured, she is usually depicted as a mature woman with wings on her forehead, symbolizing her connection to the flowing rivers and winds. A famous mosaic in Hadrian's villa depicts her alongside sea creatures, emphasizing her role in water mythology. She is rarely depicted in sculptures or pottery, as her role was more conceptual than narrative-driven.
The 5th titan is
Hyperion. He is associated with light, heavenly observation, and possibly the sun. As a titan of light, he represents the power of illumination and knowledge. His connection to astronomy and celestial movements suggests he was a possible god of cosmic structure and wisdom. Some sources suggest that Hyperion was the first to understand the movement of the sun, moon, and stars. making him a deity of observation and wisdom. He is often described as one of the four pillar titans who held the sky before Atlas. The others were Ceus, Crius, and Iapetus. The name Hyperion means the High One or he who goes above, linking him to the sky and heavenly light. He is the son of Uranus, god of the sky, and Gaia, the goddess of earth. His siblings include the Titans, the Cyclopes, they are human-like giants with one eye, and the Centimanes, they are human-like giants with 100 hands. Together with his sister Thea, the Titaness of sight and heavenly radiance, he has 3 children. Helios, the god of the sun. He overshadowed Hyperion and took on the active role of the sun god. Selene, the personification of the moon. And Eos, the goddess of dawn. Hyperion and Thea are considered celestial deities, representing light and sight, and their children personify major celestial bodies. These children embody the cycle of light, from dawn, Eos, to the sun's daily journey, Helios, and the moon, Selene, that follows. During the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, Hyperion fought alongside Cronus and the other Titans. After Zeus' victory, Hyperion was defeated and along with most of the other Titans, imprisoned in Tartarus, a place in the deep abyss, a deep and dark place below the earth used as a dungeon and for torment off the wicked. When Hyperion is pictured, he is usually depicted as a majestic, bearded figure with a fiery crown and radiant aura. He holds a torch or sun disk. Sometimes he wears golden robes, representing celestial fire.
The 6th Titan is
the Titaness Thea. Thea is associated with divine radiance, sight, and heavenly light. She is primarily associated with sight, divine radiance. Her power is linked to the sky, celestial light, and the ability to see and understand divine truth. She may also have been an early goddess of prophecy, linking light, vision, and wisdom together. In Greek, her name means the Shining One. That's why she is also known as the goddess of shining things like gold and silver. The Greeks believed that gold shone because it contained a fragment of Thea's celestial light, and precious gems, which were thought to gain their value and brilliance from her divine power. Her father is Uranus, the primordial god of the heavens and sky. Her mother is Gaia, the personification of the earth. Her siblings are the other Titans. With her brother Hyperion, the Titan of light, she has 3 children. Helios, the god of the sun. He overshadowed Hyperion and took on the active role of the sun god. Selene, the personification of the moon. And Eos, the goddess of dawn. Thea and Hyperion are considered celestial deities, representing light and sight, and their children personify major celestial bodies. These children embody the cycle of light, from dawn, Eos, to the sun's daily journey, Helios, and the moon, Selene, that follows. During the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, Thea sided with Cronus and the other Titans. After Zeus' victory, Thea was defeated and along with most of the other Titans, imprisoned in Tartarus, a place in the deep abyss, a deep and dark place below the earth used as a dungeon and for torment off the wicked. The Thea hypothesis, also known as the giant impact hypothesis, is an astrogeology hypothesis for the formation of the moon. The hypothesis suggests that the early Earth collided with a Mars-sized protoplanet, and because of the impact, the moon was created. Thea is not commonly depicted in art, but when she is pictured, she is usually depicted with her shining crown or halo, representing her connection to celestial light. Sometimes she holds a light orb or a torch, to symbolize her role in granting vision and perception.
the 7th Titan is
Ceus. He is the Titan of heavenly knowledge, intellect, and the celestial axis. He is associated with rational thought, wisdom, and the stability of the cosmos. He was one of the primordial forces of the mind, representing curiosity, knowledge, and enlightenment. In Greek, his name means questioning and inquiring. His name suggests that he represents intellectual pursuits, divine knowledge, and deep thinking. Some myths suggest that Ceus was linked to the Axis Mundi, a central connecting line between heaven and earth, which kept the heavens stable and in alignment. This idea connects him to navigation, astrology, and celestial balance. His role as a pillar of the heavens may symbolize the importance of reason in maintaining order. Zeus is the son of Uranus, god of the sky, and Gaia, the goddess of earth. His siblings include the other Titans. Together with his sister Phoebe, the Titaness of intellect, prophecy, and the Oracle of Delphi, he has 2 daughters. His first daughter is Leto, the mother of Apollo, the god of prophecy, intellect, and light, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and moon. His second daughter is Asteria, the goddess of oracles, falling stars, and dreams. Together, Zeus and Phoebe created a lineage of wisdom, foresight, and divine knowledge, reinforcing their status as gods of intellect and prophecy. During the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, Zeus sided with Cronus and the other Titans. After Zeus' victory, Zeus was defeated and, along with most of the other Titans, imprisoned in Tartarus, a place in the deep abyss, a deep and dark place below the earth used as a dungeon and for torment of the wicked. Some sources describe that Zeus was in madness or despair during his stay in Tartarus, symbolizing the loss of reason and wisdom in chaos. While the Olympians overshadowed the Titans, the ideas associated with Zeus lived on in Greek philosophy. Plato, Pythagoras, and Aristotle emphasized the importance of intellect in understanding cosmic order. Zeus is not commonly depicted in art, but when he is pictured, he is usually shown with a scroll or an open book. This symbolizes his intellect and deep understanding of the universe. Sometimes he holds a celestial sphere, representing his role in cosmic balance and celestial knowledge.
The 8th Titan is Phoebe, the Titaness of prophecy and intellect. She is associated with intellect, prophecy, divine wisdom, and clarity of thought. Phoebe is closely linked to prophetic knowledge because she was once the holder of the Oracle of Delphi, a center for prophecy in ancient Greece. She played a crucial role in the transfer of divine knowledge. According to legend, she later passed this power to her grandson, Apollo, the god of prophecy and healing. Apollo, her grandson, was often called Phoebus Apollo, linking him to Phoebe. She is the daughter of Uranus, god of the sky, and Gaia, the goddess of earth. Her siblings include the other Titans. Together with her brother, Zeus, the Titan of heavenly knowledge, she has 2 daughters. Her first daughter is Leto, the mother of Apollo, the god of prophecy, intellect, and light, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and moon. Her second daughter is Asteria, the goddess of oracles, falling stars, and dreams. During the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, she was largely passive. After the war, most Titans who did not rebel were not punished. There is no mention of Phoebe being imprisoned in Tartarus. Thus, Phoebe's role in the Titanomachy was minimal or non-existent, but she remained important in mythology due to her connection to prophecy and Apollo. Some other traditions associate Phoebe with the moon, connecting her to later lunar deities such as Artemis, goddess of the hunt and moonlight, and Selene, the personification of the moon. In Greek, her name means bright or radiant. This strengthens her to the lunar connection. Phoebe is not commonly depicted in art, but when she is shown, she is pictured as a majestic, regal, noble, and wise woman. Often she wears flowing robes. Usually there is a soft golf glow or a celestial aura around her. She holds a scroll of a staff, as the symbols of prophecy. In later art, some artists include lunar elements in their depictions due to her association with celestial themes. The 9th Titan is Iapetus. He is the Titan of mortality, human destiny, and the limits of their lives. He also represents manual skill and craftsmanship. He was believed to represent the mortal condition of humanity, including our pain, aging, and eventual death. In Greek, his name means to wound, linking him to human suffering and death. While most of the other Titans ruled over celestial bodies, like the stars, sun, and moon, Iapetus was concerned with the fate of humankind. Lepidus is the son of Uranus and Gaia, the god of the sky and the goddess of the earth. He has 11 siblings, the other Titans. He is the father of 4 sons. His sons play a key role in the shaping of humanity's fate and suffering. His first son is Prometheus. He is the creator of humanity, by shaping humans from clay. He is also the giver of fire, a symbol of human intelligence and progress. The second son is Epimetheus, also known as the foolish brother. He accepted Pandora and her box. By opening the box, he released suffering into the world. Prometheus and Epimetheus directly shaped the human experience, from our intelligence to our suffering. His third son is Atlas. Atlas was forced to hold up the sky as punishment from Zeus. He became a symbol of endurance and strength. His final son is Menoetius. He was an arrogant and violent Titan. He was struck down by Zeus and banished to Tartarus for his excessive pride. During the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, Iapetus sided with Cronus and the other Titans. After Zeus' victory, Iapetus was defeated and, along with most of the other Titans, imprisoned in Tartarus, a place in the deep abyss, a deep and dark place below the earth used as a dungeon and for torment of the wicked. This punishment symbolized the downfall of the old order and the rise of the Olympians, led by Zeus. When Iapetus is pictured, he is often depicted as a powerful, bearded figure, resembling other Titans, with a strong and imposing presence. He is sometimes shown wielding a spear or other weapon, symbolizing his role as a warrior-like Titan. The 10th Titan is Themis. She is the Titaness of divine law, justice, and order, representing the fundamental principles that govern both gods and mortals. She is also the personification of universal justice, the cosmic laws that kept the world balanced. Unlike human-made laws, Nomos, Themis' justice was universal, eternal, and unchangeable, reflecting natural order and moral righteousness. She ensured that everything in the cosmos functioned according to fate, fairness, and balance. In Greek, her name means law, or that which is put in place. She ensured that guests were treated with hospitality, an essential moral law in Greek society. Greek rulers often invoked Themis' name when making fair decisions, emphasizing the importance of morality over power. Breaking an oath or contract was seen as an offense against Themis, and violators were believed to suffer divine punishment. Themis is the daughter of Uranus and Gaia, the god of the sky and the goddess of the earth. She has 11 siblings. These are the other Titans. Themis became one of Zeus' early wives, and together they had important divine children who embodied aspects of justice, fate, and balance. Some of these children are the Ori. They are the goddesses of time, seasons, and social order. Dike, the goddess of human justice and fairness. Unlike Dike, who represented human justice, Themis symbolized the divine laws that even gods had to follow. Eunomia, the goddess of lawfulness and governance. And Irene, the goddess of peace and prosperity. Themis was one of the original guardians of the Oracle of Delphi, a sacred site where gods and mortals sought divine guidance. She inherited Delphi's prophetic powers from her mother Gaia, and later passed them to Apollo. That makes her an early guardian of prophetic wisdom. As a prophetic goddess, she foresaw the fall of the Titans and warned Zeus about future dangers. That makes her one of Zeus' most trusted advisors, guiding him in just rulership. After the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, she helped establish order among the Olympian gods after their victory over the Titans. When Themis is pictured, she is often depicted as a majestic woman holding scales and a sword, symbolizing justice and divine judgment. The 11th Titan is Mnemosyne, the Titaness and the goddess of memory, language, and storytelling. She was not only the personification of memory but also the mother of the 9 muses, the goddesses of art, literature, music, and inspiration. Mnemosyne embodied the power of memory, especially in the oral traditions of ancient Greece. Before the invention of writing, history, myths, and poetry were passed down orally, making memory a divine power. Poets, historians, and orators often invoke Mnemosyne for inspiration and accuracy. Mnemosyne is the daughter of Uranus and Gaia, the god of the sky and the goddess of the earth. She has 11 siblings, these are the other Titans. She and Zeus are the parents of the 9 muses. Mnemosyne and Zeus spent 9 consecutive nights together, and from this union, the muses were born, each representing a different art form. Some of the muses are Calliope, the muse of epic poetry; Euterpe, the muse of music; and Urania, the muse of astronomy. The muses were considered the source of artistic and intellectual creativity for poets, musicians, and scholars. Mnemosyne's role as their mother linked memory to creativity, showing that art and knowledge rely on remembering the past. Some myths say Mnemosyne had a sacred pool in the deep abyss of the underworld where souls could drink to retain knowledge from past lives. Those who drank from Mnemosyne's wellspring could retain wisdom and divine knowledge after death. This contrasted with the river Lethe, which caused forgetfulness. During the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, Mnemosyne, as one of the Titans, was technically on the side of the older generation of gods, led by Cronus. However, unlike some of the more combative Titans, like Atlas or Hyperion, Mnemosyne was not depicted as a warrior or an active participant in the war. Mnemosyne's name is still being used in modern times. The word mnemonic, meaning a technique to improve memory, comes from her name. Modern psychology and education use mnemonic devices to help people remember information. Mnemosyne is not commonly depicted in art, but when she is shown, she is pictured as a beautiful, mature woman, often wearing flowing robes, symbolizing wisdom and the continuity of memory. She sometimes holds scrolls, books, or tablets, representing recorded knowledge and the preservation of history. Her expression is usually thoughtful and calm, emphasizing her role as the embodiment of memory and wisdom. Since she is the mother of the muses, she is sometimes depicted alongside them, guiding or inspiring them in their artistic and intellectual pursuits. And the last Titan is Crius. He is the Titan of the ordering of time, constellations, and heavens. He is linked to the celestial axis and is sometimes thought to play a role in the measurement of time due to his connection with the constellations. His name is sometimes associated with the ram, possibly connecting him to the zodiac sign Aries or early Greek star myths. His connection to Aries, and thus the start of the Greek year, suggests he was linked to agricultural and seasonal transitions. In Greek mythological cosmology, the 4 Titans Crius, Hyperion, Ceus, and Iapetus are sometimes thought to represent the 4 cardinal directions. Ceus represents the north, associated with knowledge and prophecy. Hyperion represents the east, associated with the sun. Crius represents the south, associated with the stars and time. Iapetus represents the west, associated with mortality. Crius was the son of Uranus and Gaia, the god of the sky and the goddess of the earth. He has 11 siblings, these are the other Titans. During the overthrow of Uranus, Crius helped his brothers Hyperion, Ceus, and Iapetus hold their father down while Cronus castrated him with a sickle. Crius was married to Eurybia, a sea goddess. She is the daughter of Pontus, the primordial sea god, and Gaia, the goddess of earth. Together, they had 3 notable children, each representing different celestial or destructive forces. Astraeus, the Titan god of dusk and father of the winds and the stars. Pallas, a Titan associated with warfare, sometimes linked to battle strategy. And Perses, a Titan associated with destruction and father of Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft and magic. During the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, Crius fought on the side of the Titans, but was ultimately defeated by Zeus and imprisoned in Tartarus, the deep abyss beneath the earth, along with the other defeated Titans. Crius is not commonly depicted in art, but when he is shown, he is pictured as a strong, bearded Titan. A powerful, mature man with a thick beard and a muscular build. He often wears robes adorned with stars or holding celestial symbols. He has a stoic or mysterious expression. In some modern artistic renditions, Crius is given a staff or spear, possibly symbolizing his role as a titan of cosmic order. Monsters that haunt the edges of stories. The ones who don't wait in caves, but come to you. Some strike with teeth, some with claws, and some with beauty. This video is about Echidna and Typhon. They are the parents of monsters like Cerberus, Chimera, and Hydra. Griffin and Ichthyosaurs. Rarely in narrative myths, but appear in art and mythology as symbols or guards. And Empusa, harpies and sirens. Encountered by travelers or used in cautionary tales, often moralistic. They are part of the mythical world building and family trees. The first one we focus on are Echidna and Typhon, the primordial terrors of Greek mythology. They were not just monsters. They were the origin of monsters, the parents of chaos. Echidna and Typhon symbolize primal fear, the power beyond control. Long before Olympus rose, before heroes took their first breath, there were forces too vast, too wild, to be tamed. Echidna, half woman, half serpent, was a creature of the deep earth, a guardian of darkness. Typhon, a storm giant so vast his head brushed the stars, was chaos incarnate. Their union brought forth the Hydra, Cerberus, Chimera, and more. They are not just creatures. They are the source, fear given form. They also symbolize legacy of monsters, the bloodline of terror. From this union came nightmares. The multi-headed Hydra, the lion-goat snake Chimera, and Cerberus, the hound of Hades. Each one became a test for heroes. But none stood alone. They were born of a legacy, a mythic bloodline. Typhon and Echidna weren't slain in a single tale. They lived on through their spawn. They echo in every monster's roar. They are the mother and father of dread. Origins and nature. Typhon was not a god. He was a force. 100 dragon heads. Wings that darken the sky. Fire in his breath. Venom in his veins. Some say Gaia created him to punish Zeus. Others say he was born of Tartarus itself. Echidna, by contrast, was the stillness before the strike. A beautiful face, a serpentine body, and a hunger that birthed beasts. Together, they were the monstrous balance to divine order. The other half of the mythic scale. The war with Olympus. When Typhon rose, Olympus shook. The gods scattered. Only Zeus stood firm. Their battle shattered mountains, lit skies with lightning and flame. Typhon tore the sinews from Zeus's hands and left him broken. But with the help of Hermes, Zeus recovered and struck back. A final thunderbolt crushed the storm giant, buried him deep. But the earth still rumbles, and the sky still remembers. Depictions and legacy. In ancient art, Typhon is a storm of serpents, a tornado with eyes and wrath. Echidna is more subtle, often half hidden, half revealed, a shadowed queen of the underworld. In modern tales, their influence is everywhere. The monstrous matriarch, the storm-born chaos. They are the template for every final boss. Every ancient evil sealed away, but never truly gone. They remind us that beneath the world we know, the old powers wait. And remember, not every monster is meant to be slain. Some are meant to be feared. Because Typhon and Echidna teach us that evil has roots, that darkness has a dynasty, and that some threats don't end. They multiply. So next time you face a monster, ask yourself, are you fighting the beast, or just its child? The next ones are two hybrid creatures you may not know as well as you think. The griffin, the skyborn sentinel, and the ichthyosaurs, the forgotten lords of the sea. They are not beasts of chaos. They are beings of purpose. and their myth reveals a truth: that the divine does not always strike. Sometimes it watches. Griffins, the winged guardians of gold. They did not devour. They did not destroy. They defended. With the body of a lion and the wings and head of an eagle, griffins were nature's elite rulers of land and sky. They guarded the gold of the gods, buried in Scythian mountains, far from mortal reach. They are not mere beasts. They are symbols of vigilance, of divine protection, of power that does not chase glory, but preserves it. Ichthyocentaurs, sea's forgotten messengers. They did not conquer. They did not rule. They appeared, then vanished. With the upper body of a man, the front legs of a horse, and a coiling fish tail. The ichthyocentaurs are hybrid even among hybrids. Few myths mention them. But when they do, it is at a moment of passage. They rise from the sea. Not to attack, but to carry Aphrodite to shore. Not to challenge, but to accompany. They are symbols of transition, of transformation, of harmony between body, water, and soul. Shared symbolism, hybrids of order, not chaos. Both griffin and ichthyocentaur break the rules of nature, but not to threaten, to protect. They are the inversion of the chimera. Not chaos stitched together, but purpose blended. The griffin stands atop cliffs, eyes on the horizon, fangs bared not for prey, but for thieves. The ichthyocentaurs glide beneath waves, guiding gods, not waging war. One rules the heights, one the depths, sky and sea. But both exist at myth's edge, where the mortal eye rarely sees. Griffin legacy, majesty preserved. In art and heraldry, the griffin became a royal symbol. Noble, fierce, watchful. They adorn temples and thrones, marking sacred ground. In fantasy today, they remain protectors, flying beasts of wisdom and strength. But in their origins, they were the guardians of something far greater than gold: sanctity itself. Ichthyocentaur legacy, the vanishing image. Unlike griffins, the ichthyocentaurs faded. Rare in text, rare in art, but their few depictions are vivid. Triton-like beings with wings and flowing manes, blowing conch shells, guiding sea gods across stormy waters. They are glimpses of an older, stranger mythology, one where sea was mystery, and what rose from it was divine. And remember, not every myth is about terror. Not every monster is an enemy. Some are sentinels. Some are guides. And some, like the griffin and the ichthyocentaurs, exist not to challenge mortals, but to remind them that the world is full of thresholds, between land and sky, between sea and soul. And sometimes the most powerful beings are the ones that simply watch. And the last ones are Empusa, harpies, and sirens. Three monstrous women of Greek mythology. They are not villains in armor. They are the nightmare behind the smile, the whisper in the wind, the last thing you hear before it's too late. Empusa, the fiery seductress of the night. She walks alone, but you never walk past her. A creature of Hecate, goddess of witchcraft. Empusa appears as a beautiful woman until you look closer. One leg of bronze, one of a donkey or flame, eyes that burn, a hunger not just for blood, but for souls. She seduces travelers, then drains their life. In later myths, she becomes a kind of Greek boogie woman, a shapeshifter sent to terrify the wicked. But make no mistake, she is not a lesson. She is a warning. That desire can kill, and beauty can burn. Empusa symbolizes temptation with consequences, the fear of the unknowable woman, nightmares born from lust and magic. Harpies, the winged thieves of the storm. You don't see them coming. You just see what's gone. Harpies are part woman, part bird, with talons that shred and wings that shriek. They were once mere wind spirits, but myth made them monstrous, sent by the gods to punish, torment, and defile. They don't kill, they ruin. When King Phineus angered Zeus, the harpies were his curse. Every meal he tried to eat, they snatched it away, fouled it, left him starving. Not because he was evil, but because he spoke truth the gods wanted hidden. Harpies symbolize retribution without justice, corruption of sustenance, the scream of divine punishment. In later myth, they become the wind that howls during a storm, a cry for revenge carried through the air. They don't want to kill you. They want to ruin your life and leave you wishing they had. Sirens, the song that ends the journey. They don't chase you. They wait. On rocky shores, beneath crashing waves, sirens sing. They are not mermaids. They are not gentle. In early myths, they are bird-bodied, human-headed creatures, once handmaidens of Persephone, twisted by grief and punishment. Their music calls to the deepest part of you. The ache, the longing, the regret. And once you hear it, you forget everything else, even how to live. Sirens symbolize the power of self-destruction, the allure of the past, the fatal nature of beauty and art. Odysseus only survived them by being tied to his mast, begging to be set free, while his men rode with wax-filled ears. Because the sirens don't drown you. You drown yourself. 3 faces of fear, 1 ancient warning. Empusa. Harpies. Sirens. They are not monsters of brute force. They do not charge into battle. They do not challenge heroes to duels. They wait. They lure. They haunt. Each one speaks to a different fear. Desire that devours. Retribution without mercy. Longing that destroys. They were created by gods, cursed by fate or born from grief. But their message is the same. Not every danger screams. Some sing. Some whisper. Some smile. And remember, not all monsters hide in shadows. Some come in daylight. Some wear a mask. And some look like exactly what you want, until it's far too late. Creatures that play a central role to famous myths, often involved with heroes or gods. After the gods had settled their rule, they interacted with mortals and gave rise to monsters, myths, and guardians. This video is about all the creatures. We start off with Cerberus, the Hound of Hades, the 3-headed sentinel of the underworld, a creature born not of malice, but of duty. Most people know Cerberus as the beast who blocks the gates of death. But Cerberus is more than just a monster. He is loyalty, boundary, and the law of return. He is the growl that warns. The dead do not walk among the living, and the living must not trespass where they don't belong. Cerberus symbolizes guardianship and order. Where chaos lurks, Cerberus holds the line. Not every guardian wears armor. Some bear fangs and bark at the threshold. He teaches that even monsters can serve purpose, that some gates must stay closed. He also symbolizes loyalty and bond. Cerberus never strayed from his post. He served Hades without question, not out of fear, but of unshakable loyalty. He reminds us that loyalty, even when fearsome, is sacred. The last thing he symbolizes is the boundary between worlds. Cerberus stands between life and death, between what was and what must be. He is the final warning, the one who tells us there is no escape from fate. Origins and family. Cerberus was not born alone. He was the child of Echidna, the mother of monsters, and Typhon, the chaos storm. His siblings were no less terrifying: the Hydra, the Chimera, Orthrus, and the Nemean lion. But Cerberus had a purpose all his own. he was given to Hades, not as a weapon, but as a gatekeeper. In the realm of shadows and shades, he stood watch at the river Styx. 3 heads, a serpent for a tail, and eyes that never closed. Myths and stories involving Cerberus. Myth number 1, Heracles and the Final Labor. The most famous tale of Cerberus comes with Heracles. His 12th labor, to descend into the underworld and return with the hound. But Hades made a condition. Heracles could not use weapons. So the hero wrestled the beast barehanded. And for a moment, Cerberus left his post. But not for long. Even strength bows before duty. Myth number 2, Orpheus and the Power of Song. When Orpheus sought to bring his wife back from the dead, he sang, not to the gods, but to Cerberus. And the hound, the fearsome, many-eyed beast, lay down and slept. Even terror listens to beauty. Even guardians can be soothed. Myth number 3, Aeneas and the Sibyl's Path. The Roman hero Aeneas, too, met Cerberus. But with him came the Sibyl, and a honey cake laced with magic. Cerberus ate and slept, allowing the living to pass. But always, he returned to his post. Because death doesn't sleep forever, and the gate always closes behind. Worship and depiction. Cerberus was not worshipped in temples, but he haunted the imagination of poets and painters. In vase art, mosaics, and marble, he is drawn with 3 heads, snarling or watchful. Sometimes more. Sometimes his mane is snakes. Sometimes his breath is poison. But always, he is there. At the threshold. He reminds us that some monsters are not villains. Some beasts are not wild. And some horrors are sacred. The next one is Chimera. A fire-breathing beast of nightmare and wonder. Born not for protection, but for destruction. Most people know the Chimera as a hybrid horror. A lion's body, a goat's head on its back, and a serpent for a tail. But the Chimera is more than just a monstrous fusion. She is chaos given form. She is the terror that cannot be reasoned with. She is the disaster that comes uninvited. The Chimera symbolizes chaos and unnatural power. She defies the natural order. Lion, goat, and snake, 3 lives fused into one. Not a creature of evolution, but of defiance. She teaches us that when power is unchecked, it devours. She also symbolizes fear and omen. To see the Chimera was to see doom. Ancient sailors believed her sight foretold volcanic eruptions. She was not just a monster. She was the warning before disaster. A symbol that not all threats can be fought. Some must be endured. The last thing she symbolizes is the unconquerable trial. Many monsters were puzzles, or guardians, or punishments. But the Chimera was something else. A trial by fire. To face her was not to seek reward, but survival. Origins and family. The Chimera was born of terror. Her mother, Echidna, the mother of monsters. Her father, Typhon, the storm that almost unseated Zeus himself. Her siblings were nightmares in their own right. Cerberus, the Hydra, the Nemean lion, and more. But the Chimera was different. She wasn't a guardian, or a challenge sent by the gods. She was wild, rampaging. A fire that had no master. She lived in Lycia, in the rugged mountains of what is now Turkey. There, she scorched the land. Burning crops, slaying livestock, devouring men. No one could stand against her. Until a hero was sent. Myths and stories involving the Chimera. Bellerophon and Pegasus. King Iobates commanded Bellerophon to slay the Chimera. A task meant to kill him. But the gods gave Bellerophon a gift. Pegasus, the winged horse. From the skies, Bellerophon rained arrows. But they bounced off her hide. So he dove close and drove a spear into her throat. A spear tipped with lead. And when she breathed fire, the lead melted and burned her from the inside. The chimera fell. But legends say the land where she died still smokes. Worship and depiction. The chimera wasn't worshipped. She wasn't honored. She was feared. But artists could not look away. On vases, in mosaics, in stone, she appears in pieces. A lion's roar. A goat's scream. A serpent's hiss. Sometimes winged. Sometimes draped in flames. Always wrong. Always terrifying. A creature stitched from danger. She reminds us that some threats are not sent to test us. They are born to end us. The third one is Hydra, the multi-headed serpent of Lerna. A creature not of mere flesh, but of poison, regeneration, and death. Most people know the Hydra as the beast with many heads. Cut one off, and two more take its place. But the Hydra is more than just a deadly puzzle. It is persistence. It is escalation. It is the lesson that brute force alone cannot solve every problem. The Hydra symbolizes regeneration and unstoppable threat. What makes the Hydra terrifying is not its strength, but its refusal to die. Every strike made it worse. Every victory bred another challenge. It is the fear that some problems only multiply when faced head-on. He also symbolizes poison and corruption. Its breath was venom. Its blood, lethal even in death. Its very presence tainted the land. The Hydra teaches that some dangers seep into everything. Unseen, unspoken, and devastating. The last thing he symbolizes is trial and strategy. To face the Hydra was not just a test of might, but of mind. It forced the hero to adapt, to learn, to fight smarter, or perish. Origins and family. Like so many monsters, the Hydra was born of chaos. Its mother, Echidna, the mother of monsters. Its father, Typhon, the storm that shook Olympus. It was the sibling of Cerberus, the Chimera, and the Nemean lion. But unlike them, it did not roam. It waited. In the marshes of Lerna, a land already steeped in mystery and death. Some say Hera herself raised the Hydra. Not as a guardian, but as a trap. A revenge against Heracles, the favorite of Zeus. And there it lay. Many-headed. Venomous. Immortal. Myths and stories involving the Hydra. Heracles in the second labor. As his second labor, Heracles was sent to slay the Hydra. He found it in the swamps, coiled, watching, hissing. But when he struck, he learned its secret. Cut off one head, and two more grew in its place. With every blow, the danger doubled. Until he called for aid. His nephew, Iolaus, brought fire. Together, they burned each stump after cutting. No new heads grew. At last, Heracles cut the immortal head, the one that would not die, and buried it beneath a massive stone. But even in death, the Hydra had its revenge. Heracles dipped his arrows in its blood. They would later slay enemies, and doom them as well. The Hydra's poison would live on, long after its body was gone. Worship and depiction. The Hydra was not worshipped, but it haunted the minds of poets and painters. On pottery and sculpture, it coils endlessly. Sometimes with 5 heads, sometimes 9. Or even 50. Always snarling. Always multiplying. In Roman mosaics and Greek carvings, it is locked in eternal battle with Heracles. A battle of blade versus breath. Of fire versus fangs. The Hydra reminds us that some monsters aren't obstacles. They're reflections of persistence, of rage, of the consequences we try to cut out, but never truly solve. The fourth one is Minotaur, the beast of the labyrinth, born of shame, and turned into a curse. Most people know the Minotaur as the monster Theseus slays. But the Minotaur is more than a villain. He is punishment, isolation, and the shadow of broken vows. He is the breath in the dark that asks, what happens when we hide our sins instead of facing them? The Minotaur symbolizes punishment and consequence. The Minotaur was not evil by choice. He was born because of a king's defiance and a god's wrath. He reminds us, the gods do not forget, and some punishments echo through bloodlines. He also symbolizes isolation and identity. Trapped in a maze he never asked for. Feared for what he looked like, not who he was. The Minotaur became the monster they told him he must be. He shows us the pain of being hidden away, and the tragedy of a name never given. The last thing he symbolizes is humanity and monstrosity. Half man, half bull. Entirely misunderstood. He is the question at the heart of myth. Where does the man end, and the monster begin? Sometimes, the difference lies not in form, but in how the world treats you. Origins and family. The Minotaur's birth is a tale of pride and deception. King Minos of Crete prayed for a sign from Poseidon. The god sent a magnificent white bull, meant to be sacrificed. But Minos kept it. And so, Poseidon cursed his house. The queen, Pasiphae, was made to desire the bull. And from this unnatural union, the Minotaur was born. His name was never spoken. They called him Asterion once. But history remembers only the Minotaur, the bull of Minos. Ashamed, Minos ordered Daedalus to build a prison. Not bars, but a labyrinth. A maze so winding, no one who entered could escape. And in its center, the child of sin became a beast of hunger. Myths and stories involving the Minotaur. Myth number 1, the tribute of Athens. After Minos' son died in Athens, the king demanded retribution. Every 9 years, Athens sent 7 youths and 7 maidens to be fed to the Minotaur. It was not justice. It was vengeance dressed as ritual. And every year, the labyrinth claimed more lives. Myth number 2, Theseus and the thread. The hero Theseus volunteered to end the slaughter. He entered the labyrinth with nothing but a sword and a thread. Ariadne, daughter of Minos, had given it to him. She betrayed her father for love and for hope. Theseus found the Minotaur in the dark and fought not just a beast, but the shame of a kingdom. With blood and breath, the labyrinth fell silent. But the Minotaur didn't beg, didn't speak. Because monsters, in the end, are not allowed to be tragic. Only slain. Worship and depiction. The Minotaur was never worshipped, but his image haunted the Mediterranean world. On walls, in mosaics, carved into marble, a man with the head of a bull, sometimes rampaging, sometimes chained, always lost. He appears in Roman tales, in Renaissance paintings, and in the silent fear of becoming what others say you are. He is not just a cautionary tale. He is a mirror, a reminder that what we lock away does not vanish. It grows teeth. The next one is Medusa, the serpent-haired woman whose gaze turned men to stone. A creature feared by heroes, but forged by betrayal. Most people know Medusa as a monster to be slain. But Medusa is more than a head on a shield. She is beauty turned into weapon. She is trauma, vengeance, and silence. She is the voice that was taken, and the power that remained. Medusa symbolizes violation and transformation. Medusa was not always a monster. She was once a mortal woman, a priestess of Athena, devoted and pure. But Poseidon saw her beauty and claimed her in Athena's temple. Instead of justice, Athena gave punishment, not to the god, but to the girl. She transformed Medusa. Her hair to snakes. Her gaze to stone. Her body into exile. And so, beauty became danger. And innocence became myth. She also symbolizes feminine rage and power. Medusa became a force. Not because she wanted to, but because the world gave her no choice. Her gaze punished those who dared to look. She reminds us, what is feared is often misunderstood. And what is monstrous is often made, not born. The last thing she symbolizes is the mirror of fear. To look at Medusa was to face your own death. To turn to stone. Not by accident, but by reflection. She is the question carved into every hero's path. Can you face what you fear without being destroyed by it? Origins and family. Medusa was one of the Gorgons. But unlike her sisters, Stheno and Euryale, Medusa was mortal. That made her vulnerable. That made her dangerous. Born to see deities Phorcys and Ceto, Medusa stood apart. The only one who could die. And the only one the world chose to hate. After her transformation, she fled to the edges of the earth. To caves and shadows. Where no man dared follow. Until a hero came. Myths and stories involving Medusa. Myth number 1, Perseus in the Gorgon's head. Perseus, son of Zeus, was sent to kill Medusa. A gift for a king. He could not face her directly. So he used a mirrored shield, gifted by Athena. He watched her only in reflection. And struck. Her head was severed. But her power lived on. Even in death, her eyes turned stone. Perseus used her head as a weapon. Against kings, monsters, and truth. Myth number 2, Pegasus from blood. When Medusa died, from her neck sprang life. Pegasus, the winged horse. And Chrysaor, the golden giant. Her death became a birth. From pain, came wonder. Even in destruction, she created. Myth number 3, Medusa's face on Athena's shield. Athena took Medusa's head and set it on her aegis. A symbol of terror. But also of power. The goddess who once cursed her now wore her as armor. A paradox. An icon. A warning. Worship and depiction. Medusa was not worshipped in temples, but she was revered in symbols. In ancient Greece, her face appeared on armor, doorways, and coins. Not to inspire fear, but to ward off evil. The Gorgonian became a protective emblem. Because even monsters can protect. Even pain can become shield. In art, Medusa changes across time. From grotesque to mournful. From demon to martyr to feminist icon. A story retold. Each time with different eyes. The 6th one is Pegasus. The winged horse of Olympus. A creature not of rage, but of freedom. Most people know Pegasus as a noble steed. The one who flies. But Pegasus is more than wings and wind. He is inspiration. He is purity. He is the bridge between earth and sky. He is the reminder that even from blood, something radiant can be born. Pegasus symbolizes freedom and flight. Pegasus is the spirit unchained. He cannot be bound by land or war. Only the sky calls to him. He represents the yearning to rise above. Above struggle, above sorrow, above fate. He reminds us, some souls were never meant to walk, but to soar. He also symbolizes inspiration in poetry. Where Pegasus strikes the earth, a spring flows, not of water, but of muse and mind. He is the breath that stirs the poet's pen, the flash of thought before the first word. Pegasus is not just a creature. He is a spark. The last thing he symbolizes is divine heritage and moral connection. Though born of gods, Pegasus serves men. Though touched by heaven, he gallops on earth. He is the harmony of both, the meeting point between divine and human. He shows us that nobility lies not in birth, but in what you choose to carry. Origins and family. Pegasus was born in blood, but rose in light. When the hero Perseus slew Medusa, her head struck the ground, and from her neck, Pegasus sprang forth. Winged, untamed, a creature born not of violence, but from the release of it. His brother, Chrysaor, was born alongside him, a golden warrior. But Pegasus flew away from death, into myth. Some say he flew to Olympus at once. Others, that he roamed the wild skies alone, until called by destiny. Myths and stories involving Pegasus. Myth number 1, Pegasus and Bellerophon. The hero Bellerophon longed to ride the winged horse, but Pegasus could not be captured by strength. Only purity could approach him. So Bellerophon prayed to Athena, and she gave him a golden bridle. With it, he tamed the sky. Together, they battled the Chimera, a fire-breathing terror of lion, goat, and serpent. They soared above its flames, and struck from the air. Pegasus became more than steed. He became partner. Myth number 2, the fall of Bellerophon. But pride follows glory, and Bellerophon dared too much. He rode Pegasus toward Olympus itself, trying to join the gods. But Pegasus knew the boundary. He threw Bellerophon to earth, not in anger, but in refusal. Some places are not meant for mortals. Some heights must remain sacred. Myth number 3, Pegasus and the Muses. Pegasus struck his hoof upon Mount Helicon, and from that touch, the Hippocrene spring burst forth, a fountain of poetic inspiration. The Muses claimed it, and Pegasus became their symbol. Where he walks, creativity blooms. Where he flies, stories begin. Worship and depiction. Pegasus was not worshipped as a god, but revered as a symbol. In art, he is always in motion. Wings wide, mane wild, leaping from cliffs, or flying among stars. On coins, on shields, in poetry, Pegasus became the emblem of dreams, of vision, of the impossible made real. In the heavens, he was given a constellation, a reminder that the sky remembers its own. The next one is the Sphinx, the guardian of secrets. A creature of claw, wing, and gaze. Born not to destroy, but to demand understanding. Most people know the Sphinx as the Riddler of Thebes, but she is more than a question. She is trial. She is wisdom with teeth. She is the lesson that not all battles are fought in blood. The Sphinx symbolizes mystery and knowledge. The Sphinx is the riddle that cannot be solved by force. She guards the line between ignorance and truth. To pass her is to grow. To fail is to perish. She reminds us, sometimes survival depends not on strength, but on knowing yourself. She also symbolizes judgment and threshold. The Sphinx waits at the edge of cities, of deserts, of lives. She offers no mercy, only a single question. She is not cruel. She is the test, the guardian of "Are you ready?" The last thing she symbolizes is the cost of unknowing. Those who cannot answer fall, not from malice, but from unpreparedness. The Sphinx teaches that truth must be earned, and that every gate has a price. Origins and family. The Sphinx is one of many children of monsters. She was born to Echidna, the mother of monsters, and Typhon, the chaos storm. Her siblings include Cerberus, the Chimera, and the Hydra. But the Sphinx is different. She does not bite first. She asks. Some say she was sent by the gods, Hera or Ares. to punish Thebes. But others say she was always there, watching, waiting, testing. With the body of a lioness, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman, she is contradiction made flesh. Myths and stories involving the Sphinx. Myth, Oedipus and the riddle of Thebes. The city of Thebes was dying. A sphinx blocked its gates. She asked one question. Only one. To all who passed. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 in the evening? None had answered. Many had tried. All had died. Until Oedipus came. Not a king. Not yet. Just a wanderer with a wounded past. He listened. He thought. And he answered. Man. As a child, he crawls on 4. As an adult, he walks on 2. In old age, he leans on a cane, 3. The Sphinx said nothing. Then she leapt from the cliff and was gone. But victory is never simple. The riddle was solved. Yet Thebes would still suffer, because some answers bring more questions. Worship and depiction. The Greek Sphinx was feared, but the Egyptian Sphinx was revered. There, she, or he, was a guardian of temples and tombs. Majestic, silent, eternal. In Greece, she crouches on vases, painted in profile. A lion's body beneath a thoughtful face. Her wings curled, her gaze fixed. She does not chase. She waits. In Egypt, the great Sphinx of Giza still watches the desert. Stone and silence. Riddle and monument. The Sphinx is cross-cultural. She is eternal. She is the question at the door. The 8th one is Scylla and Charybdis, the twin terrors of the straits. A beast above, a maw below. Together, they are a lesson in choice and consequence. Most people know them as obstacles in Odysseus' journey, but they are more than hazards. They are fear. They are inevitability. They are what happens when no option is safe, and you must choose anyway. Scylla and Charybdis symbolize no-win situations. Caught between Scylla and Charybdis, you face 2 fates. One brutal, one consuming. You cannot pass untouched. Only decide what you're willing to lose. They remind us that some trials offer no victory, only survival. They also symbolize fear of the unseen. Scylla is terror above. Charybdis, destruction below. One strikes from the shadows. The other pulls you down without warning. They represent what lies beyond control, where skill falters, and fate decides. The last thing they symbolize is consequences of hubris. They live where the sea narrows. A reminder. No matter how far a hero sails, the world still has teeth. Even Odysseus, the clever one, could not outwit them both. Origins and family. Scylla was once beautiful. A sea nymph, perhaps, or the daughter of sea gods. But jealousy transformed her. Some say it was Circe, the sorceress who cursed her for love. Others say Amphitrite, wife of Poseidon, twisted her shape in rage. Now, she clings to the cliffside. 12 legs. 6 long necks. Each with a wolfish head. And rows of teeth sharp enough to snap sailors from the deck. She does not hunt. She waits. Charybdis is less seen, but no less feared. Once a daughter of Poseidon, Charybdis was cursed by Zeus for flooding lands in her father's name. He chained her to the sea floor and made her hunger eternal. 3 times a day, she swallows the sea, and 3 times, she spits it out, creating whirlpools that drag ships under and never let them rise. Myths and stories involving Scylla and Charybdis. Myth number 1, Odysseus and the narrow passage. When Odysseus sailed home from Troy, he was warned, sail too close to Charybdis and lose your ship. Sail too close to Scylla and lose your men. He chose Scylla. 6 of his crew were taken, 1 for each head. But the ship sailed on. It was not triumph. It was cost. Myth number 2, Jason and the Argonauts. The Argo, too, passed between them. With help from the goddess Hera and the sea nymph Thetis, they slipped through the strait. Even heroes need help when the sea decides to close in. Worship and depiction. Scylla and Charybdis were not worshipped. They were feared. They were the sea's warning signs. On maps, they were marked not with altars, but with monsters. In art, Scylla is painted with writhing heads, her lower body twisted with serpent dogs. Her face, sometimes still human, a reminder of what she was. Charybdis, by contrast, is often just the whirlpool, a mouth in the sea, a hunger too vast to shape. Together, they are the nightmare of sailors, the nightmare of choice. And the last one is the phoenix, the eternal firebird, a creature not of destruction, but of rebirth. Most people know the phoenix as a bird that dies and rises from its own ashes. But it is more than a tale of survival. It is the embodiment of cycles, of renewal, of the sacred promise that endings are not always the end. The phoenix symbolizes rebirth and renewal. The phoenix does not resist death. It embraces it. And through that fire, it is born again. No wound is final. No fall is forever. It teaches us destruction can be cleansing. And sometimes, we must burn to begin again. It also symbolizes time and immortality. Unlike gods or mortals, the phoenix is neither timeless nor bound. It lives for centuries, then chooses its moment, its place of rest and resurrection. It is not immortal in the usual sense. It dies, but it never ends. The last thing it symbolizes is hope and endurance. In the darkest hour, when all seems lost, the phoenix rises, not to fight, but to exist again. It is the reminder that no matter how final the ashes seem, the fire is never gone. Origins and lore. The phoenix appears across cultures: Egyptian, Greek, Roman, Persian, Chinese. In Egypt, it was called the Bennu, a sacred bird linked to the sun god Ra, rising from the ashes of the holy tree. In Greece, Herodotus spoke of a radiant bird from the east, living 500 years. When its time came, it built a nest of aromatic wood, set itself ablaze, and from the flame, a new phoenix emerged. The Greeks believed it came from Arabia, where cinnamon and myrrh fed its final fire. No mate, no lineage, only itself, again and again. Myths and stories involving the phoenix. Myth number 1, the self-made tomb. When the phoenix feels death near, it flies to a sacred altar, or to the highest tree. It builds a pyre of spices and branches. It sings, and it burns. What remains is not ruin, but an egg, a spark, a rebirth waiting to happen. Myth number 2, the phoenix and the sun. Some say the phoenix carries the sun each night, and dies with it. At dawn, it rises again, its feathers made of flame, its cry the herald of light. It is not just a symbol of rebirth. It is the promise of morning. Myth number 3, the phoenix and the eternal flame. In Roman tales, the phoenix lived for 1,000 years. And when it died, a new bird carried its father's ashes to the temple of the sun in Heliopolis. Not just rebirth, but remembrance. legacy passed through fire. Worship and depiction. The phoenix was not worshipped as a god, but revered as a wonder. In art, it gleams in gold and crimson. Wings wide. Head crowned in flame or haloed by light. It appears on ancient coins, royal emblems, and temples' sacred carvings. Later, in early Christian symbolism, it became a sign of resurrection, of Christ, of faith renewed. The phoenix outlived the myths that birthed it, because it is the myth. Heroes and demigods. During the age of mortal legends, after the gods had settled their rule, they interacted with mortals, leading to heroic myths. This video is about all the heroes and demigods we discussed in the last videos. We start off with Prometheus. Most people know Prometheus as the titan who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. But Prometheus is more than a thief. He is rebellion, foresight, and sacrifice. He is the spark that ignites civilization, the rebel who dared to defy Olympus, and the eternal reminder that knowledge comes at a cost. Prometheus symbolizes fire and human progress. Prometheus didn't just steal fire, he gave humanity the means to survive, to cook, to forge, to dream. Fire was more than warmth. It was transformation. With it came tools, language, cities, everything that separates us from beasts. Prometheus gave us potential. He also symbolizes defiance and resistance. He stood against Zeus not for power, but for principle. When the gods chose domination, Prometheus chose compassion. He defied the order of the cosmos to elevate mortals, and paid the price. He teaches that rebellion, when righteous, can be divine. The last thing he symbolizes is foresight and responsibility. His name means forethought. Prometheus sees ahead, not just in time, but in consequence. He knew what his gift would cost. Still, he chose to give. His wisdom wasn't passive, it was active, daring, and deeply moral. Origins and family. Prometheus is a second-generation titan, the son of Iapetus and the Oceanid Clymene, or Themis, in some versions. His brothers include Epimetheus, Afterthought, Atlas, and Menoetius, all symbolic in their own ways. Unlike many titans who opposed Zeus in the Great War, Prometheus sided with the Olympians. But even allies can become adversaries. In time, he would become one of Zeus's greatest challengers. Prometheus in the world. Prometheus isn't a god of temples or thunderbolts. He is found in invention, in firelight, in every act of human creation. He lives in the forge, the laboratory, the library, wherever knowledge burns against the dark. He is not a ruler, but a guide. Not a king, but a kindling. Myths and stories involving Prometheus. Myth number 1, the theft of fire. In the most famous tale, Prometheus steals fire from Mount Olympus, sometimes from the forge of Hephaestus, sometimes from the chariot of the sun, and hides it in a hollow fennel stalk to give to humankind. It is an act of love. It is an act of war. And it changes everything. Myth number 2, the trick at Mycone. Earlier, Prometheus had already deceived Zeus at Mycone. He presented 2 sacrifices, one with good meat hidden in a foul wrapping, and another with bones wrapped in fat. Zeus chose the bones, and from then on, humans kept the meat, offering only inedible parts to the gods. It was a cunning insult, and Zeus did not forget. Myth number 3, the punishment. As punishment, Zeus had Prometheus bound to a rock, and every day, an eagle tore out his liver. Each night, it grew back. Eternal pain. Endless defiance. Prometheus endured in silence, until Heracles, generations later, shattered his chains. Even gods can't chain the truth forever. Worship and depiction. Prometheus was never worshipped in the grand temples of Olympus, but he was honored by philosophers, firekeepers, and revolutionaries. He was especially revered in Athens, where knowledge and civic freedom were sacred. In art, he appears thoughtful and muscular, often holding a torch or a spark. Sometimes, he is shown chained, his gaze still proud, even in pain. A martyr for the mind. The next one is Heracles. Most people know Heracles as the strongest hero in Greek mythology, the slayer of monsters, the breaker of chains. But Heracles is more than a muscle-bound warrior. He is struggle, redemption, and the search for peace in a world of chaos. He is the man who bore the weight of the world, and still kept walking. Heracles symbolizes strength and survival. Heracles is the embodiment of raw power, not just in body, but in spirit. He is strength that suffers, strength that endures. Not invincibility, but perseverance. He doesn't win because things are easy. He wins because he refuses to stop. He also symbolizes redemption through suffering. Heracles is a hero born from guilt. Driven mad by Hera, he killed his own wife and children, and to atone, he submitted to the impossible, 12 labors, each more brutal than the last. Every beast he faced was a shadow of himself. Each task was a step back toward humanity. He teaches that pain does not define you, what you do with it does. The last thing he symbolizes is mortality and apotheosis. Though a son of Zeus, Heracles was mortal. He bled. He broke. He wept. And yet, through trials and tragedy, he earned his place among the gods. He is proof that suffering can be sacred, that even a mortal can rise beyond fate. Origins and family. Heracles was born to Zeus and Alcmene, a mortal woman whose beauty rivaled the goddesses. Zeus disguised himself as her husband to conceive him, drawing Hera's eternal wrath. From infancy, Heracles was a target, snakes in his crib, curses in his mind. His name means glory of Hera, a cruel irony. But he wore it like armor. He was raised by mortals, trained by heroes, and tormented by gods. A demigod among men, too strong for this world, too flawed for Olympus. Heracles in the world. Heracles does not dwell in palaces or sanctuaries. He walks in battlefields, in wilderness, in places where chaos reigns. He is not polished like Apollo, nor clever like Odysseus. He is sweat, blood, and bare hands. His strength is not for ruling, but for enduring, for lifting others, even as he crumbles. He doesn't ask for worship. He asks for witness. Myths and stories involving Heracles. Myth number 1, the 12 labors. To atone for the murder of his family, Heracles was sent to serve King Eurystheus and complete 12 labors. He slew the Nemean lion, whose hide could not be pierced. He battled the Hydra, a serpent that grew 2 heads for each one cut. He captured the Ceryneian hind, the Erymanthian boar, the Stymphalian birds. He cleaned the Augean stables in a single day. He traveled to the ends of the earth, to steal girdles, drive cattle, fetch golden apples, and even descend into the underworld to bring back Cerberus. Each task was a trial of more than strength, it tested his resolve, his ingenuity, his soul. Myth number 2, Heracles and Atlas. In one of his labors, Heracles sought the golden apples of the Hesperides. He convinced Atlas, the titan holding up the sky, to fetch them, and for a time, Heracles bore the heavens on his shoulders. He held the weight of the cosmos. And when Atlas tried to trick him into keeping it, Heracles outwitted him, reminding us that strength and cleverness can coexist. Myth number 3, Heracles and Prometheus. Heracles found Prometheus bound to a rock, tormented by an eagle. He broke the chains. He slew the bird. In freeing Prometheus, he became not just a hero of strength, but of justice. He fought not only monsters, but cruelty. Worship and depiction. Heracles was worshipped across Greece and later Rome as Hercules. He was beloved not because he was perfect, but because he wasn't. He struggled. He fell. He rose again. He became a protector of athletes, laborers, and outcasts, anyone who carried a burden. In art, Heracles is almost always depicted with his lion skin cloak, his club, and sometimes a bow. His body is massive, but his eyes often weary. He is the hero who breaks and rebuilds. The third one is Perseus. Most people know Perseus as the slayer of Medusa, the hero who cut off the head of a monster and lived to tell the tale. But Perseus is more than a monster killer. He is cunning, courage, and the quiet grace of destiny unfolding. He is the shield that reflects danger, the sun who defies fate, and the first of the great Greek heroes to rise from nothing and become legend. Perseus symbolizes cleverness over brutality. Perseus is not a brawler, he's a thinker. He doesn't charge in with brute strength. He plans. He listens. He uses what he's given. His triumphs are not just of muscle, but of mind. He teaches that sometimes, looking away is braver than looking directly at the enemy. He also symbolizes fate and divine favor. Perseus is a hero guided by the gods, but not protected from pain. He is the product of prophecy, born to kill the king who feared him. From birth, his life is a thread pulled by unseen hands. Yet through grace and will, he takes control of that thread, and weaves a story of his own. The last thing he symbolizes transformation and legacy. Medusa was once beautiful. So was Andromeda's freedom. So was Perseus's youth. Everything in his story changes shape, from cursed heads to celestial stars. Perseus reminds us that nothing stays as it is. But with bravery, we can shape what comes next. Origins and family. Perseus was born of Danae, a mortal princess, and Zeus, who came to her as golden rain, slipping through a prison built to contain her womb and defy a prophecy. Her father, King Acrisius, feared the oracle that his grandson would kill him. So he cast Danae and baby Perseus into the sea in a wooden chest. But fate floats. They survived, and were taken in by a kind fisherman named Dictys on the island of Seriphos. Perseus grew up humble, unaware that the gods had more in store for him. Perseus in the world. Perseus isn't a wandering warrior or tragic outcast. He's a task-bound hero, set on a quest he never asked for, to save his mother from an unwanted king. Polydectes, the ruler of Seriphos, desired Danae and tricked Perseus into promising the impossible. Bring me the head of Medusa, the Gorgon whose gaze turns men to stone. Perseus accepted, not out of pride, but out of love. And the gods took notice. Myths and stories involving Perseus. Myth number 1, the slaying of Medusa. Medusa was once mortal, once lovely, until cursed by Athena. Her hair turned to snakes. Her face to terror. She and her 2 immortal sisters, Steno and Euryale, were unreachable until Perseus arrived. Guided by Hermes and Athena, he was given sacred tools. Winged sandals to fly. A reflective shield. A curved blade. And Hades' helm of invisibility. He did not fight Medusa face to face. He looked through the mirror of the shield, and struck while she slept. One clean cut. Her head, still deadly, was taken as a weapon, a curse-turned tool. Myth number 2, the rescue of Andromeda. On his journey home, Perseus found Andromeda, chained to a rock, offered to a sea monster to atone for her mother's pride. He slew the beast, saved the princess, and married her. But this was no damsel tale. Andromeda would become a queen, a mother of kings, and a constellation in her own right. Myth number 3, the fulfillment of prophecy. Years later, Perseus returned to Argos, and through an accident during a contest, struck his grandfather, King Acrisius, with a discus. The prophecy was fulfilled. But not with rage. Not with rebellion. Just fate, unfolding as it always does, quietly, irrevocably. Worship and depiction. Perseus was honored in myth more than in temple. He was remembered in stars, with the constellation Perseus glowing in the northern sky. He appears in art holding the head of Medusa, his shield polished like glass, his sword curved and gleaming. He is youthful, calm, determined, not angry like Achilles or wild like Heracles. His strength is silent. His glory, enduring. The fourth one is Theseus. Most people know Theseus as the slayer of the Minotaur, the hero who ventured into the maze and emerged victorious. But Theseus is more than a maze walker. He is change, choice, and the complex nature of heroism. He is the city builder, the self-made prince, and the flawed king who reminds us. Greatness often walks alongside shadow. Theseus symbolizes self-determination and identity. Unlike many heroes, Theseus chooses his path. He seeks out danger. He forges his name through trials. He teaches that becoming a hero isn't about fate, it's about action. He also symbolizes unity and civilization. Theseus is the founder of Athens as we know it, not with swords alone, but with vision. He brings tribes together, creates order from chaos, and shifts the mythic world towards civilization. Where Heracles is strength, Theseus is structure. The last thing he symbolizes is complex heroism. Theseus is not perfect. He leaves Ariadne behind. He makes mistakes. His greatness is real, but so is his failure. He teaches that heroes are human. That legacy is not purity, but depth. Origins and family. Theseus was born of two fathers, mortal Aegeus, king of Athens, and divine Poseidon, god of the sea. His mother, Aethra, was told by Aegeus to raise the child in secret. When Theseus was strong enough to lift a boulder and retrieve the sword and sandals hidden beneath it, he was to come to Athens and claim his heritage. He did. But not by sea, by land. And the land was dangerous. Theseus and the world. Theseus didn't wait for challenges to come to him. He sought them out. On his journey to Athens, he cleared the road of bandits and monsters, each a twisted mirror of justice gone wrong. Periphetes, the club-bearer. Cenes, who tore travelers apart. Procrustes, who forced guests to fit his bed by mutilation. Each was defeated with poetic irony. Theseus did not just survive. He rebalanced the scales. Myths and stories involving Theseus. Myth number 1, the Labyrinth and the Minotaur. In Athens, Theseus learned of a dreadful tribute. 7 young men and 7 maidens were sent every 9 years to be devoured by the Minotaur, a beast imprisoned in the Cretan labyrinth. Theseus volunteered to end the cycle. With the help of Ariadne, daughter of King Minos, he entered the maze, guided by a single thread. He found the monster. He fought in silence. He killed it, and returned, changing the fate of 2 cities. But he left Ariadne on the island of Naxos, abandoned. Why? The myths disagree. Some say Dionysus claimed her. Others say Theseus grew cold. Whatever the truth, the story gained cracks, and so did the man behind it. Myth number 2, the Black Sails. Before he left, Theseus promised his father Aegeus, "If I survive, I will return with white sails." But in joy, or in grief, he forgot. Seeing black sails on the horizon, Aegeus leapt into the sea, believing his son dead. The Aegean Sea bears his name to this day. And Theseus returned not as son, but as king. Myth number 3, Theseus and the Amazons. Theseus later abducted the Amazon queen Antiope, or Hippolyta, in some versions, and sparked a war. But from it, he gained a son, Hippolytus, a boy whose fate would one day be tangled in gods and tragedy. Theseus's rule was not peaceful. But it was memorable, rich in both greatness and grief. Worship and depiction. Theseus was worshipped in Athens not just as a hero, but as a founder. He symbolized unity, democracy, and the Athenian ideal, wise, brave, rational. His image was carved on temples and coins. In art, he appears young, strong, determined, with a short sword, a cloak, and often alongside the defeated Minotaur. He is not divine like Achilles, nor wild like Heracles. He is thoughtful, grounded, human. The 5th one is Jason, leader of the Argonauts. Most people know Jason as the man who captured the Golden Fleece, the captain who led Greece's greatest heroes across perilous seas. But Jason is more than a voyager. He is ambition, charm, and the burden of leadership. He is the man who brought a legend home and paid a mythic price for it. Jason symbolizes quest and leadership. Jason was not the strongest, not the fiercest, but he had vision. He gathered heroes, Heracles, Orpheus, Atlanta, and more, and united them with purpose. He teaches that leadership is not about power. It's about direction, unity, and daring to begin. He also symbolizes fate and fragility. Jason is chosen by prophecy, favored by gods. But unlike many heroes, his story does not end in triumph. He wins the prize, but loses everything. He reminds us that glory is fleeting, and that even victors can fall. The last thing he symbolizes is love and betrayal. Jason's greatest ally is also his greatest tragedy, Medea. With her magic, he succeeds. Without her love, he crumbles. Their story is a warning that the heart, when betrayed, can become myth's sharpest blade. Origins and family. Jason was the son of Ezon, rightful king of Iolcus. But his uncle Peleus stole the throne. To protect Jason, his mother sent him away to be raised by the centaur Chiron, wise and wild. Years later, Jason returned, grown, calm, determined. Peleus, fearing a prophecy that warned of a man wearing one sandal, recognized his fate. He told Jason, "You may have the throne, if you bring me the golden fleece." Jason agreed. Not because it was safe, but because it was his story to tell. Jason and the world. Jason did not walk alone. He built a crew, the Argonauts, and sailed aboard the Argo, a ship guided by Athena and blessed with a speaking prow. Their journey was not a straight line. It was full of monsters, trials, and moral tests. They faced the Harpies, who tormented a blind prophet; the clashing rocks, which could crush a ship to splinters; the Amazons, fierce and free; the Isle of Lemnos, where no men remained. But Jason pressed on. To Caucasus, and to fate. Myths and stories involving Jason. Myth number 1, Jason and Medea. In Caucasus, the Golden Fleece was guarded by a sleepless dragon and impossible tasks set by King Aeetes. Jason could not win alone. Enter Medea, the king's daughter. A sorceress. A priestess of Hecate. She fell in love with Jason and betrayed her father for him. With her magic, Jason yoked fire-breathing bulls, sowed dragon's teeth that became warriors, slew the serpent, and took the fleece. They fled together, a prince and a witch, bound by love and blood. Myth number 2, the return and revenge. Back in Iolcus, Peleus refused to surrender the throne. Medea, furious, tricked his daughters into killing him, believing they could restore him to youth. It worked. But Jason was exiled for the crime. They went to Corinth. And here, the tragedy began. Myth number 3, Jason and the fall. In Corinth, Jason sought power. He abandoned Medea to marry the king's daughter. But Medea was no ordinary woman. She cursed the bride. She destroyed the throne. And in one of myth's darkest turns, she killed her own children, Jason's sons, to leave him with nothing. Jason lived on, but hollow. One version says he died old and alone, crushed by a rotting beam of the Argo, the very ship that once made him immortal. Worship and depiction. Jason was never deified like Heracles. But he was remembered as a tragic hero, a flawed leader, a man who reached too far. In art, he is youthful, regal, always near the fleece or the prow of the Argo. In some images, Medea stands beside him. In others, she's already vanished. He is not divine. Not monstrous. Just human, breathtakingly, heartbreakingly human. The next one is Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Trojan War. Most people know Achilles as the invincible hero with one fatal weakness, the man who raged, fought, and died young. But Achilles is more than a warrior. He is wrath, brilliance, and the tragic price of glory. He is the fire that burns too bright to last, the hero who teaches us. Immortality is not about living forever. It's about being remembered. Achilles symbolizes heroic excellence, arete. Achilles was the best, the fastest, strongest, deadliest of all the Greeks. He embodied the ideal of Aristia, that moment of unmatched brilliance in battle. But with greatness came pride. And with pride, downfall. He also symbolizes wrath and honor. More than anything, Achilles stands for rage. Not random fury, but righteous, consuming, personal. When his honor was wounded, the world burned. He reminds us that anger can be both a weapon and a wound. The last thing he symbolizes is mortality and meaning. Achilles was given a choice. Live a long, quiet life, or die young, and be remembered forever. He chose the blaze. And in doing so, he became legend. Origins and family. Achilles was the son of the sea nymph Thetis and the mortal king Peleus. At his birth, Thetis tried to make him immortal. In some myths, by dipping him in the river Styx. She held him by the heel. And so, one spot remained mortal, vulnerable. Raised by the wise centaur Chiron, Achilles was fed lion hearts and taught divine arts. His companion, some say his soulmate, was Patroclus. Together, they shared boyhood, battlefield, and fate. Achilles and the world. When the Trojan War began, a prophecy warned that without Achilles, Troy could not fall. But Thetis knew his fate and hid him on the island of Scyros, disguised as a girl. Still, he was found. Drawn not by duty, but destiny. He joined the war. And from the moment he arrived, everything changed. Myths and stories involving Achilles. Myth number 1, the wrath of Achilles. In the Iliad, the heart of Achilles' story is his anger. When Agamemnon stole Briseis, a woman given to Achilles as a war prize, Achilles withdrew from battle. Without him, the Greeks faltered. He watched as his comrades died. And did nothing. Until one death broke him. Myth number 2, Patroclus and the turning point. Patroclus, wearing Achilles' armor, entered the fight in his place. He died at the hands of Hector, prince of Troy. And Achilles shattered. His grief became fury. His rage returned to the battlefield like a storm unleashed. He killed Hector. He dragged his body for days. Not out of strategy, but sorrow. Myth number 3, Achilles' death. Soon after, fate came for Achilles. Some say Paris fired the arrow. Others say it was guided by Apollo, straight to his heel. The one part of him still human. He died young. But his name lived. Odysseus said he saw Achilles in the underworld. A restless shade, who would trade all his fame to walk the earth again. Because even the brightest flame fears the dark. Worship and depiction. Achilles was honored as a hero, and later, as a god. In places like Scyros and Epirus, he was worshipped with sacrifices. In Troy, even his enemies mourned him. In art, Achilles is shown young and golden, a warrior with lion's courage and storm in his eyes. Sometimes with a spear, sometimes with a lyre. Always torn between peace and war. Flesh and fate. The last one is Odysseus, king of Ithaca, architect of the Trojan horse, and the hero of the long return. Most people know Odysseus as the clever one, the man of many twists and turns. But Odysseus is more than a trickster. He is longing, resilience, and the quiet ache of home. He is the voice that whispers. Even the clever must suffer. Even the brave must wait. Odysseus symbolizes intelligence and strategy. Where Heracles had strength, Odysseus had cunning. He won wars not with brute force, but with riddles, disguises, and schemes. He teaches that intelligence, even more than might, shapes the fate of men. He also symbolizes endurance and perseverance. The Trojan War lasted 10 years. Odysseus's return took 10 more. He suffered storms, monsters, gods, and temptation, and kept going. He shows us that the journey is not always heroic. Sometimes, it's just survival. The last thing he symbolizes is home and identity. Through every trial, Odysseus longed for one thing: Ithaca, his rocky island, his wife Penelope, and the life he left behind. He reminds us that no matter how far we stray, home is the compass we follow, even when the map is torn. Origins and family. Odysseus was the son of Laertes and Anticlea, and the husband of the ever-faithful Penelope. They had one son, Telemachus, born just before Odysseus was called to war. He ruled Ithaca, a modest island, with a sharp mind and a cautious heart. He tried to avoid the Trojan War, faking madness to escape the oath he'd made. But he was clever, and cleverness can be seen through. He went to Troy, and his fate unfolded. Odysseus and the world. In Troy, Odysseus wasn't just a fighter, he was a force. He came up with the plan for the Trojan horse, the ruse that ended the war. But victory did not mean peace. The gods were watching, and some, like Poseidon, were not pleased. Odysseus's journey home became a trial of the soul. And every island, every storm, every choice changed him. Myths and stories involving Odysseus. Myth number 1, the Cyclops. On one island, Odysseus and his men were trapped by the giant Polyphemus, son of Poseidon. Odysseus blinded him to escape, and gave his name as nobody. But pride undid him. As he sailed away, he shouted his true name. Polyphemus cursed him, and Poseidon answered. Myth number 2, Circe and the Year of Forgetting. He landed next on the island of Circe, a powerful sorceress. She turned his men into pigs, but Odysseus, with Hermes' help, resisted. Circe became his lover and guide. He stayed for a year of warmth and forgetting. But home still called. Myth number 3, the Sirens and the Scylla. He faced the Sirens, whose song lured sailors to their deaths. Odysseus had himself tied to the mast, and heard their song without succumbing. He passed Scylla and Charybdis, a 6-headed monster and a deadly whirlpool. He lost men. He kept going. Myth number 4, Calypso and the Island of Immortality. Shipwrecked and alone, he washed ashore on Ogygia, where the nymph Calypso loved him. She offered him eternal life, paradise. But he refused. He chose Penelope. He chose Ithaca. He chose being mortal, if it meant being home. Worship and depiction. Odysseus was not worshipped like a god, but he was remembered endlessly. He appears in pottery, epic, and tragedy. He wears no lion skin, no shining armor, only a cloak, a mind, and the weight of longing. He is often shown weary, but determined. A man who has seen too much, and yet still hopes. A hero not of brute force, but of will. Key events. The creation of the world in Greek mythology. Not told in one voice, but sung in fragments. A myth built from darkness, sky, blood, and fire. A world not born in peace, but in violence, in division, in birth and betrayal. In the beginning, there was chaos. Not chaos as we know it. Not madness, but the void. An endless, silent nothing. A gap. A yawning breath before the first word. From chaos, the first primordial beings emerged. Not born from parents, but rising, like shapes in fog. Gaia, the earth, solid and eternal. Tartarus, the pit beneath all pits, darker than night. Eros, desire itself, the force that brings life together. Nyx, the night. Erebus, the shadow that fills it. No creator. No divine spark. Only emergence. And everything after was shaped by what came first. Gaia and Uranus, earth meets sky. From the earth came Uranus, the sky. He covered Gaia completely, and they became the first pair. Together, they birthed the Titans, the giants, the Cyclopes, and more. But Uranus was no gentle father. He feared his children and buried them inside Gaia herself. Locked within her womb, Gaia, heavy with pain, forged a plan. She made a sickle of adamant and gave it to her youngest son, Cronus. One night, as Uranus descended to cover the earth, Cronus struck, severed the sky from the earth. And from the spilled blood of Uranus came the Furies, the giants, and Aphrodite. The age of Titans, power rises again. With Uranus overthrown, Cronus took the throne. But like his father, he feared his own children. He swallowed them whole. Each one born of his sister wife, Rhea. But Rhea saved one, Zeus. A child hidden in a cave. Raised in secret. Fated to rebel. And when Zeus grew strong enough, he returned. Forced Cronus to vomit his siblings. Poseidon. Hades. Hera. Demeter. Hestia. And together, they waged war. Titanomachy, the War of the Gods. The Titanomachy raged for 10 years. Sky and earth were torn apart. Mountains shattered. Oceans boiled. The Titans fought from Mount Othrys. The Olympians from Mount Olympus. Thunder clashed with stone. Zeus unleashed his lightning. Gaia gave birth to monsters. Even the Cyclopes joined the fray, forging weapons of godhood. Lightning for Zeus. Trident for Poseidon. Helmet of invisibility for Hades. In the end, the Olympians triumphed. The Titans were cast into Tartarus. Chained forever in the deepest pit. The world was remade. The old gods buried. A new age began. Order from chaos, the world as we know it. Zeus took the sky. Poseidon the sea. Hades the underworld. And Gaia endured. Mount Olympus rose. The rivers flowed. The seasons turned. But the world in Greek myth was never safe. Never stable. Because from the very beginning, it was forged in rebellion. Every generation overthrew the last. Chaos birthed Gaia. Gaia overthrew Uranus. Cronus overthrew Uranus. Zeus overthrew Cronus. And somewhere, always, a prophecy waits, that even Zeus may fall. The Titanomachy. The divine war between the Titans and the Olympians. A war between generations. Between past and future. Between gods and those who dared to become them. The first crime, when sky was severed from earth. It began not with a battle, but with a betrayal. In the beginning, Uranus, the sky, covered Gaia, the earth. Together they created the first beings. The mighty Titans, the one-eyed Cyclopes, and the monstrous Cenomanes, giants with 100 hands. But Uranus was afraid of his children, their power and their potential. So he cast them back into Gaia's womb. Into darkness. Into Tartarus. Into pain. Gaia, suffocating under the weight of her imprisoned children, forged a blade of flint and called to her sons. Only Cronus, the youngest Titan, answered. When Uranus descended once more, Cronus struck and the sky was torn from the earth. With that single act, the cycle began. From the blood of Uranus sprang new beings. The Erinyes, Furies, the giants. And from sea foam, the goddess Aphrodite. But Uranus, before vanishing, cursed Cronus, "You too will be overthrown by your son." The reign of Cronus and the return of fear. With Uranus gone, Cronus ruled. And for a time, peace reigned. This was the Golden Age, a world without toil, without suffering. But it was built on fear. Cronus, now king of the cosmos, took his sister Rhea as his queen. Together they had 6 children, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus. But Cronus remembered the prophecy. And so he swallowed each child whole, moments after birth. He thought himself safe. But Rhea, grieving, rebelled. She gave birth to Zeus in secret, on the island of Crete, and gave Cronus a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes. Zeus was hidden, raised in a cave, fed by the goat Amalthea, protected by armored warriors who drowned his cries with their clashing shields. A child destined to overthrow the king. Zeus returns, the spark of war. When Zeus came of age, he descended from the mountains and challenged his father. Some say he used a potion given by Metis, the goddess of wisdom. Others say he struck Cronus with force. Either way, Cronus vomited up his swallowed children. Fully grown, furious, and free, the 6 siblings united and declared war. This was not a skirmish. This was not a battle. This was Titanomachy, the war of the gods. The 10-year war, clash of cosmos. The Titans rallied to Mount Othrys, the Olympians to Mount Olympus. And between them, the earth cracked, the skies burned, and the oceans trembled. The Titans were powerful and ancient. Cronus led them. With him stood Iapetus, Hyperion, Ceus, and Crius. Old gods with dominion over time, stars, intellect, and strength. But the Olympians had youth, cunning, and prophecy. But still, the Titans endured. It was Gaia who offered the final key. She whispered to Zeus, "Free the ones your grandfather imprisoned and they will turn the tide." The turning point, monsters as allies. Deep in Tartarus, Zeus descended and freed the Cyclopes and Cenomanes. Grateful, the Cyclopes gifted divine weapons. The thunderbolt for Zeus, the trident for Poseidon, and the helm of invisibility for Hades. The Cenomanes hurled mountains. Their 100 arms unleashed chaos. Zeus hurled thunderbolts that split mountains. Poseidon shook the seas with his trident. And Hades, cloaked in invisibility, moved through shadows, striking unseen. The Titans could not stand. And so, after 10 years of cosmic war, the Olympians won. The punishment, in the new order. Zeus did not show mercy. The Titans, those who fought against him, were cast into Tartarus, bound by chains forged by the 100-handed ones. Only a few were spared. Prometheus and Epimetheus, who sided with Zeus. Atlas, who was given a different punishment, to hold up the sky for eternity. A reminder that rebellion comes with weight. Zeus, now king of the gods, divided the world with his brothers. Zeus ruled the sky. Poseidon ruled the sea. And Hades ruled the underworld. Gaia sighed. The world settled. But beneath the earth, the Titans still stirred. The meaning of the Titanomachy. The Titanomachy is not just a myth. It is the Greek story of change, of rebellion, of cosmic evolution. It teaches us that power fears the future, that every ruler becomes the tyrant they once overthrew, that progress comes through destruction. This was not a war of good versus evil. There were no heroes, only the victors, only the survivors. And somewhere, always, the cycle waits to begin again. How the Olympians claimed their place among the gods. A story of ambition, of rebellion, of destiny fulfilled in thunder. The birth of a new generation. It began not with a crown, but with a prophecy. Cronus, king of the Titans, had taken power from his father, Uranus. But as the sky had warned him long ago, you too will be overthrown by your son. In fear, Cronus swallowed each of his children the moment they were born. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, all consumed, all trapped in darkness. But Rhea, his queen, refused to lose another child. On the island of Crete, she gave birth to Zeus in secret. She wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and placed it in Cronus's hands. The king devoured it without suspicion. Zeus was hidden away, fed by the goat Amalthea, and guarded by the Curetes, warriors whose clashing spears drowned his cries. The last hope of a new age. The return of Zeus, the spark that ignited the rise. When Zeus reached manhood, he left the safety of Crete and returned in secret to the court of Cronus. With the guidance of the goddess Métis, he prepared a plan. A potion to force Cronus to disgorge his children. One drink and the Titan king choked. One by one, Zeus's brothers and sisters emerged, fully grown. Furious. Free. They stood together for the first time. Not as prisoners, but as a family. As a force. And in that moment, the rise of the Olympians began. Allies forged in the depths. But the Titans still ruled the heights of power. The Olympians needed more than courage. Gaia whispered to Zeus, "Free the ones your grandfather bound, and they will fight for you." In the black depths of Tartarus, Zeus unchained the Cyclopes and the Cenomanes. In gratitude, the Cyclopes gifted them divine weapons. The thunderbolt for Zeus, the trident for Poseidon, and the helm of invisibility for Hades. The 100-handed giants swore loyalty, promising to turn their fury on the Titans. The first clash. The Olympians claimed Mount Olympus as their seat. The Titans rallied on Mount Othrys. The sky darkened. The seas boiled. The earth shook under the weight of war. Zeus's thunder split the heavens. Poseidon's trident churned the seas into whirlpools. Hades moved unseen, striking fear into enemy ranks. Though the Titans fought fiercely, the balance of power had shifted. The young gods were no longer challengers. They were contenders for the throne of the world. The fall of the old order. At last, the Titans faltered. Zeus led the final assault, lightning flashing from his hands. The 100-handed ones hurled mountains as weapons. The old gods fell. Some were cast into Tartarus, bound in chains that would never break. Atlas was set apart, given the burden of holding up the sky forever. The age of the Titans ended, and the rule of the Olympians began. A throne divided. With victory won, Zeus stood as king of the gods. But the cosmos was too vast for one ruler. So the brothers divided it. Zeus took the sky. Poseidon ruled the sea. And Hades claimed the underworld. Hera, Demeter, and Hestia took their places as queens of Olympus. The Council of 12 was born. And for the first time, the world knew the rule of the Olympians. The meaning of the rise. The rise of the Olympians is not just a tale of war. It is the Greek story of renewal. Of youth toppling age. Of the inevitable march of change. It teaches that power is never permanent. That every ruler will one day face a challenger. And that every new order carries the seeds of its own downfall. The Olympians were not born as kings and queens. They became them. Through courage. Through struggle. Through the will to claim their place among the stars. Prometheus, the Titan who stole fire from Olympus. A story of cunning. Of defiance. And of punishment that shook eternity. The Titan who favored mortals. Prometheus was not like the other Titans. When the Olympians rose to power, he sided with Zeus and the Titanomachy. In return, he was spared the fate of his kin. He wandered the new world, watching mortals struggle in the cold and the dark. They were fragile, weak, and yet full of potential. Prometheus taught them many things: how to build, how to hunt, and how to survive. But without fire, they could never truly flourish. And fire belonged only to the gods. The banquet of deception. Prometheus's defiance began with a feast. He slaughtered a great ox and divided it into 2 offerings for Zeus to choose from. One heap of prime meat, hidden beneath an unappetizing hide and bone. Another pile of pure white bones, gleaming wrapped in a thick layer of glistening fat. Zeus chose the second. A feast that was all appearance and no substance. Enraged by the trick, Zeus decreed, "Mortals shall have no fire." The hearths of humanity went cold. Winter claimed the nights. The theft of fire. Prometheus would not accept this fate. Under the cloak of night, he ascended to Olympus. He moved past the shining halls and the watchful gods, and approached the chariot of the sun. From its eternal flame, he lit a stalk of fennel, hollow, so it could hide the ember within. He carried it down from the heavens and gave it to mankind. Fire blazed once more. The darkness was broken. Mortals forged weapons, baked bread, tempered bronze. And the age of civilization began. The wrath of Zeus. When Zeus saw the fire burning in mortal hands, his fury was boundless. First came punishment for humanity. He ordered Hephaestus to shape a woman of surpassing beauty, Pandora. Each god gave her a gift, but also a jar she was told never to open. When she did, suffering poured into the world. Plague, hunger, war, death. Only hope remained inside. Then came punishment for Prometheus himself. The eternal torment. Prometheus was seized by the will of Zeus. He was taken to the desolate peaks of the Caucasus Mountains. Chains of unbreakable adamant bound him to the rock. Each day, an eagle, the herald of Zeus, descended. It tore into Prometheus's flesh, ripping out his liver. Each night, the wound healed. Each day, the torment began again. For ages beyond counting, the Titan endured. Not because he was unbreakable, but because he would not repent. The release. Prometheus's suffering lasted until the Age of Heroes. It was Heracles, son of Zeus, who found him. With an arrow tipped in poison, Heracles slew the eagle. The chains fell. The Titan was free, but only by the will of Zeus, who allowed the act as part of Heracles' labors. Prometheus walked the world again, forever bound to his choice. The one who defied the king of the gods for the sake of mankind. The meaning of the theft of fire. The tale of Prometheus is not just the story of a theft. It is a story of rebellion in the name of compassion. It tells us that power fears those who share it. That knowledge cannot be unlearned. That once the flame is lit, it can never truly be extinguished. Prometheus was no hero in the eyes of Olympus. But for humanity, he was the bringer of light. The first spark of freedom. Pandora. The first woman. The first deception. And the beginning of all mortal suffering. The vengeance of Zeus. Prometheus had given mankind fire, and with it, the means to forge tools, cook food, and shape their own destiny. Zeus saw this as theft, an insult to his reign. So he devised a punishment not for Prometheus alone, but for all humankind. A punishment wrapped in grace and wonder. A weapon made to look like a blessing. The creation. Zeus summoned the master smith, Hephaestus. From clay and water, the god of fire shaped a woman, perfect in form, breathing life into her with his forge's heat. Then the gods adorned her with gifts. Aphrodite gave her beauty, so that hearts would yield to her. Hermes gave her cunning words and a mind quick as flame. Athena clothed her in silken robes and taught her skill with the loom. The Graces draped her in golden garlands. And Hera bestowed her with the spark of curiosity. They named her Pandora, meaning all gifted. The jar. Into her hands, Zeus placed a sealed jar. Inside were things no mortal had ever seen. Things no mortal should ever see. He gave only one command: do not open it. But he knew the gift Hera had given. Curiosity would one day undo her restraint. Then, Pandora was sent to Earth, as a bride for Epimetheus, brother of Prometheus. The forbidden opening. Epimetheus had been warned never to accept a gift from Zeus. But when he saw Pandora, he forgot all caution. Her beauty was too great. Her voice too sweet. Days passed. And the jar sat in their home. Its weight seemed to grow heavier in Pandora's mind. What could the gods have hidden inside? Why give her a gift she could never use? One day, unable to resist, she broke the seal. From within poured every sorrow of the mortal world. Sickness, hunger, greed, envy, war, death, and pain. They scattered into the winds, never to be returned. Hope remains. Pandora, in terror, slammed the lid shut. Inside, only one thing remained, a single spirit. It was hope. And it stayed within the jar, waiting for when mankind would need it most. In this way, even Zeus's punishment carried a strange mercy. For without hope, mortals could not endure the weight of the evils set loose upon them. The meaning of Pandora. The story of Pandora is not just a tale of temptation. It is a story about the price of gifts. It teaches that beauty can hide danger. That curiosity can lead to ruin and yet also to understanding. That suffering and hope are bound together, one giving meaning to the other. Pandora was not evil. She was human. And in her hands lay the fate of all who came after. The Gigantomachy. The war between the Olympians and the giants. A war of sky against earth in a battle that would decide the fate of Olympus itself. The birth of the giants. It began with blood. When Cronus struck down Uranus, the drops that fell upon Gaia's soil took root. From them sprang the giants, enormous beings of incredible strength, wild hair tangled with serpents, feet coiled in the bodies of snakes. They lived far from Olympus, but when Gaia's grief turned to fury, she called them to arms. Her plan was simple. Destroy the Olympians, free the Titans and return the world to the old order. The prophecy of victory. The fates whispered a secret. The giants could not be slain by the gods alone. A mortal must fight beside them. Zeus understood the danger. If the giants struck before this mortal was born, Olympus would fall. So he waited. Until Heracles, son of Zeus and a mortal woman, came into the world. Only then did the storm break. The war begins. The giants marched upon Olympus. The earth quaked under their tread. Their voices rolled like thunder. Each one was a terror. Alcyoneus, immortal so long as he stood upon his homeland. Porphyrion, leader of the giants, lusting for Hera herself. Enceladus, whose roar split mountains. And countless more, each stronger than the last. From the heights, Zeus hurled thunderbolts that turned night to day. Poseidon shattered the earth with his trident. Athena charged into battle, her shield blazing. But the giants did not fall. The mortal's hand. Heracles joined the fray, his bow singing with each arrow loosed. First, he struck Alcyoneus, driving him from his homeland so his immortality failed. Then he felled others, each blow tipping the balance. When Porphyrion charged at Hera, Zeus struck him with lightning and Heracles' arrow finished him. The prophecy was fulfilled. The tide turned. The fall of the giants. One by one, the giants were slain. Athena crushed Enceladus beneath the island of Sicily. Poseidon buried Polybotes under the island of Nisyros. Apollo's arrows burned the air and Dionysus, wild with fury, struck down Eurytus. When the last giant fell, the earth was quiet once more. The meaning of the Gigantomachy. The Gigantomachy is more than a battle. It is a warning that power is never safe. That victory must be defended as fiercely as it is won. It tells us that every ruler will face new challengers, that old grudges never die, and that even gods sometimes need the help of mortals. The Olympians stood triumphant, but Gaia still watched from below and the seeds of rebellion still slept in the earth. 5 Ages of Man. A story of creation, decline, and the long march toward darkness. The first age, the Golden Race. The first race of mortals lived under the rule of Cronus, in the Golden Age. They knew no war, no toil, no death as we know it. Only a gentle sleep. The earth gave freely. Grain without plow, fruit without seed, honey dripping from the comb. They lived as friends of the gods, in perfect peace, until time moved on, and the Golden Age ended. When they died, they became guardian spirits, invisibly watching over the mortal world. The Second Age, the Silver Race. Zeus's reign began, and with it came the Silver Race. They were unlike the golden people before them. They lived as children for 100 years, but when they grew, they were foolish, arrogant. They would not honor the gods. They would not offer sacrifice. Zeus, displeased, destroyed them. They became spirits of the underworld, dwelling far from the light of Olympus. The third age, the Bronze Race. From the ash trees, Zeus shaped the Bronze Race. They were strong, unyielding, and their hearts were hard as the metal from which they took their name. They lived for war, their weapons and homes alike forged from bronze. They ate no bread. They knew no peace. In the end, they destroyed themselves, and their souls passed into the realm of Hades, leaving the earth silent again. The fourth age, the heroic race. For a brief time, the decline paused. Zeus created a race of heroes, stronger and nobler than the bronze, but not without flaw. These were the warriors who fought at Thebes and Troy. Some perished in war, others were granted a place in the Isles of the Blessed. A paradise at the edge of the earth, where they would live in peace forever. The fifth age, the Iron Race. And then came us. The Iron Race. Born into toil. Living in sorrow. Growing old too quickly. We are a people of ceaseless labor, of fleeting joy, of endless strife. The poets say one day, even this age will end. Zeus will wipe us from the earth and the cycle will begin again. The meaning of the 5 ages. The 5 ages of man are more than a timeline. They are a reflection of how the ancients saw the world. A story of decline from perfection into hardship. It teaches that greatness fades, that time changes all things, and that even the mightiest civilizations are but moments in the long history of the earth. From gold to iron, we have fallen far. But perhaps, like the heroes, we may yet find our way to something brighter. Perseus and the slaying of Medusa. A story of divine aid, moral courage, and a single strike that echoed through legend. The birth of a hero. It began with a prophecy. King Acrisius of Argos was told by the oracle, "Your grandson will be your death." In fear, he locked his only daughter, Danae, in a bronze chamber, cut off from the world. But Zeus came to her in a shower of golden light. From this union, Perseus was born. Acrisius, unwilling to kill his own blood, set mother and child adrift at sea in a wooden chest. They washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, where a fisherman named Dictys took them in. The king's challenge. Years later, Dictys' brother, King Polydectes, desired Danae, but Perseus stood in his way. So the king devised a trap. He demanded that every man in his court bring him a gift worthy of a king, a horse. Perseus had none to give. Mocking him, Polydectes said, "If you are so bold, bring me the head of Medusa instead." Medusa, the most feared of the Gorgons. Her hair a nest of living snakes. Her eyes able to turn any who met them into lifeless stone. The gifts of the gods. The gods took pity on the young hero. Hermes gave him a gleaming sword, sharp enough to pierce the scales of any monster. Athena lent him a polished bronze shield. Not to strike, but to see without looking directly at the Gorgon's face. The nymphs of the north gifted him 3 treasures. Winged sandals to carry him through the air. A cabesus, a magical pouch to hold the head. And the cap of Hades, to cloak him in invisibility. The journey to the Gorgons. Guided by Hermes, Perseus sought the Graeae. 3 ancient sisters who shared one eye and one tooth between them. He stole their eye and refused to return it until they revealed the way to Medusa's lair. At the edge of the world, beyond the ocean's reach, he found the Gorgons sleeping among the corpses of their victims. Medusa lay in the center, the only mortal among her immortal sisters. The slaying of Medusa. Perseus did not meet her gaze. He watched her reflection in Athena's shield, step by step drawing closer. When the moment came, he struck. The blade of Hermes flashed and with a single stroke, Medusa's head was severed. From her blood sprang 2 beings. The winged horse Pegasus and the warrior Chrysaor. The other Gorgons woke, their screams shaking the air. But Perseus, donning the cap of Hades, vanished into the wind. The return. On his journey home, Perseus encountered more trials. He rescued Andromeda from a sea monster, turned the giant Atlas into stone, and at last returned to Seriphos. Polydectes still tormented Danae. So Perseus revealed Medusa's head, and the king and his court became statues, frozen forever in fear. The meaning of Perseus's quest. The tale of Perseus is more than a monster slaying. It is the story of cunning over brute force, of courage strengthened by humility. For Perseus did not face Medusa head-on, but used the gifts and wisdom of the gods to prevail. It teaches that even impossible challenges can be met with the right allies, that the greatest victories come not from strength alone, and that every hero's journey changes the world around them. Perseus began as a man with no gift to give, and returned with a legend. Pericles and the 12 Labors. A story of atonement, of impossible trials, and of a hero who turned punishment into glory. The birth of Heracles. Heracles was the son of Zeus and the mortal queen Alcmene. His birth was marked by the jealousy of Hera, who hated every child born of Zeus's infidelity. Even in his cradle, she sent serpents to kill him. The infant Heracles seized them in his fists and crushed them. It was the first sign of the strength that would define him. The madness in the sentence. Heracles grew into a mighty warrior, but Hera's hatred never faded. One day, she clouded his mind with madness. In a rage he could not control, Heracles slew his own wife and children. When the madness passed, grief consumed him. Seeking purification, he went to the oracle of Delphi. The oracle declared, "You must serve King Eurystheus of Mycenae for 12 years. He will set you 12 tasks. Only then will you be cleansed." The 12 Labors. 1. The Nemean lion. A beast with hide no weapon could pierce. Heracles strangled it with his bare hands and wore its skin as armor forever after. 2. The Lernaean hydra. A serpent with many heads. Cut one, and two grew back. With his nephew Iolaus, Heracles burned each stump, and buried the immortal head under a great rock. 3. The Ceryneian hind. A sacred deer of Artemis, swift as the wind. Heracles pursued it for a year before capturing it unharmed. 4. The Erymanthian boar. A monstrous boar that terrorized the land. Heracles drove it into deep snow and bound it alive. 5. The Augean stables. King Augeas's stables had not been cleaned in years. Heracles rerouted 2 rivers, washing away the filth in a single day. 6. The Stymphalian birds. Man-eating birds with bronze beaks and deadly feathers. With Athena's help, Heracles used a rattle to startle them into the air and shot them down. 7. The Cretan bull. A wild bull that fathered the Minotaur. Heracles wrestled it to the ground and carried it to Eurystheus. 8. The Mares of Diomedes. Flesh-eating horses. Heracles fed their master, King Diomedes, to them and they became tame. 9. The belt of Hippolyta. Queen of the Amazons. At first she offered the belt freely, but Hera stirred trouble and Heracles fought his way out with it. 10. The cattle of Geryon. A giant with 3 bodies. Heracles slew him and drove the cattle back to Greece. 11. The apples of the Hesperides. Golden fruit guarded by 100-headed dragon. Heracles tricked Atlas into retrieving them, then escaped with the apples. 12. The capture of Cerberus. The final labor. Heracles descended into the underworld and wrestled the 3-headed hound of Hades. He brought Cerberus to Eurystheus, who hid in terror. The meaning of the labors. The 12 labors are more than feats of strength. They are a path of transformation. From a man cursed by madness, to a hero cleansed by trial. They teach that redemption is earned, that courage is not the absence of fear, and that the greatest victories are won through persistence. Heracles did not choose his labors, but he chose to endure them. And in doing so, he became immortal, not just in body, but in story. Theseus and the Minotaur. A tale of courage, sacrifice, and the thread that leads home. The price of defeat. The story begins with war. Athens had once fought Crete and lost. As punishment, King Minos of Crete demanded a terrible tribute. Every 9 years, 7 young men and 7 maidens would be sent across the sea to be devoured by the Minotaur. The creature was the shame of Minos's family, born of his wife Pasiphae and a divine bull. Half man, half bull, it lived in a twisting labyrinth built by the master craftsman Daedalus. A prison with no walls to climb and no path to escape. The decision of Theseus. When the 3rd tribute came due, the people of Athens wept. But Prince Theseus stepped forward. "I will go to Crete," he said. "And I will kill the beast." King Aegeus, his father, begged him to reconsider. But Theseus would not be swayed. He promised that if he returned alive, he would raise white sails on the ship instead of black, so his father would know of his survival from afar. The Princess and the Thread. When Theseus arrived in Crete, he caught the eye of Princess Ariadne, daughter of Minos. She knew the labyrinth's secret. Once inside, there was no way out, unless you marked your path. She gave Theseus a ball of thread, and told him, "Tie one end at the entrance, unwind it as you go, and it will guide you back to the light." In return, he promised to take her away from Crete forever. The slaying of the Minotaur. In the darkness of the labyrinth, Theseus walked carefully, the thread trailing behind him. He heard the beast before he saw it. A deep, rumbling breath and the scrape of hooves on stone. The Minotaur charged. Its horns gored the air where Theseus had stood a heartbeat before. The prince grappled with the creature, dodging its horns, striking with his sword. In the end, he drove the blade deep into the Minotaur's heart. The beast fell and the labyrinth was silent. The escape and the forgotten promise. Following the thread, Theseus led the others out into the dawn. He fled Crete with Ariadne. But on the island of Naxos, he abandoned her. Whether by choice or by the will of the gods, the stories disagree. He sailed for Athens, but in his joy, he forgot to change the black sails to white. When King Aegeus saw the dark sails from the cliffs, he believed his son was dead, and in despair, he threw himself into the sea. That sea bears his name to this day, the Aegean. The meaning of the myth. The story of Theseus and the Minotaur is more than a battle in the dark. It is about the courage to walk into the unknown, the wisdom to take help when it is offered, and the tragedy of human forgetfulness. It teaches that victory is not without cost, that heroes are flawed, and that every labyrinth, whether of stone or fate, has a way out, if you can find the thread. Jason and the Argonauts. A tale of betrayal, love, and a voyage to the edge of the world. The rightful heir in the impossible quest. Jason was the son of Ezon, rightful king of Iolcus. But his uncle Peleus seized the throne, fearing a prophecy that a man with one sandal would bring his ruin. Years later, Jason returned to claim his birthright. Peleus feigned welcome, but set a trap. "If you wish to be king," he said, "bring me the golden fleece that hangs in a far-off land, guarded by a dragon that never sleeps." It was meant to be a death sentence. Instead, it became legend. The gathering of heroes. Jason called for the bravest in Greece, and they came. Heracles, strongest of men. Orpheus, whose music could charm even stones. Atalanta, swift-footed huntress. And Castor and Polydeuces, the twin sons of Zeus. They boarded the ship Argo, built by the master Argus, with a prow blessed by the speaking timber of Dodona's sacred oak. Together, they became the Argonauts. The voyage and the trials. The Isle of Lemnos. Ruled by warrior women who had slain their men. The Argonauts stayed longer than they should, until Heracles reminded them of their quest. The Harpies of Phineus. The blind seer Phineus was tormented by winged harpies who stole his food. The Argonauts drove them away, and in thanks, Phineus warned them of the deadly Symplegades, the clashing rocks. The clashing rocks. Two great cliffs that smashed together, crushing anything between them. Following Phineas's advice, they sent a dove ahead. When it made it through, they rowed with all their strength, escaping what the Argo's stern just grazed. Colchis and the Golden Fleece. At last they reached Colchis, where King Aeetes ruled. He agreed to give Jason the fleece, but only if he completed 3 impossible tasks. 1. Yoke fire-breathing bulls and plow a field with them. 2. Sow the field with dragon's teeth, which would spring into armed warriors. 3. Defeat the sleepless dragon that guarded the fleece. Jason might have failed, if not for the king's daughter, Medea. A sorceress and priestess of Hecate, she fell in love with Jason and offered her aid. With her magic, Jason tamed the bulls, turned the earthborn warriors against each other and lulled the dragon to sleep. Jason seized the fleece and Medea fled with him, leaving her home forever. The return and the cost. The voyage home was no less perilous. They faced sirens whose song lured sailors to their deaths, but Orpheus's music drowned their call. They sailed through storms and clashed with hostile kings. When they finally returned to Iolcus, Jason presented the fleece to Peleus. But Medea had her own vengeance for the usurper. A vengeance soaked in blood. The throne was Jason's at last, but the gods do not let mortals rest in peace for long. The meaning of the voyage. The tale of Jason and the Argonauts is not just an adventure. It is the Greek vision of the hero's journey. A gathering of strength, a voyage into danger and a return forever changed. It teaches that no quest is completed alone, that love and loyalty can win the impossible and that every prize comes with a price. The Argo may be gone, but her name still sails through the centuries, carried by the wind of stories. Caledonian Boar Hunt. A tale of pride, wrath, and a chase that united the greatest of Greece. The Curse of Artemis. Caledon was ruled by King Aeneas, a man of wealth and reverence, but one year he made a fatal mistake. When he offered sacrifices to the gods, he honored all. Zeus with his thunder, Hera with her majesty, Poseidon with his waves, but he forgot Artemis, goddess of the hunt. The slight could not be forgiven. Artemis's vengeance was swift. She sent a monster. A boar vast as a bull, its tusks sharper than bronze, its hide like iron and its eyes burning with divine fury. It tore through the orchards, uprooted vineyards, and trampled the harvest beneath its hooves. Hunger and terror spread across Caledon. Desperate, the king summoned heroes. Only a company of legends could face such a beast. The gathering of hunters. And so they came. Meleager, prince of Caledon, noble and unyielding. Theseus, slayer of the Minotaur. Castor and Polydeuces, the horse-taming twins of Zeus. Jason, who once sailed after the Golden Fleece. Peleus, father of Achilles, still in the spring of his youth. And Atalanta, the maiden of Arcadia, raised by bears, swift-footed, sharp-eyed, deadly with her bow. The heroes feasted, pledged oaths and prepared their nets, their spears, their hounds. The air was thick with pride and rivalry, for glory in the hunt meant immortality in story. The hunt begins. At dawn, the horns sounded. The hunters swept into the forests of Aetolia. Dogs barked, men shouted and the ground shook as the boar thundered forth, a storm of tusks and muscle. The first to charge was Encius, confident in his axe, but pride blinded him. The boar gored him through and he fell screaming, his blood staining the leaves. The heroes pressed on, spears flying like rain, but the beast was swifter than they dreamed. Trees splintered in its path and even the bravest staggered. Then Atalanta raised her bow. Calm amidst chaos, she loosed her arrow and it struck true, wounding the boar behind the ear. The first blood was hers. The fatal blow. The beast reeled, roaring. Meleager saw his chance. With strength and precision, he cast his spear, driving it deep into the boar's side. The monster collapsed, its fury spent, the forest echoing with the sound of its fall. The hunters gathered round, but the question remained. Who should claim the prize? Meleager, with a steady voice, declared, the first wound was struck by Atalanta. The honor is hers. He laid the boar's hide at her feet, a gift of respect and perhaps of love. Wrath within the house. But not all were pleased. Many scoffed that a woman should be honored above men. The quarrel grew bitter, and in the heat of words, Meleager turned his spear upon his own uncles, kinsmen who scorned Atlanta's claim. Their blood, too, stained the earth of Caledon. News of the deed reached his mother, Althea. Grief for her brothers overpowered her love for her son. And so she remembered the prophecy that Meleager's life was bound to a single brand of wood, hidden in her chest. With trembling hands, she cast it into the fire. And as the flames consumed the wood, so too did they consume her son. Meleager's glory was cut short, and the joy of the hunt turned to mourning. The meaning of the hunt. The Caledonian boar hunt was more than a chase. It was a clash of pride and piety, of gods demanding reverence, of mortals daring to test them. It tells us that glory is fleeting, that even heroes cannot outrun fate, and that in the hunt for honor, the greatest beast is often pride. But it also tells us this: that courage knows no gender, that a single arrow can shift the course of legend, and that no victory comes without cost. Trojan War. A tale of desire, vengeance, and the fall of a mighty city. The spark of the war. It began not with swords, but with a wedding. When Peleus wed the sea nymph Thetis, all the gods were invited. All but Eris, goddess of strife. She came unbidden, and in her wrath she cast down a golden apple inscribed with 3 words, for the fairest. Hera, queen of the gods. Athena, goddess of wisdom. And Aphrodite, goddess of love. Each claimed it as her own. To decide, they turned to Paris, prince of Troy, shepherd on Mount Ida. Hera promised him power. Athena promised him glory. But Aphrodite promised him the love of the most beautiful woman on earth. Paris chose Aphrodite. And so he took Helen, wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. The abduction was the spark, but the fire that followed would consume nations. The gathering of heroes. When Menelaus called for vengeance, the kings of Greece answered. Agamemnon, lord of Mycenae, leader of the host. Odysseus, cunning as the sea. Diomedes, bold and relentless. Ajax the great, towering in might. And Achilles, son of Thetis, swift-footed, nearly invincible, the greatest warrior Greece would ever know. They launched 1,000 ships, sailing east to the walls of Troy. Thus began a war fated to last 10 years. The wrath of Achilles. The first battles raged. But even more than swords, it was pride that shaped the war. When Agamemnon quarreled with Achilles, the hero withdrew from battle. Without him, the Greeks faltered, until Patroclus, beloved companion of Achilles, donned his armor to lead them. But Hector, prince of Troy, met him in combat. And with a spear, he struck Patroclus down. Grief turned to fury. Achilles returned to the field, and none could stand before him. He slew Hector, dragged his body around the walls of Troy, while Priam, the aged king, wept for his son. The fall of heroes. Yet even Achilles could not escape fate. Paris, guided by Apollo, shot a single arrow into his heel. The one place left unguarded, and the mightiest warrior fell. Others, too, met their doom. Ajax, driven mad, took his own life. Agamemnon would return home only to be slain. Even victors were not spared the gods' vengeance. The fall of Troy. At last, the Greeks devised a trick. They built a giant wooden horse, left it at Troy's gates, and sailed away. Or so it seemed. The Trojans rejoiced, believing the war was ended. They pulled the horse into their city, not knowing it was filled with warriors in hiding. That night, while Troy slept, the Greeks emerged, opened the gates, and fire swept through the city. Priam was slain upon his altar, Hector's wife enslaved, and Aeneas fled carrying his father on his back. Thus fell Troy, the proud city by the sea, crushed not only by arms, but by deception. The meaning of the war. The Trojan War was more than a battle. It was the stage where gods walked with men, where love sparked ruin, and where pride toppled kingdoms. It tells us that no fortress is unbreakable, that even the mightiest are not spared fate, and that victory often comes not from strength, but from cunning. It is the myth that gave us Achilles, Hector, and Odysseus, names that still echo across the centuries, reminders that every war leaves behind more ashes than glory. The Odyssey. A tale of cunning, loss, and the long road back. The man of many turns. His name was Odysseus, king of Ithaca. Cunning in mind, quick with words, the man who devised the wooden horse that broke Troy's walls. But while the Greeks sailed home, the gods had other plans for him. Poseidon, god of the sea, seethed with anger, for Odysseus had blinded his son, the Cyclops. So the king of Ithaca wandered, his sails torn and his course bent by storms and curses. The voyage and its trials. The Lotus Eaters. His men first found an island of flowers. Those who tasted the lotus forgot their homes, their wives, their children, and wished only to stay. Odysseus dragged them back to the ships, forgetting was death. The Cyclops Polyphemus. In a cavern of giants, they met Polyphemus, a one-eyed shepherd. He trapped them, feasted on their flesh. But Odysseus, with cunning, gave him wine and drove a sharpened stake into his eye. They escaped beneath the bellies of sheep. But pride betrayed him. He revealed his name, and so Poseidon's wrath followed him ever after. Circe the sorceress. On Aaa lived Circe, who turned men into swine with a touch. Odysseus, aided by Hermes, resisted her spell and won her favor. For a year they lingered, until the sea called him onward. The land of the dead. To learn his fate, Odysseus sought the counsel of the dead. The ghost of Tiresias warned him. Resist the cattle of the sun and you may yet see Ithaca. But doom awaited if his men disobeyed. The Sirens. Their song promised wisdom, knowledge of all the world. Odysseus longed to hear, so he stopped his men's ears with wax and bound himself to the mast. Their voices tore at his soul, but the ship sailed past. Scylla and Charybdis. Two monsters guarded a strait. Charybdis, a whirlpool. Scylla, a six-headed horror. He chose the lesser doom. Scylla struck, seizing 6 men at once. Their screams swallowed by the sea. The cattle of Helios. At last, his starving crew betrayed him. They slaughtered the sun's sacred cattle. In vengeance, Zeus shattered their ship with a storm. All perished. All but Odysseus. Calypso's isle. He drifted alone, washed upon the island of Calypso, the immortal nymph who loved him. For 7 years she held him, offering eternity at her side, but his heart longed only for Ithaca. The return and the reckoning. At last, with the gods' pity, Odysseus was freed. He reached the shores of his home, but found it overrun by suitors. For 20 years they had devoured his wealth, vying for the hand of his wife, Penelope. Disguised as a beggar, Odysseus entered his hall. At Penelope's challenge, only he could string his great bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads. Then, with fury, he cast off his disguise. Arrows flew. The suitors fell and blood washed the hall of Ithaca. At last, husband and wife were reunited, king and queen restored. The meaning of the Odyssey. The Odyssey is more than a voyage. It is the tale of a man tested by gods and fate, of a mind sharper than any blade, of a heart that endures storms, temptations, and despair. It teaches us that home is worth every struggle, that pride brings ruin, that cunning can triumph where strength fails, and that even after 20 years, hope can endure. Odysseus's name lives on, not because he conquered new lands, but because he found his way back. Theban cycle. A tale of riddles, curses, and bloodlines doomed to repeat their sins. The prophecy of Oedipus. The tale begins with Laius, king of Thebes. The oracle at Delphi warned him. His own son would kill him and marry his mother. Terrified, Laius cast his infant away, feet pierced and bound, left to die upon a mountain. But fate does not bend to fear. The child was rescued, raised by the king and queen of Corinth. They named him Oedipus, swollen foot. The riddle of the Sphinx. Years later, Oedipus sought his destiny. The oracle told him the dreadful truth. He was fated to kill his father and wed his mother. Horrified, he fled Corinth, believing its rulers his parents. But on the road, in anger, he quarreled with a stranger and killed him, not knowing it was Laius, his true father. When he came to Thebes, the city was in terror. For the Sphinx, a monster of woman, lion, and wings, crouched at the gates, devouring all who failed her riddle. Oedipus answered, "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon and 3 in the evening? Man, who crawls as a child, walks as an adult and leans on a staff in old age." The Sphinx cast herself down in defeat. Thebes was saved and its people crowned Oedipus king, gave him Jocasta, the queen, as his wife. Thus the prophecy was fulfilled, though none yet saw the truth. The doom of Oedipus. Years passed, but plague fell upon Thebes. The oracle spoke again. The land was cursed because the murderer of Laius still lived within the city. Oedipus swore to find the traitor. He sought witness, sought truth, until truth struck him like a blade. The stranger he had slain was Laius. The woman he called wife was his mother. The prophecy had been fulfilled in every word. Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus, in despair, tore the pins from her gown and blinded his own eyes. He left Thebes in shame, led only by his daughters, Antigone and Ismene. The War of the Brothers. After Oedipus's exile, his sons, Eteocles and Polynices, quarreled for the throne. Eteocles held power in Thebes. Polynices fled, gathered allies and led the famous 7 against Thebes. 7 champions at the 7 gates of the city. The battle was fierce, but the brothers met face to face and slew each other, brother against brother, fulfilling the curse of their father's line. The fate of Antigone. With the brothers dead, Creon, their uncle, ruled. He decreed Eteocles honored, but Polynices, the rebel, left unburied, his corpse to rot beneath the sun. Yet Antigone defied the law. She buried her brother, choosing the god's command over a king's decree. For this, Creon condemned her, sealed her in a tomb alive. But in punishing her, he destroyed his own house. His son, betrothed to Antigone, took his life beside her. And Creon was left in ruin. The meaning of the Theban cycle. The tale of Oedipus and his bloodline is not just a story of kings and wars. It is the Greek vision of fate. That no man can escape his destiny, that pride blinds as surely as sorrow, and that the sins of the father echo through the children. It teaches us that truth, however painful, cannot be outrun. That defiance may bring honor, even in death. And that a throne gained by blood is a throne cursed from the start. Thebes rose in glory, but its kings were shadows of a prophecy that no sword, no wit, and no prayer could undo. Fall of the heroes and the rise of mortals. A tale of glory fading, of gods withdrawing and of a world left to men. The Age of Heroes. The Greeks told of 5 ages of mankind. Gold, silver, bronze, then the Age of Heroes, when demigods strode the earth and their deeds shaped the world. It was the time of Heracles and Perseus, of Jason and the Argonauts, of Achilles, Ajax, and Odysseus. They battled monsters, defied kings, and even shook the will of Olympus. But every age must end. The doom of Heracles. Heracles, strongest of all mortals, conqueror of labors, son of Zeus himself. Even he could not escape suffering. Poisoned by treachery, he burned upon his own pyre. His mortal half consumed, his divine spirit carried to Olympus. One of the last heroes to ascend among the gods. But for those who remained on earth, no such fate awaited. The War at Troy. The Trojan War was the great gathering of the age. Every champion of Greece and Asia joined and the gods themselves walked the battlefield. But the war was also their undoing. Achilles, the invincible, slain by a single arrow. Ajax the Great, driven to madness, took his own life. Agamemnon, king of kings, murdered upon his return. Even victorious, the Greeks were broken. Troy burned, but so too did the last light of the heroic age. The return and the silence of the gods. Those who survived found no peace. Odysseus wandered 10 years, haunted by storms and loss. Menelaus lost his brother and his house was never whole again. Even Aeneas, who fled Troy, carried not triumph, but exile. The gods who once feasted with heroes grew distant, their voices fading like echoes. The age of their direct hand upon the world was passing. The rise of mortals. With the fall of heroes came the rise of men. Kings no longer traced their blood to Zeus. Cities were built not by demigods, but by mortals working stone by stone. Law replaced prophecy. Ships and trade replaced quests. And though the stories of heroes lived on, they became legends of a brighter, vanished time. The meaning of the end. The fall of the heroes is not just the ending of an age. It is the Greek vision of mortality. That glory cannot last, that even the greatest fall, and that the world belongs, in the end, to ordinary men. It teaches us that myth is both memory and warning. That power fades, that gods depart. And that the true legacy of the heroes is not their strength, but the stories that mortals carry forward. The age of heroes may have ended, but in every telling, every voice around the fire, they rise again. Thank you for watching. If there's another myth or age you want us to explore, tell us in the comments.